Stop people. Everybody, welcome for Tactician Cup number 2.
Oh, attends, l'angle. Ouais, est-ce qu'il est bon là? Est-ce qu'il est bon? Il est bon cet angle! Et voilà, on gagne ce truc! Let's go, le fou! Police, non, c'est bon.
Hello, Jadusar. Nice to have you alive. How you feeling? How you doing, man?
I'm very happy. I won, so that's great.
I'm from France. I'm 21 years old. Jedusor is a reference to Harry Potter, name of young Voldemort. And one day I decided to choose his nickname because I'm a big fan of Harry Potter. I start my tournament with 5 points in 2 games, which is a very complicated spot. I work with my group after day 1 and they give me a motivation speak, so it helps me a lot for day 2 and day 3.
Welcome everybody to the day 2 of the Tactician Cup. Jadusar, which should be able to take down easily.
I'm training with Opal, Tarteman, I'm So Fresh, Experion, and since the beginning of the set, Laires.
My god, look at this slam! And oh my god, Papa Bear is online on the back!
It's all French players. I think really a big group. And yes, it's working. I think Briar 2, it's when Briar cast, it's done all the board, and the last matchup was against the Blaster. The crowd control of Briar was huge.
It's Jadusar that needed emblem. And he has Reforger! Did we just reforge Shiv or am I crazy?
First time I was playing Witchcraft. It's a synergy where if you have 6 Witchcraft, you are doing 2 damage. So I needed static Shiv in early game because it's a really good item. And I was going to stage 4 and I didn't need this item anymore.
Why? Question from the Opal. Ask you about your car. I don't know what's going on, but this comes from Opal.
Okay.
I was before game 5. I see a text message of my mother. They were big flood when I was playing, and my car was parked in a risky zone. So I decided to run. I had to save my car from flood. My car is okay.
However, Aug dies out, which means Jadusar, in fact, will become a Tactician Cup number 2 champ.
There's my sister and my mother who are watching me, and it's very important for me that they support me like this. I didn't expect it to win, but I'm champions. Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the Golden Spatula, the EMEA regional competition for Magic and Mayhem. It's our pleasure to be back here again to continue our competition with 32 of our very best players from all across the region. By the end of today we'll have our final day contenders and we will know at least some of the final 9 who will be going forward to the Tactician's crown next week to represent EMEA. But you'll have to wait until tomorrow to meet our regional champion for Magic and Mayhem. For today, though, I'd like to introduce 2 wonderful fellows. Of course, I mentioned about the foundations of competitive TFT broadcasting. You can't build a broadcast with just 1 rock, you need 2. And that's what I've got with me here right now for day 2. To my right, he's traveled the world to perfect his art and brought all that goodness back with him. Look at him wrong and he'll diagnose you with an 8th. With a drive to survive and an Olympic level wit, it's Niberia.
I scared an old man on Thursday. It was accidental, but it was really funny.
No said. To the right of my right. Yesterday I called him one of the rocks of EMEA TFT, but now he's ready to roll. The champion of the Overlooked and the master of both storms and lightning. It's Wheater.
Hello, I'm here. This is the
I feel so bad for Peter. We are no-selling. He spent so much time writing this. He did a really good job, and we are absolutely no-selling all of his hard work.
If TJ were here right now, he'd be having a much better time of it. I guess we'll have to make, dude, Niberia, apart from torpedoing the opening as hard as possible, would you mind telling our dear viewers a little bit about how our players go from this event and to the championship, to the Tactician's crown next week?
Absolutely, because that's what it's all about, Peter. Of course, you're going to be able to make it from the top 4 here. Qualifier point earners will also make their way through, as well as average placement. And the top 4 will supersede that qualifier point earners, as I understand it. So there is the chance of everyone's favorite game, your favorite player sitting on stream and refreshing the score sheet every 5 seconds to see if they made it through.
Oh boy, and of course.
Keep in mind, Peter, right? Like it is such a tense atmosphere to kind of keep. Like again, I guess you also talk about that. Like it is so intense. It is everything to play for these players, and I'm super excited to get it going.
Well, before we get into, of course, day 2's action, we really need to talk a little bit about what, of course, happened in day number 1. Could you give us? I know we've got a little video here, but could you just give us an initial taste of how you felt about it?
Callista. I mean, we'll get into that a little bit later. Rerolls, a lot of great games, and the French on top as always, it seems like, when it comes to competitive TFT. Let's roll the tape so you guys get the full recap.
Welcome to the Golden Spatula, the EMEA regional competition for Magic and Mayhem.
Him out of this hole. There is no more front line, and it looks like the Zephyr might have just done it. No, Lusha from 6 HP to winning.
Right now, this 1-star board across the board here for Casman is just not going to be able to kind of withstand the onslaught that is going to be these multi-strikers just raining through here.
So far, so good. It seems like this Kog'Maw and Jinx are doing work, and especially with the transitioned items onto the Kent, it's not quite going to be enough. It doesn't necessarily benefit your frontline with that Wukong and that Olaf. And you can see that even the multi-strikers did bypass that front line, especially with the Ashe multi-shots. Whoa, hold up. Talking about bypassing the front line.
We can see the core defensive power of Volta's board is just absolutely ridiculous. Volta, he who lives at the Tactician's Crowns of the Global Championship, 14 points coming in and gets himself the first place.
Olaf can survive long enough to deal damage to disrupt and get into that backline. The answer is no. Wukong's still hanging on though. Can the Jinx scale in time? Can the Runons do enough? Looks like it is going to be just enough. The battle between the backline carriers at the end.
Yeah, the front line is just about holding. There's so many backliners still left in play. Ori is a sweeper, but she can't get rid of everyone. Dasik takes the L.
Made great use of that additional time he was bought with that massive HP lead here, and it does look like it's going to come down to the wire, but it will be Lelouch coming out victorious here in game number 5.
And Briar already got to the back lane. Smolder died, but he took enough with himself, and that will lead into Solo just taking the last game of today.
Solo Gesang with his first victory of this EMEA Finals weekend.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Now, of course, Nibiru, you were only joining us here now for today. From what you've gathered out of day one, what was your impression of that first day of the Golden Spatula?
It was really fun. A lot of reroll compositions as expected. Something that wasn't captured in the replay that I found infinitely entertaining. I don't know what happened with Klekornin in game number 2, but he was absolutely bleeding out. Like, man needed a tourniquet. The stretcher was already on its way. EMS had been called, and suddenly he turns it around and my notes only say, how is this man still alive? What is going on? Multiple times, not just once. So there were some beautiful games yesterday you may want to check out after today's are over.
All right, well, Wita, let's get looking into the overall field once day one was done. Of course, coming into this, we knew that France, Germany, and Poland were kind of our big three, occupying 70% of the field. As we look towards the lower end here, we can see a lot of our players from some of these other countries didn't do so well.
No, right. I think Bricks at the bottom here had a very disappointing day number 1 here. Getting Klekornin also not necessarily just putting on their greatest show here. And for someone like Lekoko, I want to say here, it's actually a very disappointing offset here. Not specifically because he's like in 31st place. That would always be disappointing, and he's known as one of the most consistent players. But the fact that he kind of needed to like clinch like a 24th to guarantee himself a spot at next week's Tactician's Crown, just meant that like that is a horrible starting point for him.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the board, there's a couple of non-surprises at the top there. Voltairix and Double 61 wouldn't be an EMEA final without the two of them showing up, with Canbiz hot on their heels. So we have a lot of the big names here in EMEA since all the way back to Galaxies. And we'll be circling back to them with Kubiksan as well in that top 8, our most recent champion of EMEA. So I'm really excited for today's games. These leaderboards make me happy because we have a couple new names, but it really is the who's who of EMEA TFT.
Yeah, well, let's start drawing out some of those players then. Max Fun, I think, being one of our biggest dark horses to make it into the top 8, playing his first full competitive set and already doing amazingly after just showing up at the very tail end of this set. He does that kind of thing again, and he ends up going to the Tactician's Crown. I don't believe he's gone any first places as of yet, but he's been bringing out a different composition every single game, including Arcana Varus, so we at least know that Max Fun has got some good range.
Absolutely, man. Another player that also has good range is going to be Kesman, right? He has kind of, he's been doing the commentary thing, the streaming thing in the Polish community for a while, making his return to a regional finals for the first time since Dragonlance. Also a player that was all the way back in that first regional, back in the Galaxies era, as we were talking about. Matt, right, you were alluding to W, alluding to Voltairix. Kesman was also in that, if I recall correctly. Just kind of shows his longevity as a player, and again, just a really great player to highlight.
Yeah, definitely on the up and up as well there for Kesman. Traditionally, like you said, Dragonlance was his best performance, and we haven't seen him at this upper level of play since then. So seeing his performances so far in the Polish League and then making his way here with a really impressive day 1 is super promising for Kesman, and I'm really excited genuinely to see what he's going to pull out today.
Yeah, and someone that's also been super exciting to kind of follow yesterday was Horo X, who ended up on that horrible dummy. Right, and that was an absolutely incredible thing to kind of look into. The way he navigated that dummy game was like crazy. The call to chaos was even like, it wasn't even like that Ezreal free. It was like a Veigar free or something. And like yesterday was like, I'm like so dead. Like there's no way that like this is a tough one. It's a giga scam game, but those are the kind of games that you turn those games around that like surefire bottom 4s into a top 4. It might not look pretty. It might not look like a massive high roll in terms of getting a first place, but those points are super valuable. And that's one of the greatest skills you can have as a competitive player, is really taking those low roll games and turning them into something that is more than an 8th.
Well, Matt, someone who didn't low roll day number 1, of course, was Voltairix himself up the very top of the table. Could you give us a little insight into his day 1 and how he approached the competition to be as successful as he was?
Yeah, I mean, Volta, it's worth saying here, we ran the numbers again, is the most frequent visitor to the finals of EMEA. He has only missed Monsters Attack since the beginning of the competitive scene here. So every single other finals he's been here in EMEA, and he's had some incredible performances both here in the region and on the world stage. Yesterday came out with a really cool mage game where he was, again, absolutely bleeding out. I thought, there's no hope for this man remaining. Hits this 7 mage setup and is able to pull it through all the way and turn around his game. And like you were saying, Lita, that's the thing that's most exciting about this level of play to watch, is that our players are capable of taking these spots that look like an easy 8th, if not like maybe manageable to a 6, and turning it around into a top 4 using their experience, using their ingenuity and creativity. And that is something that Volta is more than well known for.
Well, I've got a treat for you, Matt. As you speak of him, he shall appear. We have got Volta joining us live, our number 1 finisher from day 1. Volta, of course, you've been playing TFT competitively since 2020. You played at the very first championship and came 4th. This could be, your 5th Worlds level event if you make it through there. How are you feeling coming out of day 1 as number 1?
Thinking about last EMEA championship, I did call it the curse interview, and it will happen. So, I was first as well, and on the second day, I did 5 bottoms in a row, and didn't manage to qualify. So this time, the admin told me it's a buff interview.
All right.
We'll do our best to keep your results safe, Volta. I have a question for you. I've been fortunate enough to be following along since the very first EMEA finals we had out in Galaxies, and have been following your career. And you have made every single finals in the region except for Monsters Attack. You have been playing at the top level of the region since you started. What do you think is the secret sauce, the key to your continued success, and just how consistent you've been?
I think the experience is talking a lot, but to be honest, my biggest strength is my mental stability. I never stress in any situation. And recently, I went a bit more far in my playstyle and developed it a bit. Something like not be too much flexible. It could be a big mistake sometimes. That most of players do when they enter a tournament.
I actually kind of want to touch on that as well, because to me, you've always struck out as a very creative player in terms of like looking for either really high roll lines, some would say, but also like really high cap lines and fun lines. Have you felt like limited by the nature of this set in any way, like with the patches being very heavy on the reroll right now, or do you think that like your creativity can still shine?
The patch is kind of everywhere for sure, but there is one common problem that happens every lobby. If you are contested, you go bottom for sure. Both of players. So that's... You have to take it in account when you play your game.
All right, well, Volta, we want to give you the time to prepare for today. You said, that you think you might come towards the bottom. Panda yesterday said the same thing. But if it does go well today, mentally, are you ready to be a EMEA champion? And perhaps even after that, Tactician's crown winner as well?
I'm ready to flip every game.
Amazing stuff. Thank you so much, Volta. Hopefully we'll see you a little bit later on today with the continuation of your amazing day 1 performance. But no, thank you so much for joining us. And again, we'll catch up with you soon. So, gentlemen, we are getting close to our first game at beginning, but just a couple of orders of business before we do. Of course, we're all about the TFT live events. One of those live events, of course, will be DreamHack coming up. There are still tickets available. 13,000 at stake there in Stockholm. So please go check it out if you're remotely in the area. As we said before, these are incredible experiences. The players you see playing here today, so many of them are going to be there front and center. But of course, if you want to go really big or go home, then you can go all the way to Macau. And we've got a little video here just to illustrate exactly how wild that experience is going to be. Well, Macau's going to be absolutely crazy. Of course, for you guys, hopefully we're going to be seeing something that's just as impressive as the Vegas Open, which I think was a absolutely pivotal moment in TFT's competitive history.
Yeah, definitely one of the favorites. The LAN events are always a special time. 512 players, just like the Vegas Open. And I know for those who went, they've all talked about how much of a unique and wonderful experience it was. While I was stuck here at home, everyone was telling me how wonderful Vegas was. Unfortunately, I also won't be able to make it to Macau. Turns out that doesn't line up very well with exam season. But I'm really excited to be able to follow along from home and excited for those who are going to get to go. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful time. Try out the street food. I've heard it's incredible.
Well,
just little travel tips, it's the least I can do.
Absolutely. From street food to streets ahead, let's get into the meta and what we've been seeing across the competitions so far. I think, gentlemen, for me, Multi-Strikers is jumping out as a big highlight composition here. We know Volta has favored it in his play as well, and it's got a great win rate and a top 4 rate. Wita, what do you make of it?
I think that Kalista overall is just one of the most, it's one of the few very viable 4-cost carries right now that doesn't necessarily require a +1 to become super viable and contest for lobbies, right? And that's one of the reasons why it is such a strong default lean for a lot of people. You can slam the rage, but it's a great item in the early game. You have a lot of great item carriers within the multi-striker setup itself, just makes it super powerful, and that is why it is so contested and why it is such a centerpiece of the meta right now.
All right, and of course, we've got the other stats for you. It's worth noting, of course, Barry Bannon, our stats guy up in the cloud, taking care of everything. But we did actually get some takes on the meta from him specifically. So these are Barry the Stats Bannon's Bannon takes. I want to see if you guys agree or disagree with this one. Firstly, his take was, as well, talking to the UK players, he's saying that he thinks there was too much Fairy played in day one. Agree, Matt?
I think Weed has actually set up the conversation that this is going to be for a lot of this. There is something I want to talk about for the 4-cost in general later, but Weed has already hit on the big point, which is Kalista is the only one that you can still kind of aim for and feel fairly confident that it's going to work. Which is why we're probably seeing so many Fairy, which is why we're seeing Multi-Striker be so successful. Kalista is the common element, and you have all of these reroll compositions that require you to hit these 3 stars. Those 4-cost compositions, while they're not going to be as strong in the early game, because those reroll compositions will spike first with their 2 stars, and then wait until they get their 3 stars, Kalista is a pretty solid way. You get to level 8, you find that 2-star, and you can compete with those compositions without yourself having to so hard commit on something like a Jinx while still being able to use very similar items. So I think Kalista really is the defining feature that makes this Fairy composition, that makes Multi-Strikers so common.
Wita, I guess it's kind of extending on that kind of topic there. The other kind of hot take that was coming in from Barry's side of things was, again, I think somewhat connected to this, was that with Karma seeing so much less play than we have in other contexts before, it's another kind of thing pushing people towards not just the Fairy compositions, but the reroll compositions as well.
Yeah, right, and that's a big kicker here is the fact that Karma is kind of unplayable, not unplayable, needs very specific things to kind of work. The same thing goes for Gwen and Fiora. Those 3 are kind of played together a lot of the time, or require a Witchcraft emblem to go into a different line, and all of a sudden you get to flex in the Rise, for example. And that just means that these comps are so unreliable, whereas if you just play something like a reroll composition, you are going to get that reliability a lot more. Also, Varus, for example, is not necessarily a great one. Either it's a +1 check, or it's going to be a Seraph check, so you need to get to level 9, for example, which you see why people are leaning in towards the way reroll they want to play Blasters instead, for example.
Yeah, and I think, Wida, you've hit on something that I do want to highlight really quick. The big change in the meta for me from the Final Cup to today is that those spread compositions like the Karma, like the Varus, are struggling so much because they take forever to kill anything. Rise is in the same camp. While we still see him played occasionally, it's so conditional because you're coming into these reroll compositions that do such a great job of either single target damage or just enough burst to immediately kill something, while these other spread comps surrounding these 4-cost AoE carries take forever to kill anything, so they're facing down entire boards while they're losing frontline after frontline. And I think that's why we're seeing such a reroll focus, such a laser focus on those early stages, and the 4-costs really are suffering for it.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well about this patch, is the fact, it's just in general about the meta, right, Peter, is the fact that, like, getting that early direction is so critical because, like, it makes it really difficult to flex at times.
Yeah, well, let's go and take a look at what we've got a little bit on the menu from the forecast side of things. Let's go and see here, I think with Varus being one of the options being thrown in, as we already mentioned, Karma being kind of removed from the field, this isn't as populated as it could be otherwise. And I think, again, that's been a big reason why we are seeing the kind of state that we are in right now. I mean, given the limited options here, I'm assuming we're likely to be seeing, again, a heavy focus on reroll here again today.
Yeah, but I also want to highlight something that Volteric said during the interview. If you are contested, there's a very high likelihood that both of you are going to end up in the bot 4, right? So it is definitely about finding those small openings that there are in the meta. And these forecast flex comps can be that if you get the correct spots earlier on. We've seen the early Surecraft emblems yesterday, also really being a great kicker for some of these Gwen Karma compositions, because you get to just like stack that Surecraft, you get to really start puffing off early. And I think that's a big thing to keep in mind here, is that you need to figure out where the spots are for these specific forecast compositions. If you can force them from 2-1, get that direction and signal that to the rest of the lobby so that the players that might have had a chance to contest you will go on into a reroll line instead.
Well, let's start getting into some of the real specifics here. So, Rita, I know that you were particularly passionate about mages in the current meta. So could you give us kind of a quick roundup of where they are at the moment?
Yeah, the thing that's great about mages is that even though there has been a few changes to the likes of Soraka and Seraphine, for example, it is such a flexible line here where it's like you can either go for the really heavy 1-cost centric lines with like the Blitzcrank frontline, Soraka and Seraphine as like your carries for a while, or you can go for the 3-cost centric line with the likes of the Vex, with the likes of the Veigar being your primary carries, or you can just push into a bit of a mixture between the both of them, get that early 3-star Soraka or Seraphine if you're far away, and then start pushing the levels, then try to get a +1. There are so many great augments here, right? Learning to spell, Combat Caster, the toolbox, all of these are great, and you have so many different ways of making use of all these excess items you can end up getting. It's just such a flexible composition in terms of like which reroll line you need to approach.
For me, I think it's got to be the Scholars. I mean, we did see a little bit of it in day one. Just a +1 Scholar. It's such an interesting setup because, of course, Scholars don't have any tanks in the lineup. So the biggest question is always going to be what you do with that Scholar emblem, which tank or sort of off tank you end up putting on. I think for me, like the two big choices there, it's going to be Morgana and Diana. With Morgana, giving you a great way to push further into the Preserver line. And for the Diana, of course, can be incredibly powerful later on. Of course, she loves having those extra casts, especially if she can avoid getting burst down too early. Of course, with the 6 Scholar effect line, you've got that massive healing as well. Rise spreads damage out everywhere. He does a ton of damage, but as you mentioned before, Matt, it's normally spread around. You're still healing a huge amount from a huge amount of all of that damage being pushed across the field. But I know as well, Matt, you wanted to talk to us a little bit about shapeshifters as well.
Yeah, this is a composition that's in a kind of weird spot in the meta right now. There is a low-cost version of the shapeshifters that we've seen the likes of Clacornin playing that focus around that Syndra and Cassiopeia reroll in the backline, but this is the higher cap version of that. This is the top 1 version of the shapeshifter composition. It's in a weird spot right now because it has some conditions that make it difficult to play. You do need to go level 9, and yesterday a lot of the games were so high tempo, so aggressive in the early game that just wasn't an option. There are good item holders early, any of those ranged AD carries. We've seen Kog'Maw, we've seen even the Namzi holding those items for the interim. You have Olaf or something for the items for Briar, and you have, by the end of it, an incredibly strong backline carry, an incredibly strong frontline carry, and some good beefiness besides. So it's a great composition. Every time we've seen it, both here in EMEA and yesterday in the Americas, it has had a strong performance with the massive asterisk of if you can get there without dying. If you can get to a 2-star before you bleed out and die on the floor. We've seen some 7th, we've seen some 8th places from people trying this from positions that were just too risky.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, right? Because on last patch, when this comp wasn't up, when Shyvana 2 was like basically a 2-star 5 cost, that wasn't necessarily a big issue. But again, as you're talking about, Matt, you alluded to it, matching lobby tempo is so important when you are playing these fast 9 compositions, especially if you don't have an econ augment, or if you're playing around that to try to keep yourself healthy. Being a good gauge about like how strong a lobby isn't like what you need to do to press the tempo. We saw that from Solgasang yesterday, who basically just like 100 streak for a ton of time. Because another thing that's also worth noting here, a slept-on part about this composition, I feel like, is your ability to feed the Briar to ensure she's tanky enough to become a 1v9 unit at some point throughout the game. It is such a big thing as well, because if you can get that extra HP to work with, get her those bonus HP to come in as well, it is going to be an absolute blast of a composition.
All right, well, we have set you up, hopefully, well to enjoy today's competition. But if you'd like to hear from some other folks in other languages, then you can absolutely do that. We have a list of co-streamers. You can find them in our score sheet, along with links to their streams and which languages that they cover. Honestly, I think you can try any of the people here and be very, very impressed. You can see on screen so many fantastic streamers from all across the EMEA region. But with that said and done, it's almost time to begin day 2. 32 players remain, 2 more days of competition. When today is done, again, we will have our final 8 and that partial answer to who will be going to the Tactician's crown next week. Only tomorrow lets us meet our regional champion, but with our first game almost ready to begin, let me introduce you to your casters for these opening games of day 2. We may be in a reroll meta, but we're very happy to have these 2 stars. Firstly, Mr. Worldwide and another Rising Legends original, Impetuous Panda, and joining him, one of the cores of the professional TFT scene and one of our biggest broadcast brains, Alan ZQ.
Wonderful introduction. Hello gamers, we are ready to start off day number 2 in an incredibly important day for esports as a whole. And in our little corner of Planet Esports, Alan, we have day 2 of the most important TFT tournament in our region for the set, with still everything at stake. No cutoffs yesterday, points are still ready to be tallied about the next 6 games, and some players are in better positions than others. Let's leave it at that.
Hey, I love to join you. Looking at the yesterday games, they were absolutely fire, and as well as our friends from the pre-show well presented the comps. We've seen players mainly go towards that reroll line and more away from the forecast. However, we had a lot of spicy arguments which allowed them to play the higher end comps.
And even looking at rerolls, a lot of the rerolls we thought would be the most played and were the most played, like Jinx, for example, like Mages, did not really sport the best stats. The best, and by a large margin, stats came through the slightly more niche lines. Multi-strikers especially, I think, had 17 or 18 plays and like a 3.5 AVP, which is insane. And also, we had something like Hui. We saw the different variations with Hui as a carry, with Ezreal as a carry, also had sub 4.0 AVP. So I think there will be a shift today. I think some players will definitely start angling more towards these comps if they have the chance to.
Okay, one thing about the stats, take it with a grain of salt, because in terms of Jinx, it often ended up being two-way Jinx, where, as we've heard what Volta said, if you play contested reroll, it's probably a bottomic. And usually you don't end up yourself finding in playing like contested Ahri, which happened, or contested Hui, and hence those stats look a lot better, even though the comp might not be necessarily better than, as said, Jinx one.
So I think looking at stats, looking at experiences yesterday from the players, most of the game plan should be, okay, I'm locked in, I'm only playing reroll, and ideally I am scouting a 2-1 and picking not the strongest reroll comp, but the uncontested one. Really have to scout, really have to pay attention to what items people are slamming, what components they have, where they might be going in the direction of their augment and item combination, and then just try and avoid that lane altogether, go into the uncontested lines. Alan, This is the lobby for game number 1. And I think it's interesting to talk about the experience of these 8 competitors. 4 of them, I would say, are veteran players, especially someone like Double, his 10th EMEA finals, someone like Ging, his 8th EMEA finals, like Coco and Lides, around 6 or 5 reps each. But then we have 4 players who, for Max Fun, is his debut, his first ever EMEA finals. For Yellow Tomato and Aaliyah, their 2nd, and for Opal, their 3rd. How important do you think this experience is when it comes to the pressure on this day 2?
I mean, absolutely comes clutch just for the pure mental and not being stressed out, already competing in such an environment, and self-confidence. And once you also have that level of the experience, and pretty much you have some respect from the other players. And sometimes when you commit for the line, just out of the respect, some players might pivot away because how much you played before and how much you were on the scene, which is unusual, but it does happen.
Oh, if we get into the psychological aspects of reroll metas, we can go on for 3 hours in terms of I can write a doctoral thesis on the different elements that affect who's going to pivot off the line and who's going to stay on it. Looking at someone like Coco, talking about mental, talking about not feeling pressure, not a good start yesterday, only played 2 games of reroll. That might be the reason why. Played a lot of Fairy as well, which is not really the best performing comp. He's someone who is very much ahead when it comes to qualifier points coming into this tournament. I believe if he finishes top 24 on this day 2, he guarantees his spot next weekend in the Tactician's Crown in the big international world tournament for TFT. Is he someone that you think is going to change his game plan for today just to try and secure any amount of points to finish in that top 24?
This is very interesting because we've seen a majority of players have mostly rerolls in their arsenal. However, Coco, after having a bit worse opener, like in terms of points, like he did score 2 bottoms, he opted to go for like the riskier strat, try to go fast 8 to hit, and he did, but that was not enough, which not necessarily resulted into him not going much farther in the points, but he probably wanted to play more rerolls, but he is in a position with the points where he had to play just riskier lines, and that's what we just seen.
Considering the results are not there, is it just maybe better to risk it contesting a reroll and hope someone respects you enough, considering you're Coco, to pivot off a bit and let you get some free points to try and guarantee that spot at Worlds? Obviously, he's a great player. I think anyone other than maybe these players in the lobby would be happy to see him making it to Worlds next weekend and representing us. So we'll see if he can turn it around in this day number 2. Very first game starting off, so we're starting on a kind of blank slate when it comes to the mental and the momentum of these competitors. I wanted to touch on Yellow Tomato a bit as well. Alan, I think it's a really cool story. When we were researching the players and their stories coming to this tournament, I realized that Yellow Tomato is someone that preps with Og, the one player that is, of course, the winner of the last Cup in EMEA. And I realized that when Yellow Tomato took some time off from TFT, so set 10 and 11, Og did not make EMEA finals. The last time both of these players who prep every day together watching VODs and reviewing prepped together for EMEA finals, in set 9, Og finished 5th, 1 point away from making Worlds, and Yellow Tomato finished 9th on his debut in the tournament. Do you think this is good news that they're both here again for our Greek fans?
I mean, the history just speaks for itself. When you put your mind into it, like the results can come just in. Like, again, remember that TFT is not only about massing games and just spamming them over and over, but it comes to the point where you need to watch pretty much other people play, you need to study stats, and even if you don't like it, you have to do it to become the better player.
And 2 minds are better than one. When you have the chance to contrast your opinions, to second guess or doubt things that you thought were true about certain combinations of augments and items and comps and lines, and you have someone to really help criticize your ideas, I think both players are going to end up benefiting, and that may be the case for Og and Yellow Tomato coming into this tournament, coming into this set where both of them performing at a very, very high level. Aaliyah very pumped in the camera. I think he's even more excited than us for this game to start.
This is a very good argument for having study groups where you might be fixated over some comp thinking that it is very good, and in reality it might be a lot worse than you think, but you did have some high roll spots and you might be looking into stats in a very specific way where it looks good, and it's good to have people that will just correct you on your mind, and yeah, because you might not be able to see it on your own.
I feel targeted, Alan, when I played like 8 games of Wukong in a row. Start of the set, I got like second every time, and then I played Trials and I went dead last on day 1.
I do remember when you were like playing Karma Wukong on League on 7, just hitting Karma on 7 every time, and you're like, this comp, I'm genius!
Okay, let's move on. Let's get into game number 7 of this tournament. As we start things off for EMEA, we do have the Portal Golden Finale, so players can already start thinking what augment's going to have it for 2 that can benefit a certain game plan or another, what rerolls benefit more from having a gold augment at that stage, and start trying to min-max their decision making coming into this game.
We see that the classic opener glove cloak belt for the EMEA pretty much tragic. However, the units are working towards his favor, because we already see per Shyvana, per Elise, we could see some sort of just shapeshifter opener, but we do see higher education, which is one of the lines that enable the rise and just fast 9. Sometimes you might find yourself re-rolling Ari, but not with those items. This might be just some guard breaker slam, try to tempo in to the
Depends on this
rise.
charm though. This charm, if he can get a little bit of extra econ, he's gonna have a lot of econ to work with overall. And if he hit a lot of 1 cost here, maybe that could have swayed him in favor of playing into the Ari line if he hit like a Poppy 2, for example. Not the case, unfortunately. It is one Lilia, though. Lilia pair, rather.
Panda, like how often you click the reroll charm and you actually hit your upgrades? But like, be honest.
Well, unfortunately, my account is cursed. Everyone knows that. I'm being held back. So pretty, you know, almost never. But for regular players, I had to assume pretty often, right?
Well, we see on the other side for the Max Fun, big gains Shyvana 2 with BT Slam. That is what we call a pretty good opener. Going into the Shapeshifter line with upgrades, while stacking up with the big gains, like you couldn't hope for a better opener.
And this is an augment that I think a lot of players who don't play at the highest level maybe don't really get the most benefit from, because they don't understand the snowballing effect that it has. You really have to start trying to index into getting as much value from it immediately, because it'll snowball into huge leads later on. So slamming items, trying to obviously win most of your fights in stage 2 is incredibly important.
We see on Opal having worked the way into Seraphine. We saw already the slam of the guard breaker, probably gonna opt into Shojin. I would love to see some sort of open. He probably should be scouting. He scouted definitely if anyone else, Lost King, wants the tier. If they don't, then there is a argument to just try to win here, but we see that he's trying to maximize not only Lost Streak, but maximize the amount of the HP he's losing to make sure he gets that item.
On the King side, going to have double item slam onto the Jace. I think one of the most underrated itemizable carries in stage 2 with the right setup and obviously a 2-star. And Ging obviously making full use of that, staying very healthy, 100 HP for now. We'll see in a few more rounds who will be the players trying to defend that 4 win or loss streak and trying to maximize their econs in stage 2.
Excellent point about Jace. This unit has more AD than Jace, and it's scaling 500%. Just this unit can just solo your whole board if you give it some Omnivamp, some Sterak like Ging did, and it'll just rock the way through. We've seen that Ging had a replication, which had to be BF Sword, given he has already Sterak and BT slammed. While we see the Opal having probably Seraphine 3 leading into the stage 3, and the curious enough will be if he'll opt into Seraphine 4, because that's also an option.
For now, obviously positioning very, very important for Seraphine early on. We'll see if it's going to be Max Fun up against Opal here. And again, the big gain on Shyvana, very, very important. We'll see how much it can scale here. Do you think this will be kind of that fast 9 angle?
This is a very interesting spot. Given that there is already 4 Shyvanas, when you find like 4 or 5 Shyvanas by stage 3, I think you're very inclined to just play a reroll to secure the placements. The problem with the fast 9 is if you are not rich enough and you don't have good enough backline items, you often not gonna make it.
New premium 3 costs here. Vex, of course, for anyone deciding to go mages. Incredibly important. Yellow Tomato does pick up with a cloak as well, so fairly good component. And we have a Nico for any Shapeshifter players that are trying to reach for Shapeshifter in the stage 2 to get the max value from the extra HP.
Curious if Max Fun will opt for the bow to make Last Whisper or Glove to make TG. TG is more tempo, has Elise too, but decides to go for the backline item, also denying Ging bow. We remember that the Ging had slumped 2 items for frontline units, so perhaps if he would drop a change, he would love to get a Sterak, which would lead into having premium items for the frontline bruiser type of unit.
And there's a great setup for Max Fun. 3 win streak, finds the Swain in the shop on level 5. He's gonna be able to slot that in for the 4th shape right now. So just everything looking really, really good. I think a key part of these Fast 9 strategies are, of course, having the snowballing lead in the early game for your econ, for your health, for the chance like Solo did yesterday to kind of sack stage 4, lose a lot of HP, but then make it to 9 with enough gold to really get your comp together.
So this is where you have to make your mind if you are make up your mind if you are going fast 9 or not. Because if you are going fast 9, exactly, this is what Max Fun does. You sell your bench to make sure you make 20. If you are planning to reroll, you are holding on to the Shyvana for sure. So we see that Max Fun will aid up for that at least fast 8, if not fast 9, depending how his stage we will look, and the free to augment selection.
Lides, where do you think he's going with this? Has the Thornmill augment, has just a Singe with adaptive for now, but overall, pretty weak board. Any inclination with the augment particularly that gives you the Thornmill ramble?
Thornmill is amazing if you can make sure the unit gets surrounded, and like it gets extra value if you have some sort of shiv or spark, so the unit can become absolutely menace stage 2, stage 3 in just tank killing up all the units. So you look for something like Swain or Wukong, just a straight up a tank that can survive long enough with those tank items.
I love the setup from Ging. Triple item Jace. I'm a believer. Has 2 more Jaces in the shop, but I think you're not believing that hard. Definitely not going for the Jace 3 by itself. We'll see if this can become a win, can become a 5 streak for a player like Ging, a caliber of player that he's an absolute beast. Didn't really perform at the highest level the last few sets. Is sitting on only 22 points after day 1. Needs to make a almost record-breaking comeback if he wants to make that day 3.
We see that there is a fair amount of upgrades. It's Cassio 2, Zoe 2, Jace 2, like while making still solid econ because of 30 gold. Very good opener for Ging, rocking a 5 streak into the creeps. Same as Max Fun.
And that's great news for Max Fun, particularly with his augments, snowballing that big gains into even bigger gains coming into stage 3 if he can keep this win streak up, especially when it comes to that late game and being able to make it to that Smolder, to those comps that I think are some of the funnest to see really in this current patch, in terms of the Smolder just flying around and hopefully not inting too much in the late game.
Yeah, we can highlight here this opener by Ging. It's one of the best opener across whole set, where you usually want to play Nico over Swain Cassio and just play Ari or Bard, and it's an absolutely menace of the board for stage 2, even stage 3. And you can just play from this spot pretty much anything you want.
A chance for Shyvana too, who finds the right shop coming up, could help him continue this win streak, especially if he faces off against Max Fun's own Shyvana. With that big gains, they might be players that are maybe trying to go 6 here on 3-1 to try and defend this win streak, to really snowball the econ in their favor. On the flip side, Yellow Tomato, 5 loss streak, 75 HP. Overall, pretty good 5 loss in terms of his HP.
So how many BF sports would you like to have in the Geek spot more? Like 1 or 2 more? Like
I think Jace has no more arms to hold the sword. So maybe if we have some, well, he's a shapeshifter. So maybe if he shapeshifts into a new version of Jace with more arms, all the BF words you can give me, Alan.
You just shove them on the back, you know, as a backup plan, or just share them with your friends, no problem.
Just duct tape them to his legs. Surely that'll work out.
Yeah, we see that we have upgraded Galio with that Thornmail argument, putting up some work, but again, it's a 1-item Galio, 1-item Syndra 1, staring down at the Jace with 3 item. It's just, there is just no way. If we kill Swain, we are lucky enough, which will not be the case, and we tank a full 6 worth of damage units.
Big win for Ging, big win for Max Fun as well. It looks like both still on 100 HP, still potentially going to face each other. Their augment selection at 3-2 here might be a little bit more leaning towards combat strength and immediate power because they are on win streaks. We'll see if that's going to be the case for Ging, and it is.
Capricious Gloves, very good for sort of melee type of units that are AP, so like Kassadin, Gwen, that type of units, even Shyvana if it's 2-star.
Max Fun as well picks up the, obviously not 6 shapeshifter yet, but angling towards getting 6 shapeshifter a little bit early thanks to the +1, and maybe this is the weaker part of his strength right now. The next few rounds until he can find 6 shapeshifter, he might be in trouble of losing this streak.
I mean, look at this. How cute is this board? Just Shyvana with some of her sisters rocking, supporting her, while Max Fun got pretty much best items he could have gotten from the cards, dropping IE while having a Last Whisper Slam. Very strong opener.
And there it is, the battle of the shapeshifters. Jace up against Shyvana, Ging up against Max Fun for the potential 7 win streak for either player. Can Jace be an absolute Giga Chad? Already Nomsy's onto him. The Edge of Night has already procced as well. That might be the end of the road for the Jace. He's healing a tiny bit, and the health is pretty low on Nomsy and the Swain here. I think this might be the win for Ging. It was a close one though.
It was capricious gloves diff, most definitely. Like having double Shyvana on board was definitely not the best. Missing here Nico was crucial, even though we've seen that a nice pull from Shyvana Jace to the left, so it was farther away from the reaching out to Nomsy. It was just not enough to secure the win.
And eyes now on Yellow Tomato, holding Aries, possibly contesting other players, making sure they're not hitting as easily. The rest of the board, pretty standard multi-director board. I think Yellow Tomato certainly looked at the stats and said, oh, 19 games played, 3.5 AVP. Don't mind if I do play it in game 1.
Definitely, we see that category 5 is the main enabler of Ashe carry. Like, she's absolutely a demon of a unit, but she does need at least to have one Rage Blade to scale up that attack speed of the multi-strikers procs. However, we see it's one of Kassadin free with BT Death Cup. That's pretty good.
And I think Yellow Tomato, we kind of see why he rolled so heavily on level 6 down to pretty much 10 gold. He's been losing pretty much every single fight up until this one. I think now he's going to be even more incentivized to continue rolling, to find a Kassadin 3 to make sure that this win streak, it tries to prolong it as long as possible into stage 4.
We'll see that the Ging finally lost his streak to Opal. So Opal rocking that Seraphine free definitely helped out, beating out, and we see that the Opal found the Blossomic Lotus, which helps enable the Guard Breaker crit from the not only the damage multiplier you get, but also crit to scale up the spells further.
Looking at the comps for most of these players, just a lot of reroll, not really a surprise. Maybe Aaliyah is the one player that will be going, as you mentioned, towards that Rise comp later on. But I think all in all, the players did make a pretty good note of the stats of the comps played yesterday, of the results on each of these comps, and we'll see, I have to imagine, a pretty big pivot from the 4-cost comps, and especially Callisto will be seeing a little bit less play today.
So, Panda, you are the reroll master here. Tell me, when you find yourself in having, like, you are 1 of Kassadin, you are 2 of Akali, but you are staring at 7 gold Econ, do you continuously press D to 0 every round, or do you try to make Econ up a bit when you see there are 2 more rounds on PvE?
It comes down to scouting and seeing who's in your pool, seeing how strong they are, seeing if it's players like, you know, someone like Max Fun, who was very strong, but once you lose that streak, maybe you stop continuing to try and defend it, you stop trying to, you know, you're going to a fast 9 instead, so you're going to be a bit more relaxed with your setup. So that's really the key thing, just scout, and it's 2 fights. If you can get away with being greedy and not using gold, the extra econ will help you, maybe not top 4, but maybe even top 2 if you can turn things around in stage 4.
That's very interesting. We see that Opal opted to go for that Seraph
good angle
at the end. Ooh, the fight looks close, but the problem for Opal was that shapeshifters do not have really any shields to enable the guard breaker, so that Seraphine was just rocking pretty much Shojin with some extra attack speed that comes from guard breaker because the damage jump was not enabled, and the extra HP from 6 shapeshifter was just too much to go through, given that we had no other upgraded units.
I think it's the, you know, the problem there for Opal losing that fight was not playing all his Seraphines. He has to play the sister tech like Max Fun. Clearly, it's working for Max Fun playing 3 Shyvana, so why not?
All the girls just from the bench on the board, no problem. This is very interesting comp from the Lyras. I was looking into this before the Tactician Cup, and it has extremely good stats. The 2 healthy, Syndra reroll, and you play on this board Nyla for the Eldritch. Eldritch is better when playing Cassio on this board, due to also Eldritch scaling up the HP. I thought about it for and I was testing this often enough, and I never could come into the decision, okay, is Cassio better or is the Nyla better? Because we are again deciding between the Incantor or the Eldritch. But again, the scaling you get extra from the having the bigger body gives Syndra more time to scale, and you should be winning anyway.
We'll see if the Syndra can scale to the crazy numbers we saw yesterday. A few players did come into playing the Syndra comp once again, obviously maximizing the stacks here in PV rounds, as we saw at the beginning of the set. Maybe more than we would have liked with how oppressive Syndra was back then before the rework. She is very much back in the meta, Alan, and not just in a niche way. I think she's a comp that at least one player per lobby will be trying to play if they have the good conditions in stage 2.
And we see not the better items while dropping also Nico, having already double Kench is massive. We also want to pick up Ari because the highest cap of this board is just Nyla on Nyla 7 and then Ari on 8 for the Arcana, scaling all that 80 from 3 stars you get. But again, we're far away, there is no reason to be picking up Ari just yet because of the bench lock. While we see Eliastre also struggles with that, having a full bench, shooting one off on every upgrade. Rolls down. Funds Nunu.
Ooh.
That doesn't come on board.
It is an upgrade onto the bench, unfortunately, and he is facing Ultimato, who is now on his upgrades. At very least, the Kassadin has the 3 items already. He is 3-short as well. Akali 1 off. Ari's being held by Ultimato, so already we're seeing in this day 2 the min-max, trying to deny your opponents their units as well if they are also rerolling the same cost as you.
Also the case for Yellow Tomato, he might be planning to play the Tari on the level up, but also the deny factor is definitely big. The problem Elia might have is just his items are not amazing, and it's 26 HP, we're playing a reroll comp, we are not hitting, we have to go even deeper down, but finds Scholar Crest, which will give him Ari free and will give him on the tempo 4 Scholars on the board while playing the higher education. So really, I would say bailout.
It is, but again, the HP is what worries me here. He's sitting at just 31. Obviously, that's going to be 2-3 lives in stage 4. If we get into stage 5, that could just be 2 lives. And we have to watch out. Are there any Exodia players like MaxFun, who have a lot of HP to really get greedy and try and go into level 9 and then have a very hard comp to beat?
We see Coco picked up the Trade Tracker together with the Portal Crest on 4-2. Oh, like I would be so dizzy.
Oh,
Holy!
It's like great emblems, but like for 5 different comps.
I mean, okay, Blaster is not bad. Ezreal gets the value with 2 portals. Once we get to level 10, great. But until then, we will get a pretty good cap probably of the board. Once we hit that Nami 2, Rise 2, maybe some Vex or until Nora. But so far, it's looking kind of rough for Coco. Not many upgrades.
And you're saying, stability level 10, but, there's a long way to make it to level 10. We're on level 8, 10 gold to work with. And again, going into that sub 30 HP, same as Aaliyah was right now. So it's a little bit dicey for the Coco. And we talked about him at the very start of the game. He's a player that needs to mount not a crazy comeback. Obviously, making it directly into day 3 through points is not going to happen when you're at 14 points after day 1. But he has a chance to go to Worlds if he finishes top 24 in this tournament, thanks to his huge lead in qualifier points.
So we're still here at 7 portal. We had the Warwick on board, which was, we needed that Kassadin to get into the 8 portal finally to get that spike. And once we hit Taric 2, Rise 2, this board should be stable enough, I believe, with that many emblems.
Uh-oh, gonna watch the Kassadin here. Couldn't be able to wrap right into Rise. We'll be going to the mid. But now all of a sudden, Kassadin onto the back line. Ezreal moving maybe in the right direction. Buy some time. The Kassadin's now being surrounded. The Rise is still very much alive and untouched on the bottom right. And this should be a win for Coco. Just barely. Oh, I spoke too soon. Ari, clean up. Okay, she got me.
That last cast was absolutely pivotal. And we've seen that Kassadin, not very smart of him, moved towards the left instead of right, towards the Rise, which would have secured him a win. So we see a little bit of a coin flip because it was 50-50 on the range to pretty much win for the Yellow Tomato, still missing that one of Akali.
Take a look at the HP as we move into the priority order for this carousel. There is a Smolder on the carousel. MaxFun, of course, very healthy with his big gains. He's still at 75 HP, so going to be last pick. Probably not going to be able to get the Smolder. If he does, though, would be a huge upgrade. I'm sure someone will deny it, understanding that MaxFun could be the player to win lobby if they don't.
I mean, look at the augment selection from MaxFun. We have big gains, Shapeshifter +1, and Martyr. Absolutely crazy combination of the arguments. Can rock the 8 Shapeshifter on level 9 while playing 3 Dragon with that Smolder carry. Crazy.
Pick up here for Lococo as well off of the Carousel. Finds his Herrick 2. Still one off of the Rise 2. Has a chance for the Zoe at the very least. Is an important upgrade considering, you know, the portal trade as well. A little bit of extra scaling. But all in all, I think Rise is the key setup there. And also just the positioning. There are going to be a few backline access carries like that casting we saw earlier. You do not want to allow that Rise to get killed off early on.
Look how flexible of the double player is. Once Kench 2 on 7 decides, yeah, I'm just gonna play Kench until I hit my Wukong 3 instead, while I'm playing as well the Warwick. We see that there is also still no Olaf on the double side. Slow rolling, having a big Nico, but that board should fall off at this stage pretty big time because still we're rocking Cog 2 carry. Like that is not gonna stand.
Actually, I think the items, right? So Morello, Guardbreaker, Rageblade. Interesting combo for the Kog'Maw here. But Double's still very healthy in terms of his HP, in terms of his gold as well, still sitting at 50.
Yeah, we see that there is only 3 Wukongs, 2 Jinxes. We'll see if he ends up pushing levels, but no, we're definitely rerolling. So this is one of those games where you are playing, I believe it's uncontested, and you just still cannot hit. The units cannot come through enough. However, he has a cool item, the augmented combination, because with Epitaph together with Crushed Dummies, usually Epitaph is not amazing for the Jinx Wukong, because we have one frontline unit, and the units are just not dying. Epitaph is just for some sort of backline protection. However, with the dummies, when they'll be falling, they'll be benefiting that Epitaph procs for the Wukong.
We have a chance now to see Max Fun and what his comp looks like now in Stage 4, how strong it is as well here in this fight up against Double. Players that were the HP leaders throughout all of Stage 3. Now Double has been surpassed by Opal in that second place position, but all in all, still looks like Double's comp at the very least, even if he is now losing a bit and free-falling in this Stage 4, it's killing off units, right? He's still not taking these massive losses, so he's buying himself more and more time to then have a massive roll down to try and find the Wukong and the Jinx.
I mean, we're losing against player that didn't press a single time yet reroll button.
Doesn't count, doesn't count.
I don't know, man. But we see that he's 2 of Cog, which might be the better carry than the Jinx for quite some time. And we oh my god, those shops!
The world champ diff coming through. Monkeys swinging around his shops, finds pretty much 2 Wukongs every single shop in just a few rolls.
Is this how your games were going at the start of the set?
You know, actually, yes, exactly, Alan. That's exactly what it looks like.
Very suspicious.
Looks like it will try and be a dual carry setup here for the Kog'Maw and the Jinx. Morello staying on Cog for now. Ooh. Items have been removed. And we'll see now with the component what kind of split Double decides for.
Another Cog from the Orb and finds Wukong free out of nowhere. And let's see if he can find also the Cog and some Jinxes spraying those shops.
Ooh,
and
goes 8
instead.
Before even trying to get Kog'Maw 3.
Interesting decision. So probably will opt out of the Jinx eventually. Need to find probably here last item for the Wukong. And I would imagine we're gonna be removing this Morello from the Cog and to put a real item on it. Goes for the Gargoyle. Interesting. Oh, it was the temporary stun plate, hence the decision. I like it. And needs another item from the carousel pretty much for Cog before we remove Morello at the end.
Up against Ging now, who we are seeing carrying Smolder, carrying Varus as well. We saw this as one of the win streaking players in that Stage 3 up against Max Fun, trying to defend that 5-6 win streak. And Ging managed to stabilize on a comp and a unit that we haven't seen much of is Varus 2, but I think it is probably the Smolder doing a lot of the work as well.
I mean, yeah, it was Smolder with the TG with pretty good rolls because it was again the extra copy of the Smolder plus RFC, so all the components were pretty good. While we see the Max Fun, is Max Fun slow rolling? Okay, I was thinking that he's slow rolling 50.
Probably not too happy to see that Ging also is playing the Smolder. It'll be a little bit harder to find.
Yeah, but he does find the 8 Shapeshifter eventually. We'll see Remover on the Nomzi, put probably the Shapeshifter on the Nomzi for the 8. Decides to put it on the...
Yeah, I think wants to remove off the Shyvana to try and go for Shyvana 3. And put items on Briar probably, and then have the...
Last Whisper on Hook.
Oh, that's true. I mean, you could just... Yeah, interesting.
I mean, yeah, that's why I'm saying that Remover put a Shapeshifter emblem on Nomzi, and Last Whisper goes on the Smolder. So like you want to have that Last Whisper effect on the Nomzi, and also you have already IE, so like you benefit of that extra crit that the Last Whisper provides you. But he's
Smolder's
very
still
strong now.
putting a lot of work. Maximum would be very happy to have Ging get eliminated. Obviously, maybe not in 8th, but soon. So like, those soldiers can go back into the pool. You're gonna have a bit of a better chance. Still 50 gold to work with. I think he has now confirmation. Hey, I am quite strong. I don't maybe need to roll right now. Let's try and maximize our econ. Let's try and not just obviously top 2, top 3, but win this game. Start off day 2 with big 8 points for a debutant in this tournament. The first time ever Max Fun in EMEA finals. Had a great day 1. I have to imagine if he wins this game, really good momentum to maybe even guarantee a day 3.
Yeah, it definitely works for the mental. When you start off a nice, juicy top 2, top 3, your rest of the games might go a lot better. And we see here the Lyres pretty much hit everything. Rock's already level 8, has the shields up with the 2 healthy, looks very strong, should be taking down a double with no problem.
And double, despite hitting, has not been able to stabilize with the, just the Kog'Maw items. In this case, despite hitting the 3-star Wukong and Kog'Maw. 15 HP, we're now in stage 5. This is a big enough loss, he could be in trouble. Lidet's with the Syndra that has been scaling non-stop the entire game. 3-star now as well. And double's gonna be now down to 1 HP, stays alive. We know double's very comfortable in this 8th place position, but do you think he's gonna be able to save this?
100+1 for double. We'll see if he goes for the 3rd item Koga or opts into the counter. He still has no Olaf, so that would be very wishful pick to go for it. And then if he doesn't find the Olaf, that might be dramatic. But he opts to go for the GS instead to get that last item for Kog and move the Morello to some other unit. So would you say that double spot is it average roll down? Is it high roll? Is it low roll? What's your take?
I mean, considering Jinx was uncontested, and that was probably his main angle, I would say it's low roll. The intended game plan did not pan out. You had to kind of go into the secondary game plan of carrying this Kog'Maw instead. And by the time you hit, you were just free falling too much. He was at 2nd place in HP coming into stage 4, and then suddenly throughout stage 4 and start of stage 5, he's now down to 1 HP.
I'll correct what I said. He had the Olafs, but he didn't have Nomzi. Finding Nomzi might be way harder than finding Olaf in his position. However, we see that Opal finally hit his Seraphine free, and we'll see how it fares against the multi-striker board with the 3-star Kassadin and Akali. No Ashe free. So this technically should be decent for the mages, but the front looks a bit squishy.
And Kassadin's already onto the backline, both players on 1 life. Is there enough burst to take down this Kassadin to stop the extra armor from the Titans? The BT as well, healing every single strike. Ashe, can she clean up? The answer's gonna be no. Yellow Tomato, we hyped him up, but for the Greek players, an unfortunate 7th place, double in 8th. And Ging, I have to assume in 6th, but we'll see how Cookie crumbles once these HP totals get added up.
This was really crucial because we've seen the charm from Opal being the belts, the 6 belts spread across the units, and Galio happened to get 2 of them, which allowed him to stay alive and double stun that Kassadin in the last moment before he would move on to that backline. So really crucial, pretty much a charm diff.
And our AP players, very happy. 4 of them have made it through into this top 5. Elia has stabilized on the RA comp. Lekoko turned that game around with the 8 portal, stabilized off the trait tracker, and Lides with a Syndra as well. Opal really the only player that's now on 1 life, maybe Max Fun as well. It would be crazy to see Max Fun go bot 4 after the crazy start he had to this game.
This might look rough. Usually that comp counters type of boards, but it's Briar 1 and it's Smolder 1. I think this might be rough, and we see that Nomzi is holding the Last Whisper, which is really bad because we don't have the shred on the units we want. But again, this is so much HP, it's just too much for this rise, and we see that Briar goes through like it's nothing.
The Coco from first. Well, still first because apparently the HP totals are teaching us how to count. 6, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Very, very close. 1 life for every single player. And I'm waiting for the matchmaking tweets and criticisms on social media after this game 1 because it can decide absolutely everything, Alan.
I mean, yeah, if there is something to complain about, you can always safely complain about matchmaking, right? And we see that there is Shyvana free picked up. I wouldn't be surprised if it would be a remover from the Briar, move Titan BT, find another item from the Orb on Shyvana, because Shyvana 3 is definitely stronger than the Briar 1. However, if he does find on this roll down Briar, we definitely would be holding on those items.
We have to see the Smolder here, but it's going to be a very expensive charm. Could have gone for just the extra armor, but there's so much HP in the lobby, it doesn't make any sense. And it goes for the extra combat power from the TGs. Smolder 1 is going to be problematic.
We see that Maxman was a bit in a heat of rolling, he missed a crucial play where he's just buying units and checking TG to make sure he puts the correct TG on correct unit. That Shyvana would love to get Archangeli instead and do some sort of Jace with the red buff and Shiv, and then on the Nasus we would love to get the TG from the Nico. A small misstep probably won't matter. We are facing against Seraphine carry. As much as it's strong, it's just not gonna be strong enough to beat that type of board.
Massive HP pools to go through. Not going to work out for Opal. The French player gets eliminated in what could be 5th place. Lides is going to be in 4th place. So both of our AP rerollers down for the count. 3 players now remain. Lekoko with his risky but well-executed plan with a trade tracker. And these are kind of the exact game you were talking about, Alan, in terms of risking it to try and mount that comeback in this day 2.
Yeah, even though trade tracker starts are not looking too hot, again, it's one of those those arguments where if you are confident in yourself, it's usually the correct pick, because you might get dizzy, but it's one of the things that allow you to win out, getting some crazy combinations of the trades, on top of getting sometimes some Reforger that allows you to fix your useless emblems.
Max Fun up against Aaliyah. Ari versus this Smolder, who is still not upgraded, is still only 1 star, has to make sure not to int, not to go into enemy territory and get bursted down before the fight is over, especially considering the scaling rage that really is going to help win this fight. So much HP for the Ari to go through, still stuck on the Nasus, and the Briar doing her thing as well. Should be a win for Max Fun, showcasing why, if you can make it this far, this is one of the strongest comms in the meta.
I mean, that Martyr was just so much on top of the big gains with that Shapeshifter emblem, regenerating on top of that with the H Shapeshifter is just too much for Elia to take down. I think Elia shouldn't be too unhappy about it, given how his roll down went and he was barely hitting with no econ left on the stage 4. Top 3 is absolutely phenomenal for him.
Where are the rerollers at, Alan? We're seeing a flexible trait tracker, high intensity, big brain gameplay from Lekoko, and a fast 9 with, I guess, 1 Shyvana 3, that is true, from Max Fun.
I mean, that's the usual, that rerollers take top 2, top 3, top 4, and usually it's a person that managed to high roll and goes fast 8, fast 9 with some crazy augments, wins out. That's how the rerolls are nowadays.
See now for Max Fun, if he can win it here, if the Ryze can target down this Smolder in time, but there's just so much HP in the front line. The Briar is doing so much work with this itemization as well. I think it's just unbeatable here for Max Fun. A 3-win streak will likely become a 4. Nora cannot do enough. It looks like Ryze has been taken down as well. Big win for Max Fun in his debut in EMEA Finals. Great day 1, and now starts off day 2 with a win. Anyone that's cheering for the underdog has to be happy. The performance that he's put up already in this tournament.
You know, how they say that in this comp you need to hit Briar 2 or at least Smolder 2 to be stable. We've just seen Smolder 1, Briar 1, winner.
Okay. What about the augments though? What about the snowballing big gains with a massive win streak the entire stage 2 and 3, Alan? I think you're forgetting that part of the equation. I
mean, win streak should translate into some sort of econ that allows you to hit. Technically, he didn't hit. He was 1-off for whole game. The only thing that was worked out there was pretty much just big gains, stacking the big-ass Shyvana, and there was just too much HP to go through. Even though the board was unupgraded, it had as much HP as it would be upgraded, and the damage was just lower. And that's all. While we've seen the rest of the lobby, they hit their rerolls, but kinda off-tempo or with suboptimal items. We've seen Cog with Morello carry for half of the game. It's just not it.
Yeah, every single comp at the end there, all these AP rerolls had the same exact problem, just a massive wall of HP protecting the Smolder from any damage, and the Rage Blade stacking, and Smolder just, being an absolute beast, slowly winning every single one of these fights. That's gonna be it for game 1, still 5 games remain. We're gonna go to a very quick break. We'll be back with the analyst test breaking down this game, and then of course, 5 more high-intensity games of TFT waiting for you at home.
Okay, so hey everyone, I'm Clémou. I'm 21 years old from France, and I've been playing TFT since set 5 and competitively since set 7. So set 11, I really love this set because I really disliked set 10, and since the start of set, so I kind of took a break in set 10, and since the start of set 11, I've been playing a lot and enjoying the new mechanic a lot, and I've been doing well in tournaments as well. So I think the EMEA system is very good, probably the best in the world, because TRCs are a lot of fun to play in. The LAN was very cool. I think it's a good thing to introduce one LAN, and it feels very good to play. You have a lot of ways to qualify to GSCs, and it feels very good to play. My goal is to make Worlds for sure. I don't really want to be a pro player, like I'm studying as well on the side, but I just want to make Worlds and maybe win Worlds. It's my dream. Big shout out to the group of French players that I train with. I think we are a lot of very good players that can do well. A group of like new French players that I think can do as well as the old ones. So big shout out to Goboster, Benfak, Yaroy, Vomendes, Rebanav. Big shout out.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk, the prestigious Golden Spatula Analyst Desk. Gentlemen, the results from even our first round here were very important and impressive. Double 61 coming in as one of our top players from day one, getting an instant 8th. But for player Lococo, who needed desperately to get that big finish out of that game, he got it at least into second place. And Matt, he did it by choosing one of the most risky lines you could imagine in Trait Tracker.
No, I ran the numbers because I was curious. I've very rarely seen anyone go Trait Tracker. I know myself, I will never pick it up, even at gunpoint. It is the second worst augment in the game, period, by the numbers, in terms of average placement. So Lococo going for this, just absolutely massive cojones on him, and able to pull out a pretty good comp about it. You know, we were talking about it, Weta, at the beginning desk about how Rise really does need those +1s to work out. And we kind of just got to see exactly that this game.
Yeah, you got a lot of things that kind of tied together, and as Alan also was talking about here, when you are as confident in your own ability as Lococo is, going for something that has an incredibly high output in terms of being able to have high variance here in a Trait Tracker absolutely is something he needs to do. He's in a pretty desperate spot, trying to reach for those upper echelons of the overall standings here, getting that portal emblem, then getting the portal emblem off of the 4-2 augment as well. Really just help him set up a game plan that he managed to stabilize to perfection. Right, this entire lobby was very close. We saw so many players that could have gone out with like 1 or 2 extra units that would have gone down in those fights. It would have changed up massively in terms of where they were going to place here. So really fine line that had to be walked by Lococo this game, but he navigated it to perfection. And well, Max Fun just had Max Fun this game.
Yeah, absolutely astonishing stuff. I say, we'll have plenty to say about the shapeshifters, I think, as we go forward, but we need to get to our standings because the first round has been ripping its way through the tournament, and so we can see how our players have taken that first step into day 2. Remember, this is cumulative with their day 1 points, so we'll be seeing some big numbers, particularly on the next page.
Oh, Bricks. Truly just having the tournament. of his nightmares. Unfortunately, taking another 8th there, 9 points total. In brighter news, though, we see a couple of players, though, who have had a pretty good first game to keep them up. Volta looks like with a 6th place, still staying at the top of the standings. So we can see the slight shifts coming in from game 1.
Yeah, I think that's a big deal, kind of, right? The fact that, like, Volta was talking about it at the last time we had a day 2 interview. Things did not go to plan. He's kind of speaking the prophecy, it seems like, but hopefully he's going to be able to turn it around. Had a nice little bumper going into today from yesterday. Cambis, strong second there as well on the screen. So a lot of really interesting movements here, right? Some we didn't really talk so much about. Double 61, absolutely getting a stinker of a game in here. But still very much in contention due to that great day 1 that he had there, right? Just a very rough spot, very difficult to navigate. Nothing landing in terms of the reroll lines. It wasn't able to get bailed out in the same way EMEA was this game when his reroll didn't end up hitting on the curve that it had to. Just a very rough game for Double 61.
Yeah, and the thing we also spotted on there, Lusher, of course, one of our players who managed to get a very surprising, I think, to everybody, including himself, strong day 1, also taking a harsh loss there. So we're going to need to see some mental resets from even some of our top performing players. I think it can be a bit of a knock to the confidence when you've come out of day 1 looking so strong, and then things have shifted going into day 2. But of course, with Barry's stats out there, the players see those as well. So we know that they will be adjusting what they're doing. But we do have our next round almost ready to go. So we're going to put you back into the hands of Impetuous Panda and Alan to try to bring us in and see if we can get some more players up and ready to rock.
Thank you, Counterfeit. Hello, gamers. We are back, ready to go for game number 8, and 5 games to go, Alan. The stakes of most of these players' entire sets, obviously, are going to be here in these next 5 games. Good news for Wet Jungler enjoyers, which it should be everyone that enjoys high-level TFT. He did start to mount the Herculean comeback, a big win in this very first game of the day. I think the biggest comeback we've seen in this format, Alan, was from 24 points from Tech Summers back in the Laser Core Warwick set 8 Monsters Attack, where he managed to make the day 3 starting on 24 points. Wet Jungler was on 22. So it would be a record-breaking comeback if he can do it.
I mean, just need a couple of more doubles. Like, again, he's a bit behind, but if someone can make it, it's definitely Jungler. And we see it's very, very stacked lobby, so it won't be too easy on him.
And good news for the Karma Core fans as well. A little bit on Wet Jungler because he's an ex-player, but also for Cambis, balancing out the cousin act, double 1/8. Cambis got a great second place position, now bouncing back into second place in the standings as well, right behind Volta. The voting is coming through. 3-cost champion is a pickup. Who will get the Jinx or the Wukong right off the bat? Well, okay, I guess my caster blessings are definitely in order for today.
Yep, just spectate being right on the bench, like finding that Jinx. However, I would say Wukong is a bit of a better hit because Jinx without items, it's the kind of whatever. While Wukong you can just slap like with anything. You pretty much drop. You can make front lanes, you can make back lanes. Wukong will work, and Jinx is kind of like she might end up being just a free gold at the end.
Especially with the rework to Wukong, pretty much just more of a beast in stage 2, especially. Looking at the start here for Ben, it's not going to be just the Jinx and maybe opening up to those 1-cost rerolls with mages potentially and the Ahri and the Zoe line. Looking at the lobby though, any players you want to really highlight? There are of course 3 Polish players rather. Always when you're casting, Alan, somehow the Polish players start to pile into the lobby. Zbroyson finished pretty low in the standings yesterday, but did have a good game in the very first game of today with a 3rd place position. So is that someone you think can start mounting a comeback today?
Yeah, most definitely is Bryson. If he hits a good opening day, he can definitely ride on that wave of a high roll or like just good opener. While we see Bensak finding the Syndra, seeing already the tier type of rod opener could make GG. We could see the Syndra game as we've seen last game. I believe Lyras went 4 for 5th, but the problem was just. Oh yeah, what was the problem? He didn't hit. Oh, he hit pretty late, and he was low on HP, and he just got taxed way too hard later on.
Looking at talking about Zbroyson and Kezman, I think it's interesting to note the 2 parallels with the best performing Polish player with Kezman and the worst performing yesterday. Zbroyson only played 2 games of reroll, He played 3 games of Rise, 1 game of Callista. It wasn't really working. And guess how many games of reroll Kesman played, Alan?
Kesman, I believe, rerolled every single game yesterday.
That's right. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. You won the trivia, and Kesman won the points because he finished really, really high in the standings yesterday because of that. So we'll see if maybe Zbroyson just changes his game plan for today, plays a lot more reroll.
Yeah, I mean, Kesman has that good understanding that, like, sometimes you just have to go for, even if you don't like a certain playstyle. Like, I particularly hate playing rerolls, but, like, you just have to do it sometimes because it's the way the patch is made, and you just have to go through it, and, yeah, just play.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Game.
I hate playing reroll, but just the patch usually, you know, usually drives me into that direction, so I have no choice, really, as an adaptable player.
How does it even go naturally through your throat? I don't know, man. No, this is not allowed.
It is going to be a high horsepower here pickup. We didn't see it, I believe, on broadcast at all yesterday. Run me through when you get offered this augment. What makes you want to pick it? What are the conditions you think that have to be met? And what kind of line do you envision when you pick the Lilia hero augment?
I mean, definitely when you stare at having 7 Lilias at 2-1 is one of the factors you would go into. Also, having 5 item opener definitely helps, having already 1 good slam, because the more items you open up with, we know that you cannot get a replication of the items at the stage 1. So it's very high likely that you're gonna have a good slammable items for Lilia. And you're not gonna be item starved. So all pretty much Enzo needs is just some BF for the PT, and he'll be rocking solid throughout the stage 2, stage 3.
We saw there our observer giving us some crucial information. Horo X is worth the wait. Is a Lilia, Alan, which is a unit that might be contested this game, unfortunately.
Yes, but keep in mind it's already 7 Lilias. Like, it's not gonna be that many.
Famous last words. Alan learns that he can indeed caster curse players, and not a single Lilia will be found for the next 2 stages.
Okay, come on. Like, what are the odds? Like, please, there is no shot.
Never ask what are the odds, Alan.
We see Enzo barely winning without leveling yet against Horo. Horo would love to have a win here. Slammed already Raise Blade for tempo.
What a shot. Double Ari.
Probably we'll see here the Callista from Horo. Callista with the Lilia front lane until we see Rakan 2, possibly.
Wonder if he's thinking about, just pivoting the entire comp because of this shop, and that's going to be the case here for Horo. Really not good news for our hero augment enjoyer, but as you mentioned, probably not going to affect him too much considering how much of a lead he had already with a natural Lilias.
I mean, again, it's going to be just a transition, just because it's the strongest now, like, comp to play, even though it's just a Rage Blade, it's not the best, but it's not bad. It's still gonna be probably angled towards Calisano, because what else are you looking to play with from this spot? You have Glove open, you have Cloak open, you probably go for some sort of chain or belt, and go from there. And probably, I'm surprised Horo didn't go for like Ari2 with the Nico here, because the next best unit to Nico would be probably some Hekari 2, so...
And for Bensak, who was a Jinx player from the Orb, he is going to be on Syndra now with the Rage Blade slammed on Syndra and the Shojin. We are seeing from what Jungler there has a really good setup already on the Twitch, probably going into that Jinx later on. As you mentioned at the start of the day, if Jinx is contested, it can do pretty poorly. Even if she's not contested, as we saw from Double last game, you can maybe just not hit. So we'll see what ends up happening in Stage 3 and what these players commit to.
Really big pickup for the Kesman, finding clear from the carousel while angling the mages. Already has Soraka 2, this will benefit him with the Shojin JG slammed, and now just staring at some frontline items. Pretty good position to be at.
And Stinky, we haven't seen too much from him yet, but he is going to be on multi-strikers once again. I talked to him before the tournament started. He mentioned it's one of his comfort comps. It's also, as we saw, a very strong comp in the current meta, at least in day 1. So he is going to be in his lane. I think we had a game with him on broadcast yesterday where he just absolutely smurfed with multi-strikers all of stage 2 and 3. Not so much the case in this game. He is on a 3 loss.
We see the jungler slams. Wonder what this player will play. How do you think, Vanda?
Callista, right? Rageblade must be Callista, surely. With category 5. That's a comp, right?
Technically could.
Technically you can do anything, Alan.
Category 5, Callista. Surely. I mean, we see the Shoujin slam, which is unusual when you see some Jinx players, but we have to remind you the Kog Shoujin is a really good support unit. We've seen every set, we have that sort of unit where you slam Shoujin, you can just play it as a raw on the unit that's gonna be supporting your main carry.
We'll see for the win streaks now. It's going to be quite a few players, or two rather, on that 4-win. What jungler who we're seeing now, and Enzo, who we haven't talked too much about yet. That is going to be, of course, the Lilia player. And, well, he's looking pretty strong, Alan.
I mean,
he didn't have any issues finding the last few Lilias. Good job, Alan.
What's that on the board?
You dodged a bullet.
Yeah. Already staring at Lilia without having to roll for it, which allowed him to also push levels, which is really, really nice. He can go for that type of perhaps 4 Bastion, 4 Scholar, or even 6 Bastion, 2 Scholar mid-game, or Arcana. Again, depends what we drop, depends what we find. But it's a very flexible board, pretty much relies on playing around 80 units. Could play possibly Kalista, but Kalista is not the best variation of this card.
Taking a peek at Kesman's board in the process, we're seeing he is trying to angle towards the mages. Shoujin JG slammed on the Soraka for now, and a Vex on the bench, so just a lot of mages altogether. So really trying to maximize that gold he has to go for this big reroll, probably the very start of stage 3.
We'll see if he ends up going for the type of reroll Soraka Seraphine angle, or more towards the Veigar Vex rather. And also, like, while we know that there is like 2 variations of the Soraka Seraphine, you can either play the mage variation, which goes just scales mages vertically, or you can go for Vanguard, just more front lane. That's the case when you usually hit the obscene amount of the blitzes on stage 3.
There's a lot of gold to work with. There are quite a few 1 costs already out of the pool, thanks to the Lilias, for example, and the at least Horo for now into that Zoe Ahri line. So I think it would be a good idea. He does get a Veigar from the shop, maybe trying to sway him in the other direction. The stats for Veigar were not very good yesterday. I think for good reason. It is the more underplayed variation of mages for now.
Finds the solid front lane items, still stares at the BF and belt. Would love to get some sort of bow here to finish up the first DPS item. And it's gonna be... Ooh, we see that he's gonna be rolling in fact on 4 for Soraka Seraphine at the end.
Kesman, of course, trying to double up on his game plan from yesterday, play as much uncontested reroll as possible. Had a really great results, over 30 points in that day 1 for a player who we haven't seen in EMEA finals since all the way back in Dragonlands. Of course, everyone's favorite set of TFT. There are, of course, dragons again in this set, so maybe Kesman has some buff when dragons are present.
We see Kesman was torn apart here, exactly in between decision. Do we play vertical mages or do we play vanguards? Because he found 5 Blitzcranks. However, he did find already 2 Veigars and 2 Vexes. And the problem with the Vanguard version is kind of ZDPS at the end. So like the mage version is usually a lot better, but...
Zillion?
Oh, bet!
Zillion.
BF? BF on the Seraphine for extra DP?
He could have put the tier, but no need. Stinky calculated it all in his head. He became one with the god of time, and Zillion, as usual, clutches it up.
Just the spellcaster toolbox, without even having to need to roll anything else, just like that. Not bad. Kesman picks up the best argument he could have gotten, finding already Veigar. We'll possibly see moving items from that Soraka to the Veigar for that stage. Later we can move them back to Soraka if we need to, but pretty strong. Just needs pretty much only Vex.
Looking at the HP totals, not too big of a gap. We do have Enzo, of course, streaking still, to no one's surprise, obviously, with the Lilia 3 very early in stage 2 even, with her hero augment to go alongside it. And even for Stinky and Kesman, both Polish players, they're above 70. So despite being on 3-2 already, there's not anyone that's just full open forwarding down to 60, 50 HP.
We see Enzo picking up the final ascension here, so we might see more angle towards 6 Bastion version to get the full benefit of that ascension after X amount of the time of the 15 seconds of the fight to just scale up and make that Lilia tankier. Well, that should be good enough. The Ezreal decided to jump away to have a worst possible angle to not kill possibly more units than that Lilia.
Alan, the way you said that, you're saying as if the Ezreal purposely said, you know what? No, I'm gonna int this fight.
I mean, did you see him? Like, are we watching the same board? Like, he kinda inted.
No challenger AI for the Ezreal, unfortunately.
The problem with that as well, like, yeah, he has the code that he has to jump away from the unit, and the problem is if he's in a corner sometimes, this is exactly what happens. So you usually want to avoid putting him in the corner to not see that happening. However, Stinky finds himself with the What the Forge Pandora. What do you think about that combination?
As far as you told me when we were prepping the meta and the stats and everything else, I think it's one of the most broken combinations in the game because you can really cherry pick exactly what you want, especially if he wants to commit to the multi-striker line that really makes very good use of artifacts in general. Cassidy, of course, so many different artifacts that can work well. You don't have to try and find exactly 3 specific ones. There are kind of a bigger pool of combinations that can work really well.
Okay, there is a tech. There is an Ash tech. Are you aware?
I'm aware of techs, but I'm trying not to leak before Worlds because, you know, might be some America's top tier players watching. You're allowed. You're allowed
to leak?
I just don't want to get blamed, you know?
Okay. So basically you can go, hold on, Horizon Focus, and Silvermare Ash.
Okay. Does Stinky know the tech? Have you shared the tech with your fellow Polish player? That's the real question.
I don't know. That's the point. I don't know if he's aware of the tech. That's a very rare case where you can pull it off. He does have already Silvermare. He does still miss the Horizon Focus. But if you pull it off, the Ash just one-shots the units because of on the multi-striker, she just procs the Horizon Focus, stunning the units. It's absolutely broken.
No bias here, but just for the sake of our viewers' entertainment, I hope Stinky does know the tech and does actually try and commit to it. If he finds the right roles from the Pandoras here, he is going to be facing off against Wet Jungler, who is going to be on the Twitch still. As the item carrier, we see quite a few Wukong on the bench as well, so I think pretty clear what angle Wet Jungler wants to go for. Fairly good loss here for Stinky.
Yeah. Looks at the 3 loss streak, unfortunately it's not a full 8 streak to maintain the econ because he just hit level 6 and he's kind of broke. However, he does have only 2 Kassadins, 1 Hekarim. Unless those are miracle rolls on 6, it might be rough. It could be Hekarim reroll type of game, but I don't know if it's gonna be a good idea given how contested it is. And we see that he's holding items on Hekarim, so he definitely wants to play Hekarim sort of carry game.
For Enzo, going to be picking up Final Ascension, going to have a lot of chance for this Lilia to, if she survives to that point in time, then just become an absolute 1v9 monster. That's really the game plan here for Enzo, who doesn't have many DPS items outside of just the Lilia item, so I do like the augment pickup here.
Does have kind of awkward item because we have just, as you mentioned, Lilia. And we're gonna see if the Wolves will help out with that a bit. But slamming more frontline items while playing the Lilia high horsepower, you kind of want sort of backline items. Maybe we'll see some sort of even IE Ari here.
Ascension does kind of make up for that. If you are forced to slam only tank items, you don't really have a DPS carry, you can just wait for that proc to come in and then just win the fight off of that.
I mean, it's still even if you take 50% multiplier, it's still you're multiplying essentially 0, given your backline. So
okay, that's a little bit too harsh. Okay.
I mean, you get the point. It's just not enough. You need something to multiply it off.
And Enzo, unsurprisingly, 10 win streak after these first 2 stages with a very early Lilia 3. Didn't care that Horo X picked up that worth the wait Lilia, didn't affect his game plan at all with how early he hit, and has been able to just accrue so much gold in the process of just taking his hands off the keyboard, letting Lilia do her thing.
We see the jungler already hit, so Wukong 2 still tries to find the Jinx 2, has Kog, no Olaf whatsoever. Itemizing with the Radiant TG, the Nomzi, obviously a holder for the Olaf. However, maybe he'll find a +1 here, which would allow him to play 6 Hunter, which is very, very strong in the current patch.
I'm really excited to see this Stoneplate Nomzi tanking a ton of damage, right?
I mean, she's a dragon. Dragon surely has a thick skin, no?
Shyvana cosplay for 1 round. surely.
Look at her go, boom, with that Radiant, with that Demon Slayer. Look, tank Ezreal cast.
Oh, huge tank, definitely impactful. What Jungler takes the loss, unfortunately. A 3 loss now for What Jungler. Stinky, we have to check if Stinky was able to win this last round, what he's committed to in terms of his components and his items with the What the Forge. He did win this one, and now What Jungler gets What the Forge offered.
I don't think you can click in the jungler spot. You already you are committed to the comp. Like the comp requires very, very specific items. And on the Stinky side, we see there is Tiny but Deadly, which is very good with the multi-strikers while already holding on the, while already having all the items. Oh, and we have a cool combination with the Kassadin. It's the classic RFC, the Sniper Focus, and Trinity. Holy, this Kassadin.
Shades of Bilgewater Nyla, a unit and comp we all, of course, love. Offered us some of the best moments in TFT history.
Oh, wow. We see that Poison already hit the Ezreal free. We've seen that he was contested by the Canbis. However, that didn't stop him from getting million gold from the Chaos just to hit that Ezreal free right away while having a solid 80 gold still in the bank.
This is deja vu all over again. Ezreal 3 and Call to Chaos. We saw this same exact scenario played out yesterday with Horo X. The CN tech, of course, of frontlining the Ezreal, allowing him to take some extra damage. For now, Bryson in a very, very comfortable position in terms of his both HP and his econ. 90 gold to work with here, thanks to the Call to Chaos.
We've seen a bench, like, I believe it was either Hui or Syndra reroll, though I've seen Syndra's on the bench, but I believe there was Hui on the board, so a bit conflicted there, perhaps. But Blasters are very contested this lobby, because not only is Poison plays them, Candice plays them, and yeah. Who's the other? Hori. The problem is, players have seen stats from day one, and they're like, bet, me Blasters now.
By the way, did you realize Horo also committed to Lilia in the end? He 3-starred her.
No shot.
Yep. So it's both Horo X and Enzo trusting in Kent's favorite champion. Lilia has to be the one to win the rounds, and it's going well for both of them. Above 50 HP in the top 4 right now. It's really just Stinky that's in trouble, but he did get the win streak going right now as well. Canbis suffering at the hands of Enzo, continuing that win streak.
I mean, Canbis is looking like he's in a very rough spot because there is nothing going for him. He hit all the units he could have hit, and he's just bleeding out, getting smoked by that Enzo's Lilia that he found the Radiant BT on from the Masterwork upgrade, just going through those units, healing up to full every single cast.
Not really any incredibly impactful champions, I would say, on this carousel, considering a lot of our players are going for reroll in this game. We're seeing, is it every player? Hopefully not. Wait a second. Oh, it is. Okay, so we have 8 reroll players in the lobby in this game. Good moment to just count through everything and just make sure, double check. I think players look at the stats, Alan. What do you think?
I mean, yep, that's definitely the case. We've seen that the forecasts are not necessarily too good. We've seen the Enzo being left out with a choice of BF Sword or BF Sword, and just slightly tilted there. But hey, you have to pay the cost of playing 100 HP, last pick, high roll. You can't complain too much about not getting better components.
Looking at the HP totals outside of Enzo, obviously the outlier, everyone else pretty close outside of maybe Poison as well. So these next few games, but especially the start of stage 5, could be so impactful where there's so many players from 38 to 45, 47 HP right now.
Yeah, we see that Ben's like choose to play that Syndra line we talked about last game, but the problem is with this line, it really needs the too healthy. Otherwise, it's just too squishy. The good variation of that is the 5 Eldritch one, which provides you extra body on the board, like extra HP, that also CCs when it comes off.
The chance for a few more rolls here, still pretty far away from the Galio 3, from the Rumble 3. One more Galio there. Now we're suddenly in contention to maybe roll a bit deeper, but you're still on 6. You're still tormenting, hey, I want to try and go 7 at some point.
Still needs to get the Nyla on board, still needs to get Ari on board, and we are not looking anywhere close to being able to level up. And this looks like a solid comic. we just hit more the 2 at the end of the stage 4. We're still having itemized Rumble.
Rumble 2 especially.
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
Never mind. Sorry, Mordog, sorry. I'll take it back. Rumble 3 comes in. 2 items. Will it be enough to withstand the onslaught from the Wits and Veigar, pumping out the damage with the 2 artifact Soraka build, rocking it out as well. It looks like it might just be enough. The Zanyas will proc and Soraka will start slowly bananaing every single one of these units, but not enough. Syndra wins it.
Yeah, Kazan looking a bit rough. The problem is just he has good items, but the distribution of them might be a bit rough. The Soraka doesn't love that much the Zonya and Manazane unless you have like Archangel. She needs some sort of scaling that she can clutch when the Zonya pops, and she comes with the double cast, just one-shotting like 2 groups of enemies.
Xerath pair on 7 for Canvas, but not much else really going for him here. I think we're trying to get a pattern. I think we have to take the Carmine Core Cousins off broadcast for today. Double, first game, 8th place. Cam is now at 16 HP coming into stage 5. Could be on his way to a bottom position as well.
We see that Canbis picks up the Archangel for the Xerath. We'll see a Blaster Xerath. Curious if it's gonna be transition Shoujin to him, because again, the problem with the Xerath will be way too slow. Picks up the Charming for the 5 cost, but yeah, that's not gonna be good enough.
Tahm Kench 1 as your solo tank in stage 5 is usually not a good sign in terms of where your game is going.
What can go wrong? We'll see if that Xerath can clean up. We don't see the transition of the Shoujin to the Xerath, so it's gonna be probably only 1 cast Xerath, and he'll fall to the Mordekaiser, just soloing him on the back lane. Yep. A lot of Mordekaiser.
Really unfortunate game for Canvas. Goes down to a little bit more than 1 HP, it looks like. Maybe 2, but obviously 1 life coming to this next fight, and it looks very hard to win any round against any of our players here in stage 5, considering how weak his board is.
Yeah. Would you prefer to see that type of reroll meta, or would you like to see a bit more forecast overall, Panda?
Feels like a trick question. You're trying to bait me into saying, yeah, I love reroll. But no, I mean, come on. End of set, you need to have a balance between both. You need to have the chance for players to not have to enter the psychological warfare of, am I playing uncontested? Do I have a chance at top 4? Am I committing to the right lines? And have that parity between the forecasts, and especially the unconditional forecast. That's the biggest thing, I think, for me. You can just start off a game and say, hey, if I'm uncontested on this line, I should be able to play it to good results, but it's not really the case right now.
Very diplomatic answer. I like it. We see that Kazman finally hits Veigar 3, however he's still one of Vex. I don't think anyone is holding the unit, so it's kinda unlucky that he still didn't find it. We're not sure how long he did spend on level 5 rolling for the Soraka Seraphine, but we see that it should be good enough to just clutch the fight against Horo, who is going for that Lilia 4 at the end.
And bad news for Carmine Core fans, for fans of French TFT, because that's going to be Canbiz following in the footsteps of his cousin in the last game, 8th place, unfortunately, after a great 2nd place for him in game number 1. So has to try and reset his mental, as I imagine Kezban has as well. Down to 1 life, but has just hit some massive upgrades, switching around all of his items in the process.
Yeah, he was very tempted to make blue buff Veigar, but he quickly realized that the items might not work together if he goes off that, because he still needs to make a shred, and then he would have dead components like BF. So opts to go, wait a second, we see item shreds. So he's believing in the not being the strongest board. Yeah, just plays for the carousel out.
14 HP, that could be 1 life in stage 5 if you have a big enough loss, hoping that, you know, the burst damage from the mages should be enough to, if he does lose at the very least, kill off most units. The Xerath goes through, the Veigar slowly clutching it up, the Zanya's proc. Can he win it? I think it's going to be the case here for Kezman. Stays healthy, and the greed pays off.
I think that Ari was pretty fat on stacks, and it was also Ascension proc, on top of having all the AP that comes off the Arcana. I'm not sure if that Ari wouldn't one-shot that Veigar even through the Zonya plus the HP from the Freestar.
Except the Nora. Last item on the Vex as well.
The charm that allowed the Kezban to shuffle the items was absolutely massive. Allowed him to itemize Seraphine now. Again, the problem with itemizing Seraphine is how many Tarics are in the lobby. If there are like 2-3 Tarics that you have in pool, you simply cannot itemize Soraka because you are just playing down one carry for fun due to nature of the Taric, and his cast just absorbs the wave and it doesn't go through. So your all damage is just mitigated by one unit.
Level 7, Charm has been purchased, 7 gold, Nora pair. Do you roll, Alan?
I mean, no, we just roll for charms every round.
Does not believe in the heart of the cards. There is a Nora in the next shop. I, of course, know this, reading the script. Kezban does not. Unfortunately, loads up with his 7 gold. We'll see if he can stay alive at 14 HP now in this fight, facing off against the very, very Scaradin, long-range Kassadin. No BT, but no need when you're staying out of danger. The Vex not really getting chipped away very quickly. Kassadin's down.
That was a bit dangerous moment because Camille Rapp proccing the early Zonia. So if that Vex went down, it would be a bit dangerous. However, the problem for the Stinky was that he was playing that RFC with Sniper Focus. RFC needs to get kills to get extra range and to start ramping up, which was not the case because again, it was Vex just tanking all the damage and not going anywhere.
I think it was just that he wanted to see Kezban maintain that win, stay alive, have all 3 Polish players still alive in this round, or game number 2. Zbroyson now down to 14 HP, parallel with Kezban, and we'll see if the Ezreal tech is going to work out here. He is level 9.
I mean, this level 9 Zeraf 2. Who is dealing with the Ezreal as this lobby? I see Ezreal per here. Sorry, not Ezreal. Zeraf per here, Zeraf 2 here. What's going on? Zeraf's everywhere.
The long-range Kassadin now, the Tomcat taken down, the Smolder next in line, and the Ezreal suddenly being targeted. Can the Kassadin do it in time? I think the answer is going to be yes here. Is Broyson with 14 HP. Does he kill enough units? The answer is going to be yes. 1 HP, stays alive. The Polish dream as well.
Very close. Remember, the stage 5 is 10 damage for the raw stage, then 1 for each unit. Very, very lucky that he managed to stay alive. Kezban rocking at 2 HP as well. I believe he picked up a loss now against who? Against either Horo or Enzo had to be, because he already faced the Stinky. And
I have to imagine it's Enzo, considering that Enzo is on Diana 2, and then he has a second Diana 2.
Wait,
so
6 Dianas?
That's correct.
Oh?
So is this the time for our observer to take us down into Enzo's board and for us to start hyping up the potential, I believe, first... Wait, did you see the Lilia upgrade as well?
We witnessed Lilia 4, that's fine. We've seen the Lilia 4, now time to see Enzo Marvelous double Diana board.
40 gold to work with. Surely no one has noticed, no one's holding Dianas, because of course they want to, our viewers to be entertained. This is what TFT is all about.
Have you ever seen Diana 3?
On YouTube, yeah.
In game, I meant obviously not. Surprisingly, we are itemizing. Oh, maybe that is correct to force the items from Milo on Zeraf. I was thinking if we don't put Archangel on the second Diana to get the Milo down to get her the items, but maybe he really wants the items on the Zeraf instead, which is probably in the grand scheme better.
Diana doing so much as already proc to Zonya. Is Lilia being targeted? Can she get one more cast off? She can. Oh Veigar taken down. Kezban is not happy to face off against what could be one of the strongest boards we've seen all tournament long from Enzo, catapulting that hugely with Lilia 3 in stage 2 all the way into this potential Diana 3 win out.
I'm just looking at this board level 9. Surely we're gonna see some Diana 3. Maybe Magical Nico here, double Diana shop, and then there we go. But we see the double that. The Radiant BT doing so much work with that extra shield. So great pickup on the 4-2 argument choice.
And the chance for this Diana to really bypass a lot of these solo frontline tanks. We saw it with the Vex there, going onto the Veigar, popping the Zonias early. We could see it. We maybe saw it with the jungler earlier this stage. There's a White jungler is now in 5th place when he faced Enzo and lost, for example. We'll see now with the Kassadin, who is very, very far away from any damage coming his way.
He kind of walked up, and now he's going to the Lilia. The problem is, she's kind of going down. a few more auto attacks, and she did go in fact down. The problem is we are slightly...
Ooh, huge stun there.
Oh, Shen absolutely beast. And we see the strongest board just getting chipped down by the Kassadin. Just like that.
Really heads up play from Stinky, understanding the just, massive upside of playing with the forward with the multi-strikers. We're seeing the combination of artifacts on Kassadin being so strong. And as Zhonya's has now been found by Enzo. Lost a little bit of gold in the process, though.
He just found the sun to lock even farther himself in. How is this allowed?
Zephyr as well. We'll see what kind of positioning changes we see. Is Broyce in the fake swap to the left? Zephyr on the bench for Enzo. Hits the Ezreal. Damage is no longer there for Broyce for the very first few seconds of this fight, which could be absolutely pivotal in the outcome.
I mean, look at this clump against double Diana. I mean, I can't imagine those double Diana not just clearing out. Oh, look at this cast. Oh my god, that was so juicy. Oof. And Lilia finishing up the Ezreal cast. After Ezreal cast.
And so the Grim Reaper of Polish players. First it was Kezman, now it's Broyson, and one more remains. Does he knock on Stinky Abuser's door as well? Does the Kassadin somehow manage to pull off a miracle? And can Enzo find a Diana on the carousel? The answer is no.
Hey, Stinky just beaten Enzo. Doesn't that mean that that Polando is winning out the lobby? Because Enzo clearly is gonna lose.
Keep talking while he rerolls and finds 2 more Dianas in the shop, Alan, please.
I mean, Stinky had 1 Diana, but he sold it. Surely he is not believing.
Stinky understands the importance of entertainment and our viewers. He wants to see Diana 3 as well, even if it costs him a point.
He does need that Hecarim 2-3. However, the Enzo holds a pair, still needs a Hecarim to himself. Has the Zephyr to hit the Kassadin, so we'll see if he's okay, trying to snipe middle.
Nunu to the back. Does he hit the Kassadin? The answer...
Nope.
Is no.
Nice dodge. Let's see if that Kassadin... Oh, again, that was Kassadin.
Really good positioning here. Onto the Lilia. If he can burst her down in time, he does. Onto the Diana now. The Zhonyas will help Diana survive a little bit longer, but Kassadin is not going to let go. Finally does. Does he retarget? He's still healthy. He's still out of danger. The Kassadin putting in so much work, but he's now surrounded. He's stunned. They've caught onto him, and that's going to be it for Stinky.
Both ways, the Shens were so pivotal there. The Stinky's Shen bought so much time, but then the Enzo Shen on the other side provided the CC for Kassadin, so he couldn't keep going after stacking himself so much damage across the whole fight.
Stinky 1 away from the Hecarim 3. Could be impactful, obviously, with a triple artifact setup on the horse. No gold to work with, though. All positioning now.
There is some... Maybe, and if he had 1 gold, maybe it was like sell Kench, hope for Ari plus Hecarim shop, kinda copium. But yeah, that's a far-fetched... and we're gonna see...
Ooh, big hit! And taking out a lot of the early damage from this Kassadin is going to be extremely impactful. The Lilia is not going to get bursted down as quickly. He's still healing past the damage here as well.
Lilia.
And Camille's still alive, can do a little bit more impact. Diana's being targeted, the one without Zhonya's now. If Kassadin does not get stunned for long enough, maybe he can pull it off, but it's going to just be so hard. The Archangel stacking as well on this Diana. I believe the Zhonya has not even procced yet. Yeah, it's
I think it's locked in.
Really much involved. No way.
It is.
No way.
It was kind of close. It was very close.
The Archangel was too much. The damage was scaling in a way that it would be almost a one-shot once Diana did cast. And that was the case. Stinky taken down. A valiant effort, though, and a great game on broadcast once again with the multi-strikers. I think he's really showcasing all the different variations you can play with his reroll and how strong it can be as the stats showcased in day 1.
I mean, masterfully played by the both players, just playing vertical. On one side, we see the defensive vertical, which is Bastion, and on the other one, vertical, which is offensive one, multi-strikers. But again, someone should give this Camille a race. She almost single-handedly soloed Lilia, moved on, killed second Diana, and then she has fallen. Like, please, did you see that performance? Absolutely challenger level.
And we thought with the Kassadin getting Zephyr that would the outcome of the fight. It wouldn't even be close. In the end, as you mentioned with Camille, with Kassadin, with the combination of artifacts, keeping him out of danger for that long. It was down to the absolutely last bit of HP there. But a big, big clutch for Enzo, a player who I think needed a big win here in game 2 to have that good momentum. He barely missed Worlds last set. I think he was 1 or 2 points off, finished 10th on that day too. So hopefully for him, things can turn around in this tournament.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Let's jump right into it. I think it's always makes someone's stomach drop when you see that you've decided to take a hero win and somebody else takes Worth away and gets exactly your unit over again. But the Enzo to not only survive but thrive in that game as well. We haven't seen a ton of Bastion being played, but he managed to make that Bastion comp absolutely work.
It has a lot of high-end power, right? I think that's the big thing about it. It's the fact that obviously it's a little bit better against like the front-loaded damage due to how the resistance scale up. But in the end, resistances are key to victory when it comes to just overall power. But when you have 2 Diana 2s in the front line just absolutely running amok, it is very difficult. But also a very critical thing here as well, Matt, that we kind of saw come down in the headset. This Zephyr that he got in the late game, absolutely changing as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems that he was having earlier on was trying to eliminate the damage threats before they could take out his. You know, even the double Diana wasn't doing a whole lot for him. He was getting a little bit more damage, but just didn't have the oomph to stall out. So the Zephyr able to give him a lot of options and some counterplay that he didn't have available with the units on the board. So Enzo, just a really incredible performance there. I will say the thing that I liked the most was that he didn't settle for the Lilia items. He had 3 items, and the third one was a Warmogs, and he was like, you know what? Warmog sucks, actually. Let me swap this out. I forget what the second item was, but he did the same thing a second time. Was like, you know what? This item sucks. I want Titan's Resolve. And able to do that and just keep the tempo going and not settling for good enough and making sure that he could optimize to the last second.
Well, none of our players will settle for good enough either, Matt, because we've got our standings ready to go after our second round of play. Remember, 4 more rounds after this before we cut to our top 8. And we are starting to see some strong performances actually coming out from our players towards the bottom end.
Travis and Enzo kind of having the same day 2 here, but they are going to start to pick up some of those first places here. They're going to be ever so critical for them to get themselves even further up the standings. Stasik also with 2/3 to open up the day here, putting himself towards a very nice overall points total.
There's still a lot of points to work with. We have 4 rounds to go, but for some of these players, it may be too little too late. I'm looking at, especially in the 20s. We'll see how the rest of the day shapes out. There's no cutoff number just yet. But Bensek having a really rough day, dropping from that first page very quickly to the second. So I'm interested in seeing what that top of the table looks like after the next couple of games.
As someone in his 20s as well, Matt, I also kind of just look at the day and we'll see how it goes. You know, I kind of relate to that.
Yeah.
A little bit. But also something I also relate to, right? It is the MVP of the previous game. It is, in fact, the D key, right? Because we had 8 rerolls, right? Which is kind of just in the simplification of like kind of what can happen when everyone starts to go into it.
All right, so let's go and take a look at the top of the table.
Darkest.
What do our eyes send us here? It was all French up at the top, but Max Von we saw doing well on stream before. Darkest with the double, with the lusher start to the day we saw yesterday. We did see Darkest in the chat before, and they promised to give us their very best today. Apparently, they're making good on it. A 3-way tie for first place.
I remember talking with Darkest when the change to the competitive circuit was first announced, and I was like, yeah, I'm going back to school. I'm going to be stepping back a little bit from casting, and Darkest was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna, I might retire too. And then suddenly, apparently changed their mind, coming back into the finals, and on day 2, 2 first places in a row. So I'm glad they didn't stick with that decision, because we're getting some quality entertainment out of it.
We absolutely are, right? And I think that's just the amazing part of competitive TFT, right? It's a game that you can take a break for a set or two, come back and kind of just reel yourself back into the olden ways of just having strong competitive success. And I think that's just absolutely an amazing part of the circuit here. And I think it is just great to see these players that, we had Dasik take a break, come back now to the finals. Ilya has retired like 500 times and he's still here somehow, right? So like, you never quite count yourself out. I think the only people that are worse at staying retired than CFT players are rappers, I'm
pretty sure when people retire
one day we'll have a
TFT,
crossover.
Oh no, we absolutely will. Well, let's go and take a look at our lobby and see. We've got at least a few players in here who just can't tear themselves away from competitive TFT as well. We see Volta, of course, our leader from day one, currently on 45 points. So not leading the scoreboard anymore, because 47 is the current tip, but still very close.
Gambis as well, even despite that last game performance, I believe taking an 8th. Still sitting up there pretty high in the leaderboard with 42 points, so feeling pretty comfortable. Lowest in the lobby will be Etra and Clemo, who are going to have to maybe start taking some risks as we get further into the day. Now that we know that cutoff is probably going to be in that like 60 range, it's time for them to start picking it up, maybe taking some riskier strategies.
Also, I kind of want a very important thing to note here. We have the player cameras right now. Who do you think has the best angle right now? I'm kind of leaning Klikornen here. I think that's a...
kind of running the Scapeus classic, Klikornen is. Honestly, just only forehead and eyeballs.
The only important part of him is his brain, and that's what he is here to display us in full force. But let's get into things. This is round 3 of day 2 of the Golden Spatula. Again, our players fighting to get into that top 8 or best average placement. 9 spaces in the Tacticians crown next week. Let's start ourselves off, gentlemen, with a prismatic prelude.
Yeah, remember when I was like, some of these players are going to want to start taking risks? That's one of them. Prismatic first, one of the highest variances you can get. Sometimes you'll get a great prismatic, sets you up for the rest of the game. Sometimes you will just spend the rest of the game crying and lamenting the fact that you stood on that portal. So we'll see where our players end up.
Who are you kidding, Matt? We're just gonna see 8 prismatic tickets come out here now? that...
You joke, but yesterday we saw 3 in one game, Wida.
No, it was 4. I remember it vividly.
I remember the asset didn't load one of the augments, and I was afraid.
It was afraid to show that many of the same augments.
It didn't want to admit what was going on.
It didn't want to live the truth. But yeah, I remember reporting that. I was like, oh, there's 3 prismatic tickets? And then a couple seconds later, like, no way. But I think you're absolutely right, Wheater. Yeah, we've seen the rerolls take up absolutely crazy, and this start for Alir is not bad at all.
kind of rough that he has to sell off an Ari here to make Econ, because EMEA is actually a player that has been very vocal to me about like his opinion of the Ari composition, but with the way this start has been going so far, it does look like he's reeling more towards a reroll mage setup here, potentially, right? But has the options now, and whether or not making that extra gold here is more important than holding on to an Ari pair, time will tell, but it is very expensive to hold on to 4 golds worth of units that might not even be what you want to go down when he is currently pretty well set up here to play towards that Seraphine. So Raka with an early Shojin as well.
Perfect items coming out as the first augments do as well. No prismatic ticket for EMEA just yet. Maybe he'll roll all 3 and give it a shot.
Oh boy. Of course, subscriptions, though, as we saw, getting a lot of play before we really moved out of there. But, yeah, dual purpose going to be coming in. So it looks like we will have some push towards levels, as we will be seeing at least 1 prismatic ticket coming in from Lyris. But we've actually got several players, Rita, here who are staking their lines fairly early.
Yeah, you have someone like Yellow Tomato here saying, you know what, I'm going to play Jinx. That's totally okay. Click on it, playing down the mage route here. And dual purpose to me is one of the most interesting augments in the game, because we're actually talking to... I was talking with, I think it was Blast and Moon at the start of the set, that like no one really knew how to approach dual purpose because it was kind of a weird augment, but if you can make economy on 2-1 and then you do like start pushing the level and stuff like that, it's actually a really powerful augment. It opens up so many different ways of approaching the game. For me, it's going to be super exciting to see which approach EMEA is going to take with this augment here, because it opens up a lot of 2 and 3 cost reroll lines.
And meanwhile going for a pretty standard one with pumping up.
I do like this from the other side from Voltas, picking up the early trench coat. We suddenly knew that when we were seeing a lot more warriors being played, this could go pretty crazy, but as we talked about in the pre-show, we definitely been seeing a lot less warrior play. I'm curious to see where Volta takes this.
It's going to be, it will be interesting right here. It does look like a multi-striker line here will be held very much open. Very much be the kind of approach for him right now, right? Because we saw in the previous game, just the power of the artifacts on the likes of a Kassadin, stuff like the rapid fire cannon, etc., really opening up a bunch of interesting lines and itemization choices for the Kassadin. Sometimes you can get away with not having healing, you can get away with not rocking any of those anti-CC items either.
And something I wanted to bring up, which we didn't get to talk about too much in the previous game, Matt, you pointed out, with our artifacts being so varied, picking up the Pandora's Bench was thinking in the previous game as a way to work around some of those maybe more unfortunate artifacts that come your way.
Yeah, it was a really interesting combination. What the Forge plus the Pandora's items give you a little bit more flexibility, and that was how Stinky Beezer got to that Kassadin reroll. The items you were mentioning earlier, Weta, nicely dovetailing the point. So we'll see for Volta not having the option of that flexibility just yet. Suspicious Trenchcoat, definitely a very flexible option for the artifacts. Just toss it on a frontliner and you're pretty happy. But we'll see how it progresses in the later stages of the game. As EMEA, I'm hoping this Ari doesn't stay. I've been real disappointed by it so far this weekend.
I mean, it is one of the most
with dual purpose. There's no way, right?
I mean, you can definitely play it, right? Like you just end up going for more like you just like try to hit your upgrades and then play it as a tempo line in towards a higher level unit. It's whether you're looking at this itemization right now, Ari being more so than the show. You are just playing a tempo over. I see a lot of people having item-centric augments right now because it was a dual components or some way of getting them.
I'm really interested to see where this one goes. Just a reminder again for dual purpose. The effect being when you buy XP each round, you're getting 2 gold, and when you buy XP, you re-roll your shop. So, as you're saying, Matt, it definitely doesn't lend itself terribly well to staying at those lower levels because you are encouraged to keep on buying the XP and keep moving up levels.
Yeah, and it's essentially a free reroll there for you. Interested in seeing where this early game develops for the players. Sorry, I'm taking stock as we head into the carousel. Lyris, it seems, is completely open fording, which I didn't notice earlier. Interesting strategy with the prismatic ticket. I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't expect the two to go well together.
Yeah, that is really interesting because we've seen how powerful the lower cost reroll can be, but I mean, it seems that Lyris is just going to build up a lot of money. We, maybe looking more towards the 3-cost rerolls, and later on, as Aaliyah will continue to push up the power. You can see we've already got the 2-star Mordekaiser online very, very early on. I'm liking Aaliyah's chances here to have a solid game, but Kokonan, we check in with him here on 37 points overall, one of the better performing players in the lobby, is committed into Mage from the beginning, but it's not reroll mages.
I mean, it will be reroll mages, right? But it will be someone else. It will be the Vega, right?
Yes, I confused myself. You're right. The higher cost reroll mages. My apologies.
I'm interested in seeing how this Mordekaiser mage does in the later stages of the game. Always fascinated by where the spatulas go. And we saw Volta have a lot of success with the 7 mage earlier on this weekend. So we'll see. Nami at 2-6 definitely bodes well for Kokonan.
All right. But no, I'm with you there as well. The Mordekaiser, especially if the Mordekaiser can get up to 3-star, is astonishing. But there are some other players who are already picking up a few. We saw Aaliyah with a 2-star Mordekaiser already. So I think Kokonan may have to settle for this Mordekaiser being more of a, more of just a frontline rather than a major damage threat.
Mordekaiser is just one of the best holders of the Mage Emblem in the game, right? Because it just opens up the ability to go into the Vanguard frontline very well. I think that's a big thing to kind of keep in mind here. This Dragon's Will not necessarily going to be strong enough to hold on for Etrest. It's just too difficult, man. Like, we're facing against a Vanguard 2 on 2-6, right? Like, it is so difficult to kind of offset that damage at all here. Great start for Kokonan, and someone that we know has a good affinity for reroll lines.
Checking in on the streaks, we have Yellow Tomato, the only one who is fully win-streaked all the way through stage number 2. And Laris and Canvas on the other end, full loss streak. Laris finally starting to invest in some units, it seems, as we see 3 upgrades already across the board.
Yeah, both Canvas and Laris were both trying to loss streak their way through. I'm fascinated to see how this one goes, because there's a lot of money at stake. Now, you're pointing out before, the prismatic ticket for Laris there to eventually build a better board, and Canvas has pumping up. So both of those French players, from our 4 French players in the lobby, both Canvas and Laris have got some good long-term potential in the lobby if they can keep their streaks going.
A little bit of rite of speed here for Yellow Tomato. A nice little damage boost that he will get throughout this game, throughout this fight coming up next. Really trying to protect his streak here. A bunch of stronger people in the lobby, which is to kind of also contend with right now. You have someone like Clemu, right, sitting on a bunch of gold now, pushes towards that level 6 here, which will be interesting to see whether or not that is going to make any adaptations here for a Yellow Tomato. Because even with that Nunu and that Cogmod 2 here, depending on the state of Clemu's board, that could still be scary to hit into.
Instead, running into Aaliyah's board, slamming some items there for that Nunu to put out a little bit more damage. Aaliyah still relying on that Ahri in the backline, has finally hit it to 2-star, and it seems like the damage is just a little bit too much for that Nunu to tank out. And I think Yellow Tomato will be losing his win streak. Didn't end up investing in the Rite of Speed, not wanting to spend the gold for the extra attack speed.
No, and obviously he just realized that even if he hit any of the people in the lobby that he would have lost to anyways, it wouldn't have made a difference. Now going into these silver augments here, Fine Vintage is always an interesting proposal, right? A lot of players here kind of looking down that route here. But Voltarex, though, with that rolling for days now, could find a stabilization point for his multi-strikers. And also Lires here on towards this Arcana Ahri line against what again here. And when you have Aaliyah also on this line, I kind of like the fact that Aaliyah has gone for the Vanguard approach, which is a lot more realistic for him to hit with the dual purpose, where when he knows that Lires will be going in towards the Bastion line around those 1 cost most of the time here.
Well, look at all those upgrades streaming in, Matt. The misconnections, a good investment of the silver ornament. So hopefully Lires can start to turn the corner. Hasn't got the items slammed in as of yet, but at least has most of the pieces that he's looking for.
Doesn't have a lot of HP to play with either, so this does need to be the turning point for him. 59 HP. Partner with Canvas there in the high 50s, low 60s, but look up a little bit and they're behind over 20 HP from Volta.
Oh boy, against the corner and up at the top of the table, the mage board. I don't know, actually. No, it is just enough, so we don't have the full power of Lurrus unveiled yet, but that is a turning point, you said. A very much needed one. I hope we can see Clemu in a second, though, because he did pick up something interesting from much earlier on. French player started off with the Wandering Trainers and also picked up Branching Out as well, so he's playing a very, very variable game, but Lurrus will continue to find the units that he's looking for. For Clemu, though, it's a second Frost Emblem. That's a huge hit for him.
Opens up some of those lines around the potential of a way further down the road here, with the Blaster, with the Frost now +2. That is going to be very exciting to see how this is going to work here. This Frost Emblem could also end up going on to a Varus further down the road just to get a little bit of power around the forecast now. But we do see the state of Elia's board right now, holding on to that way on the bench here. Also could be something for him to actually go in towards that Blaster line, but seeing Clemu's pickups might be a bit of a deterrent for him in that regard.
Elia's board. This Ari still pumping out the damage that he needs, making me eat my words, which is okay. And that's what casting's all about. So we head into the carousel for stage 3.
I mean, that's the thing. You know, our players, these are the 32 best players right now in EMEA playing against each other. They should be surprising us, particularly in day 2 of the competition when they've had more of a chance to bring things down. Let's just take a quick glance across the field and see where everybody is, though. Yellow Tomato with the Hunter board still remains up towards the top with Kokonan in second place with those mages. I mean, you know, we've talked a little bit about the Greek players come in. Yellow Tomato, I think, again, along with Org, really impressing.
They are right, and they're players that we all know have really, really strong affinities of how to play the game. To share, again, we talked about before, like they share a lot of their prep. They are just very strong. They're very respected players, even if they have like kind of roamed around in the EU Nordic and East sphere for a while. Like everyone knows that Yellow Tomato and Org are 2 players to absolutely respect every single time that they are playing in tournaments, because they're just players with absolutely fantastic peaks when it comes to their individual skill levels right now. And also another thing that you note here about the board we're seeing from Clemu, Peter, very reserved approach here, not really doing a whole lot with it, just sat there going level 7, trying to match the tempo. Doesn't necessarily don't want to invest a lot of gold at the moment.
And I think the reason we're seeing here, thank you very much, Observer, for illustrating this so well, is exactly as you noted before, Elia is looking like he's looking to move into the same kind of line. So even though the setup for Clemu is absolutely perfect for a Hui reroll, may have to try and use those couple of Frost Emblems to pull out a variant that works perhaps without never hitting Hui 3.
Elia going to be benefiting from that stacked up Ari now. Hits the 50 gold, level 7 at 3-5. So we'll be ready to start rolling. Why not pick up a free Milio along the way?
What?
You know, happens, I guess.
All right, so boost, right? So I mean, you do have, you just sit back and relax and enjoy that. It's a nice little boon here, and that's another thing as well. Something that we don't really necessarily get to talk much, but the fact that if you are Elia, you're just seeing more shops than everyone else in the lobby on average. Right, because due to the nature of dual purpose, that just means that you are going to be more likely to spike into something like a random 5 cost on level 7.
And I mean, this is of course good news for Clemu, because if Elia was thinking about trying to contest the Hui line, definitely more incentive now to try and push up, get that rise in place, get that Force Scholar online, and really get that board rocking and rolling. Up against Cambiz on the other side in this round, though. Cambiz really interesting setup here, finding an early Wukong to try and reinforce this mage board, which we know is contested with Kokonan.
Interesting and perhaps bad based on the results of that round. Not able to really hang in there. Look, sometimes we've got to be honest. Cambiz, great player. His board, not as great. We see Aaliyah picking up another 5 cost casually, so really having the opposite experience as Cambiz is starting to roll down, trying to find that Seraphine, trying to find that Soraka, but doesn't have a lot of tools, only 1 completed item there for that carry in the backline. So isn't quite set up for success at the moment.
And one thing also worth noting here, right, this is going to be slightly worrying for Cambiz's prospects as well now. If he goes in with a second 8th of the day, like down towards it with the reroll lines. That is going to be far from ideal here, even though he does have a great buffer points after this day one. Now has to make some priorities on this bench here, as those one costs that do keep on coming, but not the Seraphine free. Okay, there it is, right. This is going to be a nice little pickup here, so Rock as well. So rewarded for the proper sequencing, but does keep on rolling for the Blitzcrank and now can start pushing levels. Gets that 4 Vanguard into play here. Makes this Blitzcrank a strong solo frontliner for now.
I do like this. This is something we've been discussing with Makes a little bit, as she is a big fan of forcing through, the low-cost mage reroll. Just being able to have these 3-star low-cost Vanguards in here as well just gives you so much stronger part of the game. I think especially in a lobby where you're not guaranteed to find, the Vex 3, the Veigar 3, because the Conan is already in this line. You've got these, you've got these Vanguards, you've got a strong front line right now, and you can worry about later.
Exactly right. This is another game for Campus where he's worried about finishing top 1. He knows right now that he's not going to be likely to find his way in towards the upper echelons of the lobby, but by stabilizing here around those low costs, he is going to give himself a chance to play in towards a spot in the bottom half of that top 4, if possible. Now, going into these gold augments here, Campus needs to find something that will suit his game plan. Reinforcement could be an interesting one if he finds like a Nami, but it doesn't necessarily give you guaranteed power, and he's still very low level.
Check and see what our players have got for him. Volta gonna pick up the heroic grab bag. Think a little bit of Bastion action coming out of Luris's side of things as well with the prismatic thing. We were wondering where we're going to be seeing him go longer term, but he's definitely got the Bastions building up to a critical mass. For me though, we noted before that we were a little bit worried about this frost line getting contested, but it looks like things are okay. We got up to 7 frost, so that's a lot of punch multiplied up by that extra blaster emblem, which means Clamu can put together a pretty impressive board.
Yeah, with that Olaf too. Worth noting, Canvas did go for the duo Q off screen and has not slotted in any 5 costs, so the gamble apparently has not paid off for him. So we see Clamu's board running against Clicornin, the other mage composition in the lobby, and that Veigar at just 2-star, not going to be quite the match for the Hui.
Another thing that we've keep note of here as well is Volterics going for those duplicators of his final augment here. So he's been very invested in rerolling, and all of his combat power will come from these artifacts off of the Living Forge here for this multi-strike alliance. So that's something to keep a note of in the later stages of the game here. If other players are going to be staying in with combat augments, that even though Volta's board might look stronger, it could come down to lack of combat power from the augments.
I think that I really like that approach from Volta. As you said, Cambe seems to be in a position where he might end up dropping out of the current top 8. He's on 42 points, currently 5th overall, but a second harsh loss would easily send him out. But Volta on 45 points, as long as he has a solid day of play, he's got a very good chance of making day 3.
And we just mentioned Duo Q a little bit earlier. Another player who went for the Duo Q is Etra, who was able to pick up a Briar off the back of that and immediately slotted her in. We've seen just how strong she can be already throughout this weekend. Stalling pretty well, but not quite well enough for Etra to win this round. Looking maybe like going for the Shapeshifters composition, but not in a perfect spot.
There's a Diana with a frying pan. What do you think Diana normally cooks? Like, what do you think like Diana's favorite meal is, Matt?
This is.
I think it's chain best personally.
It's got to be mooncakes.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that checks out, Matt. I actually, you know what? I was almost.
It's the low-hanging fruit. You got to go for it, Wheater.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, Diana's not normally ice-themed. I know she's like icy in this set, but she's normally like the moon lady. All right, I've got some.
What about like super hot noodles if we go with like Infernal Diana? Like maybe she's like a great
There you go.
master.
Little Chongqing hot pot Diana. I'd buy that skin.
Oh, we got the leaks live on stream. We check back in with Volta where there's no leaks in his play. You can see already, holy hell, Volta at level 7 is putting together a hell of a board. So we've got the 2-star coming in for the Callista with a 3-star from Hecarim. Volta is
so many duplicators
on this.
So many duplicators just for that Hecarim. Worth it with the full itemization, though. That trench coat is going to do a whole lot for Hecarim once he splits. There we go. I was kind of worried we wouldn't get to see it because he wasn't taking any damage.
But also a big one here as well with the fact that Liraz actually has hit like all of his free costs, right? We see like freestyle, sorry. We see the Ari free also coming into the mix now. And we also see Aaliyah currently on a, like, he just turns around his loss streak now. So I think that's going to be an interesting one to kind of follow and see whether or not this is going to be able to be a fully stabilized board here for Liraz right now. Currently sat at 37 HP, Klakonin, Canvas, and Clemu all kind of in that same muck and mire right now, trying to battle it out, trying to avoid going in towards that bottom 2 spots on the lobby, on the leaderboard right now, because that would be absolutely grim for their overall prospects of the event here. But now this Diana will be slotted in perfectly on the Liraz's board here, just a nice little bonus.
And of course, we've even got Raid Boss in place for Liraz as well. So that will mean that the Diana, who's currently the strongest unit, will be getting the benefit of extra stats from the other Bastions as they die. You can see that the roll on the Thieves' Gloves for this round is absolutely nuts. Hextech Gunblade and the Archangels. So this will be at least a stopping point for Liraz to get a little bit back in the saddle, but he's low on, on HP, he's low on gold. He's going to need to have his board do a lot of work.
I didn't have the time earlier to take stock of Etra's board fully to assess the shapeshifters, but he's just taken a win. So on 39 HP, 100 gold with a Briar. I think he's going to do just fine with this shapeshifter comp. Yep, just got that one this round. It hasn't hit 9 yet, but 110 gold. I don't think it's going to be a surprise how he spends that.
Almost looks like a Golden Quest prequel for a while, right?
Yeah.
But not necessarily something we see a lot of this tournament, right? Because with the requirements not being moved to 175, it is a lot more difficult to get down that road now. But nice luck right here as well, hitting the Jays too. Just extra spikes here for the shapeshifters. Now the big things we are looking for right now. Briar, Smolar, while they are on our boards already, getting those upgraded to the 2 stars here will be an absolutely massive bonus. And there comes the little dragon onto the board here now in a 2-star version. Still not the most optimal board, like ideal board. We're still we're 7 shapeshifter, not 8 shapeshifter, etc. But still a very powerful position to be in.
I'm so impressed, Matt, though, by the economic play from Etra Farm. I mean, he's down to 30 now, but to have gotten to this point with this much money, that's been the general gate for the shapeshifter comp. It's so expensive to get to level 9, to get your 2-star 5 costs, to bring it all together, but he's not only got there, but he's got there with a good amount of HP left over.
And no pure econ augments to help him out. Last night in the Americas Championship, we saw the late game specialist as the catalyst for being able to build this composition out. But Etra, just good macro play, good economy, able to push forward and take it out. And now we see the Briar losing the Thieves' Gloves. I was wondering when that was going to happen. Had the remover over there. Not sure the Deathblade is exactly what you want on her, but the Thieves' Gloves not giving you the cap that she can hit, and this board is all about having those high cap units. It's about the Briar, it's about the Smolder, it's about even the Varus if you need a tertiary carry. So you can't just have garbage items on the Briar, or you're missing half the point.
Yeah, so Canvas and Klakonin right now currently in a battle of the mages here, trying to avoid the 8th place in the lobby. We talked about this before. Those contested reroll lines, even if you aren't directly contesting each other, but within the same vicinity, can just be the bane of your existence right now. Canvas here really putting a lot of faith on towards this Seraphine, but this Diana 1 putting in a ton of work here. And just not enough damage. You can see his reaction the bottom right of your screens. He is not happy with the outcome of this fight.
I think it's worth reminding for anybody who's maybe coming to this, coming to EMEA TFT for the first time, just how accomplished Canvas is. I believe the only player to go from winning a cup straight into winning the regional title. An incredibly good player, and it's very disappointing to see him going out with another weak finish out of this game, but Klakonin holds on by the fingertips, Clemu as well. Our HP totals are dropping precipitously, and only Volta's staying ahead of the crown.
And a big thing as well here, EMEA just hit that wave 3. Now a nice little upgrade, but the 3 stars here, also in the backline primarily for Yellow Tomato, locked himself into this comp on 2-1 with that Hunter Crown, but he cannot find that Wukong because that's going to be a big issue now. His front line just wastes away now, just direct access. Even with the endless hunting here going through, it could end up not being enough in the later stage of the game. Klekonen going out in 7th potentially. Clamu also removed from the game.
Wow.
I don't think Yellow Tomato has to worry much about that later in the game anymore. Now that it's down to 5 people, the odds are pretty good with that buffer of 23 HP that someone takes out Lores before he goes down. But the board is in a little bit of dire straits as we head over to Etra, looking for items for that Briar, the Bloodthirster, a perfect choice.
I love this game for Etra especially because, at this point in the tournament, with this being effectively 3/4 of the way through as of the end of this game, Etra is pretty far behind on 29 points. He's the lowest points remaining player in the lobby. He really needs the big finish here. This is the kind of board we saw from the stats before, gentlemen, that can get you across the line and into first place. But it does tend to be it's first or bust.
Have gotten what is usually the bust phase of the composition at the very least, so Etra's odds are good. Despite the slightly small health total compared to Volta, the board is incredibly strong with the items finally added. Meanwhile, Lores's board, we've been lamenting this Ahri pretty much the entire weekend so far. The stats are bad. We'll see how the performance is on the board against this capped out Hui 3.
And the Archangels in place. We're talking about the idea of bringing out a Mordekaiser 3 being a tough task to pull off this lobby Weta, but it has happened here for EMEA. That dual purpose just pulling its absolute weight in bringing this board online up to level 9 already, but the Ahri does take out the Ezreal in a single shot. If she gets one more shot in, she will bring this, I think, to a close, and that's huge for Luris. You can see EMEA dropping down to maybe a single life above. Luris could be in line for an extra point if he can make top 4.
A really difficult fight here for EMEA. That Moonlight Charm coming through here and really helping the Ahri get through that Mordekaiser. Because even as an Ahri fall, it had so much trouble getting through that Mordekaiser, which means that EMEA's board is still in an incredibly powerful position, right? That's something to keep in mind. But as he's talking about as well, puts him right above that 1 to 2 HP breakpoint as we are going to be going in towards this stage 6 here. Final fight could cement our top 4.
Running into Etra's upgraded board at this point, the fully itemized Briar, the fully itemized Smolder, and we can see firing away from the backline the little dragon. There's plenty of health left on this Mordekaiser in the front line, but you've got to wait and see what happens to the Hui. The backline access is going to come from the Briar, it's going to come from the Smolder, but they are taking their sweet time. It's Hui firing away, it's Hui getting taken down, Briar gets the kill, EMEA takes the loss, and we're down to our top 4. Top 3 even.
Yeah, I mean, that all happened so quickly. Lyris going out as well. As you said, it's all collapsing down at absolute speed. We can see, again, Volta is still above the crowd. Most points in the lobby coming in is guaranteed now a strong finish coming out of it. Etra and Fam, though, and Yellow Tomato, they will be fighting each other for that second place and hoping beyond hope that one of them can maybe sneak out the win.
It's just showcasing of what kind of matchup rotation kind of means in the game of TFT here, right? Because EMEA cycles into Lires with that high roll off the Ahri fall coming through, and then into this incredibly strong board on the likes of Etra, right? That's looking primed to take the entire lobby on a 4-win streak. Sat with more than 40 gold to work with here to try to find those last couple of upgrades. Still only on that Briar 1 as well. I would like to see him just kind of just say, you know what, I do not care. I'm gonna feed this Briar even more, just make her even stronger now. Has to skip that Camille too, but now look at the movement here. Look at the adaptation from a Yellow Tomato. Just tries to ensure there's going to be no wrapping going on here around this Wukong.
Perfectly placed. Just a complete bulwark in the way, though the Kali, of course, is almost impossible to deny. It still doesn't matter, though. All the positioning in the world will not get you past this pile of multi-strikers. That was the Ghost version of the board. from Volta. Etra is still fighting off screen, so might die as well, and he will! Volta! Dominant yesterday, dominant today. The interview buff still in full effect, and he will leave this round number 3 of day 2 with a maximum amount of points.
And this was a really fun composition earlier on from Stinky, the combination of those artifacts with multi-striker, lots of flexibility because of the different types of carries in that composition, and Volta showing you don't need the Pandora's items to make it work. Living Forge is plenty in order to make that composition shine.
Well, gentle friends, as we said before with Volta, we saw him with the multi-strikers from before. We saw him return back to, again, as he said, a lot of flexibility as to how that one will go through and make an absolute mess of everything. But we'll be heading to a short break. When we return, our analysts will break down what happened in the previous round as we will officially be heading into the back half of day 2. We will be determining our top 8 going forward to day 3 by the end of the day, so stay tuned and we'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everyone, for the analyst desk after that explosive game number 3 multi-strikers. Once again, with the very tippity top of the meta and of the results in those games. But first, Alan, let's start off in the early game. What really caught your attention in that stage 2, stage 3?
That was a really masterfully played game by the Yellow Tomato, picking that +1 Hunter and rocking 4 Hunters early game with Nunu 2 on the front line with that early Warmok slam. Really good pressure on. However, did hit a bit Wukong off tempo, having early Jinx. That was a very heavy overall lobby on the free cost rerolls, which allowed every single player hit pretty much on tempo.
Except for that Wukong, which was 5-6, so I think it goes to show the balance in, okay, you have a very strong early game, but then you don't really follow up. You don't have that snowballing game where you just don't lose, all of stage 3 and 4. Lost a bit of HP in stage 4, but still managed to secure a top 3, which he really needed. He was not at the very top of the standings coming into this game. For Volta, we saw from Stinky last game, we see it now. A player who mentioned in the interview at the very start of the day, hey, sometimes I get a little bit too creative. I need to start, having more of a solo game plan of committing to the best lines, understanding them very well, and then winning off of that. And that was the case. We see him playing now.
On that note, we've seen Volta, his demonic rolldown, hitting Kalista 2 with very good items, on top of Hecarim 3 with the contention of the heroic grabback on stage 4. It was way ahead of the tempo of the lobby, which he just completely stomped afterwards. But I want to mention also about the highlights pretty much of the games, which was like Elia having dual purpose high rolling the Milo on stage 3, which allowed him to get a solid board with that Morde to ended up with rerolling free cost, which is probably the best way to play dual purpose, as well as hitting from the branching out for Clemu, which was the +1 Frost with the dummy.
It was a 7th in the end. It didn't quite work out. Obviously, some bad news in this lobby with 2 players going for mages, Corn and Cambis. Cambis, another 8th place in this game 3. Really unfortunate considering he had he was in top 3 standings after the game 1. We thought, hey, he has good momentum, and then suddenly 2 8s in a row, he's going to have to claw back up from the points he's lost now in these last 2 games. Touching back on Volta, I really want to touch on the contrast with his augments. He picks up Living Forge, which is an augment that he knows will scale very far into the late game. And then his next 2 augment choices, especially the third one, the Duplicator, just trying to stay strong in that moment, knowing that his first augment will already scale him, already give him a lot of power to maybe win the lobby in the very end, which is what ended up happening. And again, artifacts plus multi-strikers is always going to be a very strong combo. In this case, Hecarim, an absolute beast with the Trenchcoat Sterex combo, and the Middens on the Cassidy as well.
Yeah, excellent point. And the comp is just being so explosive. The other 3-cost rerolls just couldn't pretty much stabilize. There is just not enough front lane. You can put against Kalista with 3 items, Hecarim with 3 items, with all the artifacts, with Kassadin. It's just way too much power on the board to maintain by simply 1 front lane and 1 DPS units.
We're waiting on the standings. We're going to see the points being added up from all of the different lobbies in this state 2. 9 games in, Alan. 3 games left. There is still room for miracles to happen. There is still room for crazy comebacks, but that space is starting to tighten as we move further into this day 2. I think, realistic options that players have, they're aware of them. I'm looking especially at the qualifier point players who came into this with a big lead, because it's up to them. If they had this massive lead and they're maybe losing it off of really, really terrible performance in this tournament, it's going to feel so bad. Well, someone like Coco, for example, I think his window of time is really closing. He has to be in that top 24 to guarantee a spot at Worlds next weekend. Maybe a lower position could still get it to him, depending on where his other competitors are.
Yeah, Kogo was rocking top 2 in the qualifier points prior to the finals on the GSC, and then we had followed up by players like Kubikson, Double, Volta. So all those players are, as you mentioned, fighting for the points and want to pretty much close up to have guaranteed fight the Worlds, the Tactician crown, in opposite to some people who are just fighting at this point for perhaps just right the spool jumps.
Mm-hmm. And that's really just going to be it for, the case of, is there someone that is right now in contention of not making through qualifier points, needs a day 3? That's really the players that I'm more interested in, because these are players that maybe are wild cards, that are underdogs. Someone like Max Fun, for example, is not up there in qualifier points, but all of a sudden he's had a crazy run in day 1. He had a very good start to this day 2. This is someone that I really want to see where they are on the standings and see if they can kind of maybe turn around the idea of, the only good server in our region is EU West. There's no good players qualifying from other regions. All of a sudden, they come in and shut everyone up. We're seeing now the second page, and this is the page of players who need to make a very big comeback in these next 3 games.
Yeah, we see that Bricks is probably was playing already at this day, first or 8th type of gameplay, and it's just like, as we mentioned, day 1, it's usually gonna end up in being the worst way, being just an 8th, not the first. It's very hard to pull off a first when you play that kind of strategy. However, look how is the retired player doing.
Okay, Alan, I'm retiring from TFT starting next set. I don't know if you knew or not, and then I'll come back for cup number 1. Darkest performing at a perfect level in this day 2, 3 wins in a row. No interview buff needed for Darkest in this case, maybe for tomorrow. Absolutely crazy performance from them. And Volta also, we saw it, he mentioned it in his interview, last EMEA finals, he went first in day 1 and then bottomed forward 5 games in a row that next day. Not the case here. He's not cursed.
But look at also the jungler. He's slowly catching up. He's still 3 games to go. He's slightly off, but like if he pulls off 1 or 2 more good wins and then like just a solid placement, he actually might make it to the day 3.
And Og is also close in contention, already has a spot for next weekend's Tactician's crown, but still obviously wants to get all the reps possible, all the prep possible, qualifying to day 3 and proving that we are in good hands when it comes to our representation next weekend. Og, an absolutely great player who had a fantastic set.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been stunned how well Og was playing alongside Yellow Tomato again. The friends that are practicing together and been just backing up each other and putting up results with each other.
So fingers crossed we get to see Darkest in the next lobby. I really want to see what they're doing to get 3 wins in a row. This is not, trials day 1. This is not even cup day 1. This is EMEA finals, the best of the best in our region. And he is tossing, he's just absolutely, going crazy with it. We're going to toss for our casters and bring us into that game 4. Hopefully Darkest is in that game, please.
Well, your hopes will be answered, David. We don't want to keep you suspended any longer because we too wanted to know what Darkus was up to, what they would be managing to pull off today. Because we said coming to this one, we had our big three, Germany, Poland, and France. Turkey's players have kind of dropped off a little bit in terms of being in the spotlight. But Darkus, it has done more than a few reps around the EMEA scene as well, man.
Yeah, I mean, Darkus, one of the players I have completely obvious bias for. I talked to them a lot on their stream. Really fell in love with their playstyle back in Dragonlance when they came on the scene with the Guardian Idis composition. Really was a pioneer of that during that tournament. And I've been following their career ever since. Darkus, this is definitely their best performance in a hot minute, and you can see it from the points totals in this lobby. 55. The next highest is Gobuster with 47. Just an absolutely dominant day here from Darkest, and I am hoping that this is their return to form. I am hoping that we are going to see this continue to get even higher peaks from Darkest than we had in Dragonlance.
But also, I think it's interesting to talk about the players that are currently like on the brink of trying to make it in, right? I think that's something we need to kind of keep note of here, right? We're looking at the likes of Horror, we're looking at the likes of Orc, two of these players that are currently just outside of the top 8 here. Dasik also a player that with a couple of strong games to close out the day here could make it back to a regional finals top 8 lobby, but we are going to be starting off here with a good old completed item. There was some people that was trying to make us cook as well. That would have been absolutely entertaining.
Oh, maybe next time, but hey, at least it will be an injection of power into lobby. But I do want to bring the conversation back to all, of course, we mentioned in day one, coming out of the Previous Cup with all the momentum in the world and the most dominant day 3 that we'd ever seen, certainly at the cup level, I believe at the regional level as well. Expecting big things. You said the cutoff right now for top 8 around 44 points. A lot of our players here, Org on 43, HorrorX on 42, Dasik on 40. They're so close to getting across that line with only 2 more games to come after this.
Gonna keep it up after that as well. So we may start to see one of my favorite patterns, especially in these days where it's going from 32 to 8, where some of our players are like, well, my only chance is if I take first in every single lobby from here on out. And they start just trying some stuff. And it's not always clear if there's good theory behind it or if they're just like, I have a hunch that this is going to kick ass. And it's always thrilling to watch.
I was kind of like expecting you, Matt, to be like, my favorite pattern of we're gonna do it. Like they try like some mosaic stuff together, you know. Like I thought that you were like trying to do something like that there for a second, but then you like made a totally serious and non-jokey point. I'm kind of disappointed. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, it is disappointing when I speak like a normal human being. I feel it too.
I always get confused and end up looking around to see if there's some other Nigeria in the room with us, but let's get started properly here. So remember, we have the extra item coming in. We've got some tasty options coming in. Bricks, of course, our player on lowest points coming into this one, finding the incredibly powerful Learn to Spell. We've got Prize Fighter, worth the wait coming in as well. A lot of bold choices being made by our players, but this is the time for bold choices.
Not the most of ideal items here, but with the BT now as well, it's definitely going to be a interesting one to watch here with Darkest kind of approaching this worth to it with the Warwick. We don't have a Vampiric Scepter anymore, but Warwick Reroll is still a pretty powerful composition if you get something like the shields up and you get more Vanguard-centric setups here. So super excited to see how Darkest will kind of navigate this setup into the later stages of the game.
You know what's interesting to me, though? They've got the itemization here that looks like the perfect itemization for a late game shapeshifter. They're starting with the early game shapeshifters. You're not going to have to invest any money in getting this Warwick to 3-star. It is going to come to you for free. And the way you get to a shapeshifter late game is you get early tempo. And you have to keep your econ up. So this could be a really weird pivot to shapeshifters that I'm hoping for.
Well, I mean, we know what the desired outcome is in this game. It's another first place for Darkest, even though I would argue they were one of the players in the tournament who probably don't actually need it as much as they would be otherwise. But yeah, fascinating to see how this one goes. But if Darkest does decide to keep going down this line, normally we'd be seeing people re-rolling to get these 1-costs in to support the Warwick, if we do end up in this line. But in this case, there's no reason for Darkest to stay at the lower levels, can just start pushing up and see if shapeshifters or more hunter-centric, frost-centric side of things become more appealing long-term.
Bricks, of course, with this composition, has been having a rough weekend thus far. Only 15 points on the board, which means, unfortunately, he is out of contention for day number 3, but still going to be doing his best setting up for that Seraphine board, as Lelouch already has an incredibly scary Swain in the front line there.
Yes, that felt hard, as well as that Archangels here will provide a lot of scaling with the Swain. Just a strong, powerful, bulky brick. I ran out of I was trying to
Did you look at Bricks on the scoreboard? He's like a brick, maybe several bricks. In fact,
I was trying to overcook with a because I noticed for a second now I was like, okay, I'm just saying adjectives and I'm adding any real value right now. Let's just try to see how far I can play this out. And the answer was it stopped at the next turn.
Perhaps Bricks in some sort of domicile formation, brick house, if you will.
I mean, he's been built up pretty big, but to bring us back into talking about Lelouch, of course, we haven't had a chance to see super much of him. Who's, you guys said already, this solid start here with the Swain. Of course, we got the Caretakers, so we are looking to move up levels as fast as possible to get those free components coming through. Up against Dasik on the other side. With the pumping up, looks like we're going to be seeing some hunters developing from Dasik's side.
There's always got to be one every lobby. I will say I think Jinx has been the most common reroll composition so far today. Tied up definitely with the mages, but we're always seeing the Wukong picked up early, always seeing someone go for the hunters, and that's been taken out. I'm paying attention to Darkest here, seeing what component they're picking up. Not investing in 100 streaking at this point, it's worth noting, as they only have 94 HP remaining, so willing to sacrifice for the time being, which...
Yeah, but also both Orc here and Lelouch went level 5 before the carousel, but it's to kind of pivot back to Dasik for a second here, so we do get Orc's board here in the picture. Jinx reroll has been one of Dasik's most played compositions all throughout this set in Cups, right? So that's also something to keep in note. It's a line that he's very confident on. Also, I will say on that carousel, a bunch of really frustrating things happened because Horo took away the Wukong with a rod that would have made a Rage Blade, would have been the best to start slam. They tried to go for a second bow that was then taken away by Benz that came out at the same time as him. So he was kind of left there, fossil for a second to kind of figure out which route he want to go down here. But now a very big fight for the economy of the game here. The two win streakers going head to head.
Yeah, and we've got a really interesting board brewing here from Org. Too tanky, of course, we're very familiar with seeing this from the Honeymancy line. But for Org, that's very much not on the cards. So Org's going to be cooking up a storm here, Matt. We didn't get the portal, but we at least got the player to make it happen.
And I'm interested watching across the boards that we've seen so far. Yes, there's been a little bit of variety. We have a little bit of Hunter, but the thing that I am looking at is Shyvanas abound across the lobby. There's shapeshifters coming in there from Lelouch, potentially temporary, but Darkest is going for that shapeshifter. Gobester as well, fully invested items onto the Shyvana for the time being. So as these compositions round out, maybe we will see Darkest commit and stay committed to that Warwick 3.
Also, something to keep in note here, right, Peter, is that you're saying that Honeymancy isn't on the cast. It's because he's on his bench, right? I think that's the big thing to kind of keep in mind here. That he's
baited here?
I mean, he's holding his options open, right? Because right now, for now, the strongest setup we can do here to protect this win streak will be going in towards this setup here with the shape. Look at the Swain now. This combination of tank items, an absolute wall in the way here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what we get here because we know it's just an angle which just hasn't been that explored up against Bricks on the other side. Of course, we do need to recognize that while Bricks is out of contention for day 3, he still, even if he's on a loss streak right now, has got one of the most ludicrously high end games brewing up here. The learning to spell. Once he starts getting those kills in, that Soraka, that Seraphine, they will be knocking through 10,000 damage per round and just obliterating people.
Just like an overview of the lobby here, generally speaking, right? Orc, the only one on a full-on win streak, kind of like as a consequence of the early fight that he had with Lelouch on 2-6, coming out of 2-5, coming out of the carousel, sorry. Bricks and Horo both managed to get their loss streaks fully intact here, and I'm super excited to see what they will do with the extra economy here. We can see Bricks level 4, 39 gold, very poor compared to someone like Horo, level 5, 53, so already there a pretty big differential in their economic setups.
And Horo, we highlighted from day number 1 as a player who is pulling off some interesting plays, some really good adaptations coming out from him. So keeping an eye on him as the lobby goes on, and certainly as the day goes on, Og investing in the hopes that he's going to win this next combat. I think his odds are pretty good.
Yeah, we said before, the streaks have started now down. We can see Org there going to level 6. He's guaranteeing that he's going to keep this streak going and pushing out. But we do see other players managing to find some good stuff early on. Bensak here finding an extremely early rise to help push this board. And of course, we've got the Zhonya's in place as well. Half of a spellcaster's toolbox to make sure that final cast gets out.
I'm just gonna say something, right? Ella has been talking about the minor gambit curse all weekend, and now Orc invests into that, goes level 6, and then heads directly in towards the Warwick free here on the side of Darkest. It would just be absolutely like it would just be like somewhat comical if it actually doesn't go the way of Orc, and he is losing the minor gambit yet again here. And that means that he's going below 20 gold, will not make the win streak, will not get the econ he would have gotten, right? So this actually could have pretty huge complications for Orc in terms of his economy. He has to sell up here to get back above 20.
Og just half-heartedly staring into space, processing that round. So we do get the Prismatics coming out as our second augment. This will speed things up for quite a few of our players. And could give some of our players an out that they've been looking for. Bricks, for example, able to pick up the Prismatic ticket to try and finally find some of those mages.
That's going to be massive for him. The problem he was having with the lost streak before was that he's not getting the stacks in because he's not getting the kills. The board has been too weak, but I'm a little worried, Rita, about the money in the bank here for Bricks. He doesn't have an economy augment to try and, unlike Horo does. So he's not going to be getting in that, free firing with the prismatic tickets as soon as I would like, at least.
No, but prismatic is still a pseudo econ augment, right? Because you end up saving a lot of gold when it comes to getting those rolls banked up. So that is something to keep in mind. Lelouch here still continuing on his strong streak here, going in towards some of the lines here, making use of the Giant and Mighty with the shapeshifters in the front line. Still just a great little synergy there to keep in mind that he's working with. The stun coming through here will not do enough to buy Bricks time, maintain this win streak, even with the Cassiopeia 1 in the back line. Should be enough with the Swain in the front line. I assume I might have spoken too soon here. The disruption from the Nami has proven absolutely critical, but I assume it's going to be enough for the Swain of the HP.
This is a taste, man. This is a taste of the Bricks' potential in this game. It's just going to get bigger from here on out. Now he's finally stacking. We will see backlines explode almost immediately if you can't stop the Seraphim from getting at them.
If he can get there, able to fit in the 5 mage at the very least, which is going to help aid a little bit in the damage output category. Of course, the mages get their scaled AP based on how many you have in, and at 3 you actually lose AP. So able to get that back on board. Still very far from any 3 stars in the back line. 2 off from the Galio, which will save some time, but not necessarily get more kills.
Ooh, Bentak, the Scholar board has come online, waiter. So we've got ourselves the Rise kind of playing, for the time being, the utility bot while the Ari does the best. I don't think it's quite good enough to be able to beat out Lelouch's board. The Shapeshifters with the Giant and Mighty in place. There's just so much HP. We do see the Zhonya's though, which will allow for, of course, that all-important final cast, or 2 final casts, that help soften the loss.
Yeah, we can kind of see there are going to be some signs of this being a pretty powerful position to be in for Bensak, but Lelouch's board, even if it did just take a loss to Bricks in the round prior, so that it is definitely in a pretty strong position overall here. We can also now see that Orc has leaned into the Honey Mess, as we were talking about, that he held on to on the bench. And the combination of Giant and Mighty with the 2 tanky here just means that this front line, once it's going to be fully online here, will be nigh impossible to chew through.
I'm looking across the boards, checking in on some of the players we touched in at first. Darkus still running that Warwick, doesn't have clear direction, holding the dragons for the time being, as Gobuster is contesting on that line, but is itemizing heavily into the AP, has the Manazane, has the Morellos, so maybe looking at a slightly different variant of the line as we head back over to Bensak and his Ahri carry.
And we can see the front line is already looking pretty solid. I mean, Bensak, with the invested means that we've got a lot of money to work with. We saw how well it's worked out for our players before, to just keep your economy not just online, but hyper online, so that you are ready to make that big investment later on and put together the late game boards. But we check back in with Darkus on a 3-round winning streak right now. This Warwick, we can see brewing on the bench. I think we might actually see Darkus trying to go for a 4-star Warwick this game.
Holding on as many as humanly possible. Like, maybe I can work with this. And we can see this stacking from the Warwick just doing so much. Still uncontested there in the front line. So that Twitch is carrying from the back. And not fully committing to anything just yet. Keeping up the win streak, keeping up the econ, investing into levels with what's left over. So not really playing their hand much.
We can see right now Dasik here just sitting back and just trying to know that he knows that he's scaling into the late game with that pumping up once he finds the Jinx here, but also knows that he needs a ton of gold to even be somewhat stable here at this point. This 4-1 roll down will be absolutely critical for him if he wants to have any hopes of making it in towards that final lobby. Currently 4 or 5 points behind the cutoff means that he needs to play for these top twos consistently for the last 3 games of the day here. And with Wukong already having solid frontline items, he has been able to save a little bit of HP, but will still be required to make a massive comeback. And very important to note here, he does not have any of those Sugarcraft stacks from the early game, meaning that Jinx will not commit at her maximum power to begin with.
No, that's unfortunate, but I suppose at least the good news with Dasik is that his loss streak remains intact. An impressive 8 losses to bring him into Wolves and make sure he's got the money for re-rolling, even if his, as you said, doesn't have the Sugarcraft stacks he would have liked. So coming out of stage 3, we can see Darkus, of course, they are trying to look for yet another win. Is currently on a win streak with the Warwick board. I did want to raise the question actually with you guys, because this is such an unusual situation. Darkus decided to go for, presumably, to go for the Warwick 4 rather than selling the extra Warwicks. Presumably, that's a pretty big economic hit when you could be selling those Warwicks every turn.
I think it depends on where you're at economically, because if Darkus is able to keep up the 50 gold and keep up the win streak, it really doesn't matter what you have on your bench at that point if you're not going to be pushing for tempo. And Darkus does not seem to be particularly bothered about hitting 8, hitting 9 as fast as humanly possible. So there's only so much you sacrifice, and holding gold is so much worse in the early game. As you get later, it becomes less of a proportionate damage to your economy.
Very interesting thing here to note with the way that the items as well as the rolls kind of panned out here. Could have used that cloak to make a Gargoyle Stone Plate for this Wukong. But with this Olaf 2 coming through right now, it's chosen to just invest in where he's going to get the most immediate power here. And that is going to be with that Bloodthirster on that Olaf 2 here on level 7, but still on that Jinx 1. But look at this Olaf go. It just has so much damage, but with Brix having hit all of his important backliners in this mage composition, the Olaf is not going to be able to push out enough damage just yet in that battle specifically.
And we've reached, I think, we're reaching the turning point as the silver augments come in. Brix, I think, is going to be able to make a big impact in this lobby. The 3 stars have been locked in place. Galio, Seraphine, and Soraka. So that prismatic ticket paying off. The silver augments coming in. We do see a couple of players. Lelouch, interestingly enough, going to go for the Pandora's bench towards the tail end to push his power. But at this point, I feel like our players have pretty much got what they've wanted. And we're just seeing a little bit of extra power being added in.
Yeah, Bensak going for the final rolls.
But no Rise here, and Rise is the big important unit for him to hit in terms of the backline. The Rakan 2, obviously a nice upgrade in the front line, but will not necessarily be enough to hold the line just yet. This Rise damage output has to be absolutely massive. Additional of that third Preserver here could also be what is needed, but the Rakan and the Tarek 2 here should be able to hold the line now, looking at it.
Now we've got a huge amount of tankiness here from Org's side. You were noting before, the Giant and Mighty means this board is incredibly hard to get past, but I do wonder about the backline damage being a little bit iffy. You've got double Shojin and Static Shiv on our Kog'Maw there, and I just don't know if that's ideal.
No, especially with how squishy Kog'Maw is into the face of any other carries. That particular matchup is going to be a little more damning than some others. But we saw earlier on, Double tried to go for a carry with that Kog'Maw, even with 3 offensive items, and it just did not look solid, to say the least. And I believe ended up netting him an 8th or a 7th, just something really brutal placement for him.
I don't know if we can jump back to Org's board, but Wita, if you're in the sort of the diagnostic phase, thank you very much for your observer, for what Org's got going on here. We know that he's pretty much on the bubble here for getting into top 8. He needs a good finish. Where does he go from here?
I mean, you're just kind of stuck in the nowhere land when you're playing for a reroll comp and you do not hit your 3 stars, right? You can see he's below 10 gold here, hoping to make Econ with a win, but other boards that have more clear stabilization points with more best in slot itemization right now, just pulling him apart here. His best hope is to pray that some of the other boards in the lobby will kind of slowly but surely fall apart and outplace him, bleed out more aggressive than he will. And that does not look like it's going to be super likely in this scenario. Gotta pray that those 20 to 30 HP he has on some of those lower players in the lobby, like Dasik, like Horo, will be enough for him to avoid going in towards that bottom 2.
Come onto Carousel, we can see from the glow on his portrait in the top right hand corner, Bricks with a learning to spell board. Now, I promised you we were going to see something explosive coming out of him, and he's been rocking through these recent rounds. He's getting all those stacks he missed in the early game, and we will see some just board-ending hits coming through from even those 1 costs.
And it's the prismatic ticket that saved him. Learning to spell is the way that he's getting all this extra damage, but until he had those 3 stars to keep the front line alive, to get a little bit of damage out in the back line, he wasn't getting any stacks in the first place. So being able to nab that prismatic ticket and roll for those crucial units has allowed him to get into this dominating position where that Soraka, that Seraphine, and even the Galio have so much AP to work with and are so much more devastating than this composition already is in its normal state.
A couple of things to note here as well right now is that Horror has found that Ezreal 3 seems to be a common point for him to kind of go back towards those lines all throughout the day, but also Benzak found Rise 2 on the carousel. Even if the sword wasn't an ideal component for him, that is still going to be a nice upgrade now. 2-star carry, 2-star frontliners, all in the 4-cost department. Should be a very stable board for him.
Oh, on the other side, we see Darkest, though, in this match, and we can see one of the limitations of the Warwick board. He doesn't have the Quicksilver, so he'll get locked up in CC, and if he's the last one standing, he can't get the job done by himself. So, Darkest, they're on a loss streak now, perhaps in a bit of a power trough, waiting for the rest of the board to come online.
I think at this point is when you're starting to look at the pivot towards the Briar, towards the Smolder, because no, maybe your items aren't perfect at the moment, but that Warwick is very quickly falling off a cliff. You have great items to transition to the other composition, and your major competitor has not really been in a great spot. Gobustar only 25 HP left on the board. Yes, has found a Briar. Yes, has that Varus too, but is playing on a knife's edge and could very easily go out, leaving Darkest with extra units in the pool.
Yeah, and also another thing to keep in mind here, right, is that Dasik has now found that Wukong free with that Gargoyle Stoneplate. Move some of those items that were on the Olaf over to the Jinx too, now that she has become 2-star and become a much better applicant of those items now. Still holding out for potential Rage Blade, 2 copies away from that Jinx free. Even with the low economy situation right now for Dasik, a lucky set of Raptors here could be a massive game changer and send him charging up the lobby.
And that's further bad news for Darkest, because of course, if we don't get these shapes, we are looking to try and bring in the Hunter side of things as well. And if the Olaf is already being scooped up by the Jinx board, then there will be none to be found. Darkest is at level 8, looking like they're thinking about going to level 9. So, Matt, I think you might be on the money that we're looking for the very high end to try and complement the 1-cost carry.
I mean, at this point, it's the only option left to get in those late games. This is not the mage composition. This is not your Seraphine and Soraka. Definitely doesn't have learning to spell. And those two can scale up into the later stages, but Warwick just doesn't have the juice for it. So going to spend that investment in getting the level up, in replacing that carry with something, anything that gives a little bit more strength to the board.
Now the roll down is going to come through here. Finds a Nasus 2, but none of those critical 5 costs have come through here. No Smolder, no Briar on this roll down. We're left scrambling now, playing a random Nora just to get the Yun buff onto the Warwick. Try to restabilize our economy and try to build back up here. But look at the lobby HP. Just 15 HP between Lelouch in 8th place and Darkest in 2nd.
Org, one of those players along with Darkest, starting to struggle as stage 5 begins. I think this is one of the matchups the Darkest actually can win because, as we noted before, there's nearly no damage coming in from Org's board at all. It's just raw tankiness and inevitability. Of course, Warwick, he can shrug off the little bits of damage coming in his way and get some stacks in. So that's a big turning point as Org will drop down further and Darkest might be able to keep hold of a few of those extra HP to get the extra placement.
Yeah, now that they've hit the level 9, though, 10% chance of a legendary, so a little bit of a better situation than that pretty dire, admittedly, roll down might imply. The level 9 is going to do some heavy lifting to make the next turns more likely to find an out.
Again, we can see transitions all around the block here. Bensak finding some Arcana angles as well with that Hecarim 2 coming onto the board.
Interesting. Okay, so yes, we got the Scholar board from before, the invested as well to get us to this point. I mean, we've got a lot to like here. The Preserver, the Skull, the 4 Scholar in place, and of course, we were talking about the Zhonya's in there as a guaranteed win out. This is looking like the kind of board that Darkest should be very worried about running into because it's just so high unit quality here that I think Warwick just can't get through enough of them in time.
Yeah, truly miserable attack speed coming out from the Warwick. Finally takes down a frontliner, but now the trench coat makes it even harder for Warwick, who only has that single target. These very slow autos, not going to be able to take out the backline or even threaten it at all for Darkest board. The level 9 still hasn't found any legendaries.
Yeah, I think it's
real bad real fast.
I think it's safe to say right now that this Warwick is a little wall weak, right? Like it is definitely not living up to what
Not
it
the
could
Fates
be.
kind.
I mean, War Week gives me a very different set of expectations than you're saying there. But I do take your point. We have our first elimination, though. The Dragonlance regional champion, Lelouch, is out of here. He was running the shapes from before, so that's good news for Darkest and good news for Gobester as well, with both of them in a similar line. Org, though, looks like he might be about to end out this game as well. He has at least managed to find a more appropriate venue for the casting items than the Cosmo, but I think it's too little too late.
See that front line get chewed through pretty quick there by Day 6. Jinx has finally found that board, which has capped out pretty well. Takes down Ogg's board. That makes him go down to 7th. Horo also at risk of elimination. This could be down to the top 5 already. Bensak is the one who takes the win. Horo as well. And Darkest, 8 HP.
Actually, a pretty big fight here for Dasik, just overall for his prospects in this tournament, right? Because you're looking at Horo, you're looking at Ogg, 2 of the players that he's currently battling with, of making it in towards those last 2 spots in that top 8 potentially, right? getting them out there now, alleviating the differences between them in the standings. Am himself here with a potential strong finish here in this game number 10 out of 12 would be massive for him. Right, again, I would like to highlight again the way he's been navigating this game, has understood the limits of this composition to perfection, known his break points in terms of when he has to roll, when can he kind of push his limits a little bit more, and you can see he's being rewarded for it. Right, 7 win streak now. Made that quick transition with that Olaf 2 being found before he even found a Jinx 1. Now he's found his way to the Jinx 3, has those items in the mix, and we can see here Darkest rolling in desperation. Briar is just nowhere to be seen. We're putting our items from Warwick over to Nasus, and you know what? Like these dogs just don't got the bite in them right now.
I mean, I think Darkest, they have the writing on the wall. Unfortunately, the 3-game win streak will come to an end live on screen. I think it always was going to be a bit of a risk trying to make Reliance. And we see the other side, Goester, of course, he was the one holding the Briars this whole time, which means Darkest will drop out in the bottom 4, his first loss of the entire day.
This is the conversation we had with Volterix in the interview at the start of the day. He was saying that, hey, all these compositions are great and all, but if you're contested on them, both of you are going to suffer. And Gobo somehow escapes unscathed, but like you were saying earlier, Peter, Lelouch, Darkest, and Gobo all looking in the same vein for their units, and 2 of them have gotten quite heavily punished for it.
I want to highlight a small little mechanical thing here from Bensack, right? Benching all of the units without items that he doesn't want these treasure chests to go on to guarantee them going on to Zoe here. Zoe 1 will die very quickly in the fights, spreading out these much more effective items to these frontliners, just make them put in a little bit more work, and it could be the difference between him getting a win and a loss here.
And a lot of those items, of course, very important for the Milio to bring him online as soon as possible. But see, Goester on the other side, the prize fighter. He has got such a strong broad. The Briar is going to be able to get the proc off and just rip through everything. It's a battle of Zonias at the end of the round, and it's by a tiny margin that Bensack stays alive, pushing Goester down to a single life.
Rex here now at the top of the standings here, still just chilling, trying to find those upgrades here. Nami 2 now being brought into the mix here. Day 6 win streak brought to a halt by Brix, so a lot of interesting prospects to kind of keep an eye out for here again, because if Bensack gets another good combat charm alongside a good item here, or potentially even an upgrade for one of these 5-cost, right? Emilia 2, for example, could be a huge upgrade, would allow him to put in another unit onto the board as well, get some of that Akana rolling potentially. So he still has very clear directions of improving this board state, and that is going to be the biggest kicker as well. The same thing goes for Gobo. If he can find some upgrades to that Briar, for example, all of a sudden this lobby is still up for the taking for everyone.
Well, with the 2-star Milio available, it does go for the upgrade instead of keeping in the double for twice as many items. Instead opting for the upgrade that comes.
Oh boy, I mean, I really like what we've got going on for Bensack here to keep himself alive long term. We're starting to build up a really impressive front line. It's not maybe going to get too much further. We go up against the Hunter board from before. We know exactly what that means. Just been an absolute threshing board through the table. Day 6 uncontested in this line, which means he's got everything he could have asked for. And we get to see exactly why this is a fear board. The pumping up means it's even stronger than it would be otherwise. As Bensack gets eliminated, I believe Goester also takes the loss. We're down to our final 2.
And a head-to-head here that Brix had just won a little while ago, right? So we kind of do already have some sort of expectations for how this fight is supposed to go. In the meantime, Brix has upgraded to that Nami 2, so whether or not that is going to be a big difference maker, time will definitely tell here. With 18 HP here, Day6 should have 2 tries at this, but again, keep in mind, Brix at 58 can just sit back, relax, and go for a massive spike if needs be.
Yeah, very little gold left there for Brix. We see the backline. Some items finally going on to that Vhagar that do some damage, and we're seeing that bear fruit as the Wukong almost goes down. Finally will be taken out. Jinx is getting targeted by the Vhagar. She gets taken down. So does Dasik with just 3 health remaining. Brix takes 1 win and could take the entire game this round.
I do want to follow up on a point you made earlier, though, Wita, with this current situation, with so many of the players above Dasik on the table being knocked out earlier. This finish, however it goes with Dasik, is a good one. Making top 2 is huge.
It most definitely is here, and there are very few things he can do right now. He's trying to scramble, trying to figure out if there's any little positioning trick that he can do here. Because if Jinx gets onto the backliners before the backliners of Bricks gets onto the Jinx here, there might be hope. The center here, Jinx trying to bait out these Seraphine abilities to opposite sides of the board.
Here goes the Veigar firing away once again. Targets onto that Olaf. Edge of Night going to keep him alive. There, down goes the Wukong. Olaf shortly to follow. There he goes. Jinx gets taken down by the Veigar. It's not even close. Bricks takes first place.
From the lowest points player in the entire competition gets the first place. What a redemption for our only Tunisian player. I think that's got to feel amazing because his day one was something I think he really wants to forget, but that game was magnificent.
Absolutely beautifully played here, understanding how he's supposed to navigate these mage lines. And again, just great use of learning the spell, great use of that prismatic ticket. With all of those free stars towards the back end of the game, it was a very difficult task for any board in the game to take it down. Very nice first place for Bricks.
All right, gentle friends, there's only 2 more games before we will be making our final adjudication as to who will be going through tomorrow to battle for the title of regional champion here in EMEA for Magic and Mayhem. Stay tuned, our analyst test will be coming up, and then those final 2 games of the day.
We are back. What a game 4. And I want to start this off, Alan, by giving a formal apology to Darkest. We mentioned you're going to be on broadcast. We're going to see what they're doing. And then all of a sudden, no longer that first place streak that they were going on. I'm especially sad because he was playing that internet comp.
Hey, he was hiding the tech. He doesn't want to showcase before the final day what he's doing right. And so players do not copy. So well done, Darkest. Well done. We approve.
And looking at the rest of the players, Og, especially, I think it's the first time we saw Tutanki in broadcast in this tournament. So something that didn't really work out as expected. I think mostly because of what the casters mentioned, the minor gambit in stage 3 didn't quite pan out. Maybe that's your fault, Alan, for caster cursing in the very first day on top of show.
Hey, like the minor gambit always will get you when you're on the streak. You push level, you think you are strong, and there is always a player to humble you.
The good news, though, we're seeing it here. Bricks finally able to turn his luck around. after a disastrous start in the day 1 and really coming into this day 2 as well. Gets a huge win, showcasing the power of these scaling augments we saw from Volta with Living Forge and Multi-Strikers in game 3. We're seeing it now on the AP side of things with the learning to spell, just lose streak early, have the guarantee of hitting pretty much with the prismatic ticket, and then since then it was just an absolutely crazy win streak in stage 3 and 4.
Yeah, on top of hitting the correct items from the creeps, I cannot stress enough how drops from PV matter a lot in terms of your placement. We see here perfect pretty much mage items, and then we can compare it to like Og rocking his cog with Shiv Shojin, or Bensak rocking with the Deathblade Bard, just sending a right-left punch with some hooks in between.
I do want to give props to Gobo as well in this game. Had a point in the game where I asked you, what is Gobo playing? Because it was the most awkward mishmash of units in stage 4. He had like a Briar Varus carry with just weird itemization, but really made the Briar work. The Zanya is helping here. We're seeing it on the broadcast there. And just overall, a game that I saw in stage 4, I thought it would be a VOD 4 for sure, but he made it work.
Yeah, so that was, I think, based on the slumps and the augment selection, I think he wanted to play Gwen Fiora. It was making perfect sense based on the itemization, but it just ended up not playing it, not hitting it. So what he did, Go played just old good TFT, play what you hit, and just itemize it, and it worked out for him perfectly.
Wait, you can do that in this patch? I thought it was only reroll. I thought TFT was dead on this patch, Alan.
Don't quote me on that.
There have been cases with players that have been able to really make some creative TFT work in stage 4. It is exponentially harder than usual on this patch, but it's still very much there, especially for players of the caliber that we're witnessing in this finals. And talking about the high caliber of players, 2 games left, Alan. Everything on the line in terms of who's going to have a chance to get those last few qualifier points and maybe make it directly to Tactician's crown, or maybe just try and make it to day 3 and finish strong tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Little of the highlight yet from this game, sorry to throw it back, but what was very impressive was the Dejik ended up also not in a great spot, couldn't find a single Jinx on his roll down, and finding Olaf too before Jinx and end up itemizing it, which allowed him to actually secure top 2, where the game would absolutely be like at best 6th this game. So big props to him.
It's, the case sometimes where you are lucky on some parts of the game, you're lucky on the other parts. I think TFT balances out in that way, where it's really hard to be unlucky in every single point in the game when it comes to augments or what units you're hitting. In the end, identifying these kind of pivots or ways to salvage your game is what differentiates players from going 6th to maybe 4th. In this case for Dejik, obviously the huge upside of going 2nd and racking up points he really desperately needed to try and make that day 3.
Yeah, excellent point. Just the game is about luck, but how do you utilize it? And as you said, you can low roll on, in this part, low roll on Jinx, but you high roll on Olaf, and like identifying, oh, I can itemize the other unit I actually high rolled is. You might think it's not very skillful, but some players, I could tell that easily they would just start trying to itemize Jinx 2 over Olaf 2.
We're going to wait for the standings. You're going to see how our players line up after these 4 games on this day, after 10 games total, no cutoff, of course. So we're trying to keep things as consistent as possible, trying to get the biggest sample size that is possible to us, of course, without making our players play, 24/7 across the weekend. 6 games a day, I think, is maybe enough with how mentally taxing these games are, the high level on display. Any predictions, Alan, from players we didn't see in this lobby? Who do you think is going to come out ahead when it comes to the first place position?
I mean, I think Darkest will have it locked in. As long as we just don't watch him, surely he'll just continue with his scores going first to first, back to back. Yeah, going back to the format, I think it's my by far favorite format, where you collect when you have lower amount of the players. You can justify collecting the sample size of 2 days to reduce the variance, because obviously you can low roll 1 day and high roll plus play like a beast as the Darkest the day 2, which might result into you getting to day 3 because of that.
My eyes are going to be on What Juggler. I think this game is the one that tells us if he's still in a realistic contention for making the craziest comeback in the history of TFT, potentially, with this format. And also on the Coco. The Coco we mentioned needed only that top 24 position to guarantee he makes it to crown off the qualifier points. Maybe less is still possible, 26th, 25th, depending on where other players who are in that range finish.
I'm looking forward to some Polish players making as well top cut. I believe Kezman was in a pretty good spot, and either it was Stinky or Kubikson. Don't remember the standings yet. We'll see that shortly. But I think my so far favorite would be Kezman. Like a very good performance from going from the TRC, from the Tactician Cups, now going to the day 2 of the GSC.
We'll check out the standings after this very short break. Og, 7th place this last game, but let's check out some more positive stuff about Og with his winner spotlight from Cup number 3.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Tactician Cup 3.
Augnak egy hatalmas GG ezért a top 1-ért, mert ő így garantáltan benne van.
Hello, Alan.
Hey, Og. Nice to hear you, man. Congratulations on the
Thank you.
knockout. How are you feeling now?
I relieved. I prepped a lot, screamed a lot, and thank God it worked this time.
I'm Avgustinos. I'm from Greece. I never actually won a European tournament before. I've been in a lot of day 3s, but I never reached worlds. I lost the tiebreaker in at 9. I finished 5th, so I was very sad. And starting this Tacticians Cup 3, I knew I had a good chance to go to worlds as well, and it worked out this time.
It's good. It's a good second place from Opal, but at the end, do you know who's on top? The beast from the east. Og taking first place.
People call me Beast from the East because I started playing on EU Nordic and East server, and I got Setsuko. He was using a lot of this expression, and it just stuck with me. I just use it, and it fits me, I guess.
Did you prep alone? Did you prep with your study group?
I mean, I prepped with a lot of people, to be honest, but mostly with Tomato. First of all, I would like to thank him, because without him I couldn't do it.
Me and Tomato started talking in set 8, if I remember correctly. I really liked how he viewed the game. He had an approach that it was kind of different from mine at the time. I'm sure he's happy I made it, and I hope he will make it as well from regionals. I hope he joins me at Worlds.
I am Alan, and I'll be covering the final day for you.
In last day, I already knew that I've done a pretty good job to have a good chance to go to Worlds, but I knew I needed a strong day 3 as well. Honestly, it seems that I played a lot of mages, but honestly I played only 5 games, I think. 5 games a lot in the final day, obviously. I was uncontested, I think, most of the games. I'm gonna take it, I guess. At game 6, I knew that if I won, I probably win the tournament, so I tried to win game 6, and it worked out.
Is this gonna be a Og win out?
At game 7, I was already won the tournament, already at war, so it was like a celebration. Game 7, I had no pressure. I was smiling the whole time.
44 points! Wait, he actually did win! He can just go chill last game. He doesn't have to care. Winning after 6 games is absolutely crazy.
Shout out to my brother that is watching every game that I played in this Tactician Cup.
After game 6, he tried to do the math if I won, and when he realized we obviously celebrated, and we were super happy, obviously. Thank you for supporting me, and especially the Greek people and the supporters of Go Next, my organization. So hopefully they will cheer me on at Worlds and at Regionals as well.
Thank you so much. And of course, we're going to need to see our players getting all the support they can handle, because we are coming to the crux of this, gentlemen. We have 2 more games to go. We have got ourselves a very tight table towards the top, and every single point, every single game is going to matter immensely. So David, of course we can see Bricks at the bottom of the table. He gets his celebration, but unfortunately it won't make the difference. We've got a lot of players with perhaps too much ground to cover.
Especially Coco is what I'm really looking at, because that last or that last game did not really help him claw back up in the standings. We needed to run that 24th, which is he's now 8 points behind. Needs to have a miraculous, I think, double first place in the next 2 games to try and make it.
Definitely a rough one for sure for Likoko. Also, Solgasang, I feel like, is a player that we always kind of look towards being in like that top 12-ish spots when it comes to these finals, and this time around has not been able to make that thing at all here. But the really big kickers are going to be whether or not those spots from 6 to 8 where they're going to land. Because you're looking at Enzo, Jejusaur, and EMEA, they do have a little bit of a buffer of 2 to 3 points to the next competitors, but those points can switch very quickly. From Max Fun and upwards right now, they're just playing defense mode. They just need a top 4, take some safe top 6s even maybe, and then they are going to find their way into the final lobby on day 3.
Yeah, a lot could change with it being so tight. I mean, we see Lusher unfortunately dropping off after an amazing day 1, but still within grabbing, as you said. It does require more and more stars to align, particularly once Game 11 is done for some of these players and slightly lesser points to get through. Of course, you're kicking yourself if in these next couple of games to come, there's one decision that just costs you a single place, and that placement is enough to keep you out of the top 8.
I'm really keeping my eyes on Enzo. He's someone who missed making it to Tactician's crown last set by 1 point. We saw it from double in set 9, I believe it was as well. It happens quite often to these French players where they're just so close. Right now in 6th, I really hope, I don't caster curse him, he pulls through. He has 2 solid 3rd places in the next 2 games and manages to find his way there, because set 8 Monsters Attack Enzo on the world stage was one of my favorite players representing us in EMEA.
Yeah, I really agree with that, right? Because for me, like, Enzo was really a player that put EMEA back onto the map. And even at the start of the Rising Legends era, we had the whole good while when during some of the first cups with the whole Call Your Ex memes and all that good stuff when he kind of like came into the mix as well. Like, it's just a super fun player to watch, super emotive, and just a great player overall, and has really had great success, right? Him and Likoko, great teammates over on Gentlemates as well. Just overall just a fantastic representative of what EMEA TFT is, and I think that is going to be a fantastic motivator for him to secure himself these last 2 games and get himself into another spot in a final lobby in EMEA.
Well, we have our penultimate lobby coming up of day number 2, and of course it will be full of those storied EMEA names coming in. We'll be seeing players like Double 61 Enzo, who mentioned before, Kesmans, Bryson, Kevin Parker, Vansack, Solgasang, and Ging. We haven't seen too much of Kevin Parker here today, of course. For anyone unaware, a player who's, of course, been in the scene for such a long time, but really had his breakout moment in Vegas, coming in 2nd place. That was something which I think I'll remember for pretty much ever.
And weirdly enough, Kevin, we didn't see him on the first page, but he's on 45 points right now. We saw that, I believe, Eli on 8th place was on 49. I think all the way down to the 23rd position in the standings right now, you're at 44 points. That's only 5 points away from the current cutoff. There is still a chance, if, you know, the maths, that someone can go first and still make it in and jump up, you know, around 15 spots in the standings. So fingers crossed, these players, I think, are all, with their mental states, honed in on taking massive risks to try and get these 2 wins.
Yeah, I think that's a big kicker, right? It's the fact that everybody right now have something to play for when it comes to getting those first places. We're going to see a lot of players opting for more risks. Do we finally see people trying to make people cook, right? Do we see the champion conference? Do we see trainer goldens, right? There are a lot of players really wanting to aim for some of those higher variance options that we don't see as much of under normal circumstances. And that, to me, is the epitome of what these final 2 games of a 12-game format becomes, because everyone has different ideas what they want to do. They want to play those defensive positions if you're Double, if you're Enzo, but if you are someone that you're putting out, like Bensack, like Kevin, like Bryson, you want as much chaos as possible, and hopefully you'll thrive in that chaos.
I think for me, the big player for this game has got to be Enzo. He's the lowest points player currently in the top 8. The cutoff is 49 as stands. So if Enzo drops out early in this game, the possibility of him being leapfrogged and having a player who finishes first get into the top 8 shoots up dramatically.
And for any Solgasang enjoyers, despite the, you know, veteran German player being at 40 points right now, a little bit out of realistic reach of that day 3. He is, I believe, 6th in the qualifier points race, so he still has a chance to finish as strong as possible in the next 2 games and make it through qualifier points.
Yeah, Blitz has had a really good season in the Cups, actually, as well as you're highlighting, which I think is also a great testament to just how strong of a player Solo Gasang is now. We are going to be going in with the Golden Gala here, so put on your dress shoes, boys. It's going to be gold for all three augments.
Hero augments.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit. We've certainly seen how powerful Lilia can be, but I mean, here, as we start out here with Kevin Parker, so said all gold all the way through. I mean, David, you sound like the most enthusiastic to see a hero of what's coming through. Is there one in particular you're hoping we get to see here in Game 11, Game 5 of Day 2?
I would say Elise, because if it's picked, I just wonder how someone's going to make it work. It's one that I haven't been able to pull off to very big success in this entire set. Obviously, there's been the easier ones like Lilia we saw early on. It was just crazy for Enzo, almost got him a Diana 3 in the end. So maybe that one, we should have a bit more, a rotation of hero augments, a new one at least.
Also, David, I feel like we need to work on our communication, right? Because I say that, like, put on your dress shoes, and you go to start putting on a cape talking about hero augments. Like, this is not a fancy dress party. We're just putting on
the full outfit, the shoes, the cape. Counterfeit can mention a different part of the vestment, no? You're going to show up with only shoes, Weeda? I think that's not the way to go.
What if they're really nice shoes? Kinda.
Well, in that case,
we'll negotiate.
Then all bets are off. Absolutely. I think our players, they will give the shirts off their back. They'll give everything for just a few more points. But we are waiting to see what these augments will be. As we can see, we've got a few interesting units coming through, but we've got some great choices. Kevin Parker, of course.
Oh, no.
Are we doing this?
Of course we're doing it.
Yes! Alright,
multi-striker
and Counter. Hey, that's not ideal.
He has a total of 1 multi-striker in his current shop and board setup, if he wants to go for that one.
It's time, David. We're playing Karma Callista.
Oh, looks like there's a few prayers. Ging also going for a trainer.
So, okay, so Shapeshifter and Chrono. I feel like maybe that's a little bit more promising. I mean, we talked about the pre-show how Karma's completely dropping off of a cliff, but the Shapeshifters have certainly seen enough play.
Doesn't really have the best, it has a Siobhan on the bench, but it's just the hard part about Shapeshifters. You have to have a very strong start to make it work, with most of the outs being that fast 9 with Smolder. If you don't have a huge econ lead or just a crazy amount of board strength to win streak stage 2 and part of stage 3, it becomes very, very difficult to make it to that level 9, especially with golden augments all around, which is not really that many resources coming into the game.
No, but what we do have is combat power and direction. And so with the Zap attack, double with the Star is Born. Press the attack here from the likes of the Bryson with Jax 2, Ash 2 already, as well as a Kassadin on the board here on 201. We have a lot of players that have very clear ideas of what they're going to be doing here. Solgasang with the Portal Emblem as well. This lobby is looking like it could be absolutely explosive.
Now, gentlemen, I'm feeling optimistic about Enzo's chances because there's only one player who played this composition in day 1, and that's Volta, who's currently up on the top of the table right now. When he ran this composition, he took a first place with it. So I think this could well be the key to keeping Enzo above that line and stopping people from leapfrogging him.
You're gonna have to hope there's no other players trying to go down the Honeymancy line at all to have the blitz uncontested. Ideally, a few player rerolling 1 cost to make it easier for that roll down to come through for Enzo as well. And we'll see what he pairs on the back line. Usually, Kog'Maw can be Ziggs in some cases, although seen a little bit less likely.
Yeah, when you don't have a lot of 6s to work with at this point in the game, that's normally when you have like 6-2 and 2-1 as well. You kind of go down that route. So see what that's going to happen here. Because again, the big kicker here is going to be how Double approaches the Stars is Born, right? Because if he goes into a reroll line, get some of those 1 costs out of the pool to make it easier for Enzo to hit, as you're talking about, David, that could be a nice little bonus for Enzo.
I'm really curious to see how this one is going, because I know there has been some discussion with trying to take some different approaches, but for the time being, Enzo keeping the Honeymancy ready. We've got the Vanguard in place as well. Of course, we'll be spending some time down here towards the bottom, re-rolling. Double 61, exactly as you said, will be getting into the 1 and 2 cost field as well, so going to be able to assist Enzo in getting those units online quickly, but Double with a solid bottom of his own already.
A little bit worried for Kevin. We saw with the emblem, with the trainer, that he had the multi-striker option if he wanted to go down that route, but Royson was on press the attack, so that could be possibly a contest, possibly Kevin having to alter his game plan if he was thinking about multi-strikers at all. It did have insane stats yesterday, has been performing at a high level on broadcast today. Maybe just kind of the bias of seeing it perform so well, but Stinky got a second with it, Volta got a first. I think coming into these pivotal games, players want to try and go for the comps they know have been performing in this tournament.
Also, again, it's about having a comp that has a very high floor, right? And I feel like multi-strikers, if you're able to hit, at least has a decent floor, even though the ceiling might not be for that first potential just yet here. Also, I kind of want to throw this back to you, David, here, right? We see the Giant Slayer being slammed earlier on here on the likes of Doubles Ari here. What do you make of the slam? I guess you kind of just want to push the tempo a little bit with the Stars is Born, but it is an item that you normally would kind of like put onto the Ari like as a key item.
Considering the components don't really build into anything else, that makes sense. I think it's just kind of cutting your losses basically with not having ideal components in terms of the blue buff, in terms of the JG, in terms of really the AP items that Ari usually wants. And because Double with the Stars Are Born is so committed to the line already, he's just saying, hey, I'm probably going to slam this anyway at some point late stage 3 if I don't do it now, so might as well get some value from it.
Yeah, because of a chance to potentially bring out a Thieves Clause as well if he wants to keep this win streak going. You see, Haven's Zabroyson currently running through the early game. Zabroyson spending aggressively to get the multi-strikers online. I think, as you said, with the multi-strikers being contested in this lobby, he's going to need to make sure he gets his units online quickly. But we'll see, Doubles and Zabroyson still a couple of rounds away from running their streaks into the PvE round. Up against Zilligasang in this round. We haven't talked about him as of yet, with the portal emblem locked down, so at least we know his long-term destination.
Yeah, he's kind of done the same thing as well here, right? Slams that Godbreaker, which is, I think, is a little bit more of an item that gets a little bit more value in the early game compared to something like the Giant Slayer here, but just trying to save as much HP, build up as much of a buffer to work with, to kind of put together this very expensive portal board. Getting access to the emblem means we're going to look towards that 8 portal line, potentially even a 10 portal line, if we get far enough into the game and can get access to a secondary emblem. But overall, it just means that no one's really going to go down the route here to contest Zilligasang. This could be a very solid setup for him.
Yeah, Kesman did get a win, broke his loss streak, is angling towards the Jinx line. If it's uncontested, we saw it perform very, very well today. When it's contested, complete opposite. Usually players holding hands in the bottom 4. Dad's a good start already, has a Wukong, 1 star, but still, Wukong and the Jinx already early on. So getting a little bit closer to finding those 3 stars later in stage 4.
That's, of course, amazing news for Kevin Parker, who wants to try and make sure that he's not going to be contested on the multi-strikers. It seemed like he was going to be. In this case, will be able to, I imagine, get the win here, though I don't know if he necessarily would be wanting this to happen. See there, the double 61 with a streak of his own has protected his Ari with everything he has, but Akali, one of the few units who can get through to the backline early on in the game and remove the damage dealer.
Yeah, and actually a very nice pick up here for Kevin, getting access to that early Akali, right? It's a very nice bonus here, as we are kind of seeing a bit of an Akali inception, but going back here onto the sides of Zabroyson's very early win streak board here with the multi-strikers, with the press the attack. This is a very expected outcome, David, and we already see right now he's angling very heavily for the items for the Kassadin.
That's right, and Zabroyson probably has his fingers crossed, hoping he gets the right components, hoping he can slam 3 items onto this Kassadin with a remover right as stage 3 starts, so he's able to defend this win streak.
We got one, boy.
Titan's Resolve is okay. Missing that BF sword for the BT, can find it potentially on the carousel.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. I mean, Zabroyson, again, he's on 46 points. Again, the cutoff is 49, so as long as he can keep this up, he's looking pretty good. He's got the Hugify jump. He wants to try and push this streak even further. There we go. Kassadin being pumped up, potentially up against double 61 in this round. The Ari Bastion board. The items are coming in. See if Zabroyson can keep his streak.
Probably gonna wait until the fight starts, see who he's facing, if he wants to maybe slam Redemption as well, just to get that little bit of extra power to try and guarantee the at least few wins that he needs here until he gets to the carousel to finish off the 3rd item.
Shouldn't be needed here in the fight against Enzo Sabotage board state, right? But you should never say never. This Kog'Maw with the Giant Slayer will be dishing out a bunch of damage alongside the residual damage from that Sabotage, but I mean, Kassadin 2 is just like, it's a Kassadin 2 at this point, right? It's not quite at the start of the set the same level of Kassadin, David, but it is still very, very powerful.
Wait, why are you singling me out, Wida?
Because we had a lot of debates about Kassadin itemization at the start of the set, the two of us.
Oh, okay, right. So it's not because I was one tricking Kassadin for a month. Got
No,
it.
no.
Thank you.
Thoughts on Nash's 2 for Kassadin, by the way, David?
It's great. Any item is great on Kassadin, to be honest. It's all about just slamming stuff in stage 3 as soon as you can. Golden Quest passed over by Sproyson, unfortunately, but understandably so, considering his spot.
That's a shame. I mean, I'm not... Oh, wait a second. We have got most of our augments coming from players over more on the generic side of things, but Bensak will be able to bring in the Wukong, the spin to win, activated.
And Kesman is probably thinking, really, man? You're going to do me like that?
I was looking at that and thinking, wait a second, that's not the board I thought it was going to be coming through for.
So is it really spin to win then, or is it a spin to contest and potentially bot 4? That's the question really for this stage 3.
That's the big question. But you can kind of like talk to us about this setup though, right? Because we're not seeing the traditional setup here in terms of the Jinx Wukong here. While we're seeing a more AP-centric backline around the spin to win Wukong here. In the past, we've seen this a lot with the Kama, but it does seem like for now, the Ari is holding the items here. Will that be like the end destination for the items? Or do you think we are going to go into the Kama setup, David?
I'm not a believer now, but I was a believer of Karma Preserver's Wukong early in the set. I had great results with it on ladder. Not really seen much at all at the highest level. There are cases where you don't have any other choice, like we saw here from Bensak. He had good items for Wukong. It is just the traditional concept of TFT, backline and frontline. Wukong gets your frontline. You can kind of choose what the best AP backline is to fit here. And you're contested on Jinx. You don't have items for her. There's really no reason to try and really fully contest that. Instead, try and salvage this 7-loss streak. And hopefully for Bensak, considering his points, he needs to go for that miraculous first place here. So it's going to be really tough.
I'm curious to see how Bensak approaches this game, because it seems very likely. I think there's actually a couple of different players running the Wukong at this point, including, of course, the main contest from Ketsman. So I wonder if maybe Bensak doesn't even have it in mind to try and 3-star this Wukong, but instead use this as a bridge towards the later game. I mean, we can see certainly right now it's performing, but later on, it's going to drop off. Bensak does get the win in, which will pull him back from his 7-loss streak and maybe start building back up the table.
So a couple of things to keep in mind here as well is the fact that contesting free cost is, generally speaking, a very, very difficult thing to do because of the fact there are so few copies in the pool compared to some of the lower tiers. Means it's so difficult for multiple people to get towards those free stars. And also it's worth noting that Bensak will have access to a bunch of more components compared to the rest of the lobby through that transfiguration, where every time he picks up a charm, he's going to get closer to picking up those components, right? It's such a big bonus here, which will help him play these multi-carry setups, but with the HP here, he needs to stabilize sooner rather than later.
Sproyson had a chance for BF sword, but he already picked one up thanks to his augment. He picked up You Have My Sword at 3-2, was able to finalize that BT onto the Kassadin, and is now, because of it, on an 8-win streak. It seems like it's deja vu. Every single game we see multi-strikers being played. So dominant in the early stages, really showcasing the power of a 3-item Kassadin.
We don't, for all the hero arguments we have here, David, right? We don't have deja vu. But another thing to keep in mind here is about the setup here from Kesman is that he's on a win streak right now. He is preying on the downfall of Bensak here. Hopefully, if he can string it out for long enough, kind of akin to what we saw happen with Basic in the previous game, that if you're able to stay alive for long enough and find different ways of stabilizing, once you get access to your free stars, it is a very nice setup. So just kind of hoping that he's going to be stable enough for a while, and then hopefully at some point Bensak, for the case of Kesman here, will not be able to contest him anymore.
100 Frenzy doing the good work there, but no, the streak is done. You can see Kesman bitterly disappointed there. I thought he had what he needed, so he's not going to be able to rise up and challenge the Bryson face-to-face, who did manage to keep his streak going. So Bryson looking incredible. I really love the pressing attack, the max HP damage. We've got so many high HP units in the lobby.
Versus Bryson wants to try and roll at all right now, or if he just wants to try and go 7, he has a chance to upgrade Hecarim, which could be, maybe potentially the difference maker in this next fight if he ends up losing it. Maybe looking at his matchmaking pool, it's pretty easy, let's say, with Solgasang on a 3-loss streak. So gonna face into him, knows who he's facing, and can pretty much guarantee that the Kassadin will wrap onto this Rise in the backline.
So Wita, we've talked, of course, about Solgasang's history in the scene, but we haven't seen a ton of the Rise Portal variant in particular being played here. What's your diagnosis for him in this lobby to be able to come back and get the big win that he needs?
I feel like right now he's actually in a pretty tough spot, right? He does have a lot of economy to work with, but if he was like 750 here, it would be a lot easier because you really need to accelerate your way into an 8 portal board here. 6 portal really doesn't do a whole lot. Most boards in the game right now around Rise are either 3 or 8 portal, and getting access to that +1 portal is so important in terms of being able to unleash the full power. We saw that earlier on today in that trade tracker game from the Coco, right? Once you get access to those vertical portals, it becomes a bunch of combat power coming into play here. So he needs to reach his max potential for that to happen. And for doing that, he needs to have a massive 4-2 rollout on 8 and hit Rise to Terry to all these massive hits to come through.
Rollout coming through for both Broyson and I assume Kevin Parker, who is sticking onto the multi-striker line as well with a Kassadin. But Broyson looks like he's not really committing to fully rolling here, only on 5 copies of Kassadin. Kevin is down to 30-ish gold, 6 copies of Kassadin here.
Because note here, Double 61, I believe, also picked up a Kassadin 2 on his roll down. I saw it briefly pop up on the overlays. I'm not sure if we're being fooled here, but that would just be classic sabotage gameplay when you're also on a 2-cost-centric roll lineup. We saw that earlier today as well from Orc, I believe. Right? When you are rolling there, it makes a lot of sense to, again, increase your own maximum own odds of hitting your Aries, for example, right? So just great heads-up play coming through from Double.
One thing he knows is that Broyson's been running a wrecking ball through this lobby. Once he hits the 3 stars, he's just going to become completely unstoppable. Even with Kevin Parker trying to contest the same line and slowing him down, the Broyson is still winning. A last one comes in. It will be golds across the board. Kevin Parker with a chance to bring out the multi-striker crest. So that's 2 in place. The chance to go to 9 if he so chooses.
Oh, I think he's not going to make it to 9 considering he's donkey rolling on 6 and he's still very, very far away from his key upgrades. 2 off of the Akali and 3 off of the Kassadin. Should be able to survive even with a 2 stars because of the 7 multi-spike, but yeah, it's looking grim. I'm not sure why Broyson waited so long to start rolling considering he had a lot of gold to work with.
I think he's like just sitting on his win streak, right? Saying he doesn't necessarily need to roll in this position because he's like so unlikely to hit with the way that Kevin Parker has kind of fully invested all of his gold into hitting this Kassadin. And I think that it's a risky approach, right? I'll definitely agree with that, but I do think that it does make sense when he's been chilling. His board has definitely been powerful here now. Finds that upgrade on the Jax here to buy a little bit more time.
And Jax, of course, recent buffs make him much more of an effective tank for the squad, but we can see Kezman is online. That hunting frenzy means he's deleting through. The Jax does stay up for longer than he would have expected, but Zabroyson's reign at the top is finally over. Takes the big L. Still though, Zabroyson got so much money out of 2 clear stages of winning.
Bensak, unfortunately for French TFT, he's down to 15 HP, but fortunately for Kezman, he is maybe 2 fights away from being eliminated very, very quickly in stage 4 potentially, and having these Wukongs go back into the pool, which would be big news for Kezman and his potential to have a great result here.
Also a big deal for the likes of Solgasang here if Bensak goes out, right? Because this is a lot of the units that Solgasang also wants to include on his board here. This Rise 2 upgrade is going to be huge here. So Broyson finding an Ash free as well. So his roll down here is being rewarded, but whether or not this Wukong will be able to hold the line, that is the big question now, because if this Rise 2 gets to work, it could end up absolutely tearing through the boards.
Well, we'll see them face to face with each other. Solgasang staring down Bensak's board. Of course, as you said, Solgasang would love to get a big win here and push Bensak out of the game as fast as possible. On Solgasang's side of things, it is only the 1-star rise, so that would make a massive difference, but Bensak has what Solgasang wants, and what he doesn't want is a kick in the face. Solgasang will take the big L, pushing him down to comparable HP with Bensak.
Another curiosity of how this game is currently unfolding, right, is the fact that Solgasang is also holding on to the Kassadins because he needs it for the 8 portal.
And maybe from Solo, that's a bit of a revenge because end of stage 3, the very last fight, and start of stage 4, he faced back-to-back Kassadin players, lost both of those fights, which puts him in the position he is in now with 20 HP to work with. So really just saying, hey, I am not happy that I'm facing one of the strongest tempo comps in the game back-to-back and losing so much HP because of it, while also missing my Rise upgrade.
Something, Weezer, that's jumping out for me from that carousel was Kevin Parker picking up the pan from there. I presume on the way to another multi-striker element, so he's definitely cooking up some shenanigans there, but the Scholars here on this side, we do see Scholar Emblem, of course. It looks like we're quite a way away from Scholar 6. Bensak holding on the very edge.
He's holding on for dear life right now with that Scholar Seraph here, and also with there, Bryson is one of 3 options in his matchup pool, and that was a Kassadin free that triggered over there for a second. And look at the bench of double 61, the Kassadin 2 still chilling over there.
Wow.
The entire lot is just trying to remove these Kassadins from play.
It's almost like the compositions developed a reputation from day one, and well-earned reputation. Bensak trying to hold on again. It looks like this time it's going to be very close. Last cast comes in, and I think it's just enough. Bensak will stay alive. Zilgasang as well, also taking the W. They're getting ever so slightly closer. We can see above them on the scoreboard. Kevin Parker and Ging, they're on the 30s. It's not impossible that Zolo and Bensak could at least get into the top 5.
8 Wukongs there now for Bensak. Has been not too worried just yet. He has so much HP to work with. At some point in time, especially in stage 5, or maybe 15 HP is enough to just have 1 life, Bensak will face someone like Royson and maybe get eliminated in the process. So Kesman probably holding out on spending any of his gold, understanding he needs to try and make a pretty big result in this game 5. He's on 47 points. Needs to get, I would say, at least a 2nd or a 3rd to try and get that top 8 for tomorrow.
Big round here for Zilgasang, finds the upgrades to the Ezreal as well as the Rise now hoping to hold the line.
That's going to make such a big difference. We've got the Archangels in place. We've got the anti-heal from the red buff as well. It's a real battle of attrition here, but the portal shields are going to start evaporating sooner or later, and the tanks, I think, aren't quite there. We've got the Ascension kicking in as well from a double 61. It's down to the wire. One more cast is not quite good enough. Zilgasang takes the L. Bensak does not, which puts Zilgasang on officially 1 life.
No goal to work with here. Still missing the Tarek upgrade, missing the Tom Kenshin upgrade. Really, it's the front line that's missing here. The Rise is an absolute beast, scaling with the Archangels as well, but just not holding out for long enough.
Also, the HP totals right now, Kevin Parker, Bensak, and Zilgasang really in danger territory here, and that's going to be the big thing about the rest of the game going out here now. Bensak finds that Wukong free off of an AWP, it does seem like, so that's going to be a massive upgrade for him, hopefully stabilizing the front line. But again, the matchup roulette could come into play here, and that could be a really big issue now. We do see Kevin Parker finally find that Akali free's been rolling for so long, but still struggling to find that ever so elusive Kassadin.
I'm still wondering what that pan's going to end up turning into, because he still hasn't used it so far. Kevin Parker is very close to the edge here. Again, a player with a massive, world-endingly strong potential, as it will be a third multi-striker emblem coming in. So we've got the full version online, but for Kevin Parker, he may have run out of road up against Zilgasang. We'll have to see the Akali and the Kassadin, the core parts of the offensive push.
And at this point, maybe Kevin just wants to go 8 to try and fit in the 9 multi. But in the case here, the Ahri comes in, adds the extra Archon at the very least. The Kassadin is just not doing enough at 2-star. We do see the upgrades on the side of Solo, so Solo stays alive. Kevin now down to what is definitely 1 life at this point in time. A massive bonk coming down onto his head.
Yeah, no
desperate win streak.
Yeah, Benzak's been able to turn it around, and no longer desperate plea is an option in the game, so that is definitely also something that we gotta keep our eyes out for here. But the 9 multi is coming in just about here. Whether or not that is going to be what takes this competition over the edge, that's going to be the big question right now, because there's a Akali free. We'll have to do a ton of the heavy lifting for it to work. And looking at this matchup pool right now, he does have Bensak, who's been slowly but surely building up a win streak, doubling Kesman. Also, 2 relatively strong players here. We could see the end of Kevin Parker right this second.
All right, that 9 multi-striker, the 100% chance, and the 10% max health heal on every single attack. This is the best it's going to get. Kevin Parker has shot for the least likely out because he knows he can't put together the regular board. The Akali is dancing through the raindrops here, but she's being focused down by the Ahri, and she cannot stand. It's all left in the hands of our friends Kalista at the back end of the board, and Kevin Parker tried his darndest, but it just wasn't good enough. He will be out. We're going to check to see if he is out in last place or not.
The battle of the contests. That's really the name of the game in this game 5. Kesman as well, free falling now down to 17 HP. Now right next to his contester, Bensak, who picked up Spin to win on stage 3 and has been win streaking really all of this late game now.
Yeah, and Ging also in a big issue where if you don't really get to accelerate into this position when you're trying to play this composition with the shapeshifters here, there's just going to be no bite, right? Because he tricked out the Duo-Q, trying to find a Smolder or a Briar, but to no avail, and putting him into a very tough spot. Go directly into Solgasang's board here. This Pandora's items alongside the Portal Crest to put him into an incredibly strong position.
Yeah, we've seen what happens when the Rise is on the same side of the board as your backline carry. We see that Olaf gets into trouble immediately. And the Rise, even though he's close by, is just not being a threat, and the rest of the board just being torn to pieces. Gonna be the end of the line here for Ging. Solgasang will take the win off screen. Kesman goes down to a single life, but we are down to our top 6, and 3 of those 6 are very close to being eliminated.
And really huge props to Bensak, picking up Spin to win, finding a correct AP backline carry to go alongside that massive front line from the Wukong and making it work. 5 win streak now. The Rise is putting in the work. It's a very similar comp to the Karma comp we saw in the past, but played much less at the start of the set. Always a viable option though with the 4 Scholars.
Yeah, huge props for him to really seeing the vision here, really opening his eyes to what this Scholar emblem will allow him to do alongside that early-ish Rise 2 that he found now, the Silver Veil being picked up. And we can kind of see Kesman's struggles, right? There are still enough copies for him to be able to free-start this Wukong, should he be able to, but you never quite know where they're going to be at here. We're going to repurpose the items, trying to make this Olaf into more of a useful damage carry, but we are 2 copies from the Jinx, two copies away from the Wukong, and I feel like we are about 2 seconds away from starting the final fight of his game.
He's got Solgasang as a potential matchup pool, but it's double 61 who comes face to face. This is the Ari board from before. We should be seeing that Olaf quite likely jumping into her before too much longer, but at least he's on the opposite side of the board. Wukong, though, at the 2-star just cannot stand up. The raw damage, the Giant Slayer you guys talked about earlier on, doing excellent work against the reroll meta to rip through these units. Double 61's Ari makes short work of Kesman. He is down, but Solgasang is still fighting. He might be out this round as well.
For Kesman, finishing this off with 3 points in this game number 5, ending off on 50. Usually the cutoff for the day 3 is around 60 points, 61, sometimes goes as low as 58. In that case, maybe Kesman will still have a chance.
We will see here now. Bensak does have the option here of playing the role of the Executioner, with Solgasang being in his matchup pool, could guarantee himself a spot in the top 4. But unironically, I am not sure which of these 2 boards actually are the strongest, right? Because we've seen Solgasang's board here with the 8 portal being incredibly capped out as well. And we are going to get the answer to that question right in this very second.
We've got scaling on both sides. The Zerath with the Archangels for Bensak, the Archangels for Solgasang as well. We did have the anti-spell coming in as the middle front line will hold. The Wukong is good. The Rise gets eliminated. The Zerath is barely alive and he can't quite get the shot through. It's all down to the Wukong. He has scaled, but not good enough. Bensak stays alive by a hair's breadth. Enzo also takes the L. We've got now 3 players, gentlemen, on a single life. The battle for top 4 begins in earnest in stage 6.
And the Wukong almost quite literally spun to 1, but not quite in the end there. So close there, Bensak. I think he was close to having a heart attack, it looked like, on the player cam. But stays alive at the very least. The dream is still there.
It definitely is, right? It just really goes to show the importance of those combat charms as well, just how big of a swing they can make in these fights. And that's going to be what most of these players are going to be rolling for. A player like Enzo right here at this very second, right? He is so low in gold, he has no way of actually reaching up towards a higher level, just needs to get some pretty important combat charms to work with.
So we head into stage 6. The Bryson Double 61 sitting above the crowd in the 40s. Double 61, of course, very pleased with how things are going. He was the highest points player coming in. Now hits level 9 on 55 overall. A solid finish here could mean that he has a much easier ride in game 12, the last game before the cutoff. Enzo's board, though, will be re-equipped, reconfigured as he tries to fight for that one more point, that one more placement.
Backflow Charm for Enzo as well, getting an MR with all players remaining, other than Enzo, being fully AP comps with the Rise comps with the Ari here with the Cassidy as well. We'll see if this Kog'Maw 2 can actually manage to do enough damage, have enough DPS in stage 6 to win this out. The tankiness is there from the Blitzcrank, but I'm not sure the damage is accompanying.
The sap attacks do have to be sapping here for it to have any chance of staying alive, right? And with the return that Solgasang has made, the comebacks here, he will go out, but I feel like the HP saved over the course of the game here should be enough to at least see himself to a spot in this top 4, and it's going to be Bensag, actually. We have 3 players eliminated now, going into a very deep head-to-head here between Zebroyson and Double, 45 and 43 HP here. A lot of head-to-head shenanigans could unfold at this fight.
A small word before we move on about Enzo. Do remember, he was the gatekeeper for the top 8 coming in. Our player most vulnerable to being leapfrogged. Going out in 4th place isn't the disaster he would have been afraid of, but it's not as many points as he could have gained. So the door is open here. Zebroyson, 46 points, in best position to take advantage. The final 2 remaining. We'll see if Double 61's board is good enough to get him across the line and into a commanding position at the top of the table.
And if Zebroyson wins this, it could be one of the craziest comebacks we've seen in EMEA Finals histories if he also manages to do the same in game number 6, because his stats and his placement for today, third, second, first. With the potential top 2 guaranteed, maybe a first in this game 5 as well, which is absolutely crazy.
And also worth noting here, Double 61 does have access to some of those extra charms here, the ascended charms coming through from the Seraph, so could be an interesting one to keep in mind here, but we'll go for the juggling of the treasure chests onto the Zoe attack that we've seen plenty of times today already.
Just to, as we see the treasure chest come in, just to fill out a little bit what you're saying there, David, Zebroyson, he's not had a good season, but this is the first time he's been back at regionals, I believe, since Gizmos and Gadgets. Definitely not a player on a lot of people's scorecards as one to look out for, but he's still got a chance here. Of course, Double 61 is on the win streak, so it's still unlikely to hit the first place. The cards are going to be good. I mean, the Zerath up to 2-star as well. I think this will be more or less a formality because the front line is going to hold and the multi-strikers just can't break through.
Even in 2nd place, though, puts him at 53 points after this. Very much in the potential to make that top 8. Talking about the cutoff being at around 60-61 points, so just another 2nd or 1st place in game 6 could put him there, and I think that would be one of the craziest comebacks we've seen ever in this kind of day 2 format.
It would be an absolutely amazing story of one of the most storied players in EMEA trying to make his return to that global stage. Would be absolutely huge here for the Polish player, but also just like, I'm super excited about this, right? Again, we just see these creative plays because the last time I really remember seeing Zebroyson really first, like I was, again, like he was one of the big players on like the level 7, 3, 5 massive roll downs, won like events off the back of that back in the Dragonlance, I believe, right? Like he's such a player that has shown such a width of playstyle creativity over the years. Has taken his breaks, come back, another one of those players that couldn't stay retired, right? I feel like that's a running story of a lot of the players that we do have here at these regional finals right now.
All right, we'll try this once more time. It's been a 5-round streak for Double 61. As impressive as Zebroyson's comeback here, it has been a hell of a last couple of seasons for Double 61 as well. Managing, of course, to get 2nd place at the Tactician's crown. Having a great season, winning out there at the TFT Championship Summer Invitational as well. He's a player in need of a renaissance, and he might be able to find it. The good Zonias gets the Castellan, though, into the backline, and it's going to be delayed by an extra round. That Zonias was everything.
And the walk-up from the tank into Zebroyson's own backline allowed the rerouting, the pathing onto the Ari, and the surprise win for Zebroyson. Just had to do that one more time, which is maybe hard to plan for.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. When you have these like really high HP head-to-heads here, these players get to see a ton of various scenarios play out, try to adapt to them, and maybe figure out some random positioning thing that they can do to kind of bait that kind of behavior from the opposition's units again, right? So I think those type of micro adjustments here will be critical to follow.
You can see Zabroyson moving the casting every way, back and forwards. Oh, hopefully Observer can jump us onto the correct board there, because unfortunately we don't get to see what's going on. We can imagine. There we go. So we're back in here. Let's try and spot where everything is going through. That we do still have the Castellan in play, but this time he's getting stuck on the tank again. This should be enough for double 61. There's the Castellan, but he doesn't go into the backline. Instead, it will be double 61. From the Summit Invitational to our screens, he's back and he's ready to crush his way through the competition. A first place, 55 points coming in. He's looking real good.
And that was so close. The pathing almost repeated itself with a Poppy walking back up. I think half a second more and Cassian would have walked into that Ahri again with the BT cleaned up, healed back to full, and cleared the Poppy as well. But still, a great game from Double. I think, you know, we're tired of just giving him compliments all the time, smurfing on the competition the entire set. Comes to the finals, usually he's on like the 8th to 10th position. We're you know, not sure if he's gonna make day 3. In this case, dominating day 2 from him. And for Zabroyson, again, crazy comeback. Fingers crossed he can actually pull it off in game 6.
Well, gentle friends, we are almost at the end of day 2 here in our Golden Spatula. Of course, we head to break. When we return from that break, we can reveal for you officially where the points all land coming into that all-important final game, and perhaps if Zabroyson and players like him have managed to defy the odds. So stay tuned. We'll be back as soon as we can with our analyst desk and the standings.
Well, Alan, it was a hell of a game on our hands, and we were able to see some incredible contests and some not so incredible results for certain players. So it was a bit of a mixed bag, but I kind of want to start off. We were talking about the early game, a couple of decisions that push players towards their eventual places. You wanted to start with Zabroyson.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a very good opener for the multi-strikers, and he just went with the heat. Unfortunately for the Parker, who woke up pretty much with just the dummy that forced him into multi-strikers, who could have went for the encounters. He wasn't locked in necessarily on the multi-strikers, but at the end, it is supreme type of comp. So he was just hoping Zabroyson might play some tempo and pivot away, which was not the case in this time.
And this lobby was really contextualized by multi-way contests on multiple units. We had multiple people going for the Wukong, one of whom was Bensak, who went spin to win, so I will defend that to my dying breath. But there was also the Jinx contest that ended up going 3 ways, the 2-way Rise contest, and a lot of compositions that just couldn't find their mark, versus double 61 with this Ahri composition that we've seen yesterday kind of fall flat, this time was high above and away the best composition in this match.
I have to highlight Double. He actively made the selection of the uncontested line because his reminder, his opener item-wise was BF, Glove, Bow, and he slammed the GS. That's unheard of to slam GS on stage 2. Unless you are so confident in the line selection, you know that you are gonna be playing exactly that, and that's your best use for those components, that you go for it. And yeah, clearly it worked out for him.
And we've seen a sort of double-edged sword from picking the lines early. We've seen the cases like Doubles here, where picking it early and committing meant that he was always able to play towards it. But then we have players like Enzo going for the zap attack and Bensak going for the spin to win that stuck them in these narrower lines that ended up being contested. Bensak, of course, had to fight for the Wukongs, and then Enzo was stuck carrying a Kog'Maw with some pretty mediocre items and couldn't itemize the Jinx right beside it because that was contested by 2 other compositions.
Enzo probably wanted to play something like Rise from that spot, maybe go for like Milo, perhaps Seraph if he would have high roll detonate, but he just never hit those units. He was just playing transition Cog, which he never got to pivot off because, again, other units were contested or they are just 5 cost and they are hard to hit on 8.
And we've been talking a little bit about Rise as well. I want to bring up Solo's board. We've been talking about and seeing earlier with Lakoko the effect that the portal has on that composition. So maybe that'll make an appearance in our final game as we do have the standings throwing up on your screen. And remember, the cutoff is top 8. So unless the math is crazy close, I'm fairly certain everyone on this page is not going to make it to day 3.
Keep in mind, some of those players are still playing for the qualifier points because they are very high on the leaderboard right now. Throughout the whole season, they accumulated that amount that just hitting like this top 20, top 15 is gonna be good enough to get them into Tactician crown and not necessarily having to make it to top 8 even. So we'll be seeing players definitely sweating off, trying to get every possible placement they can.
And of course, here on the top 8, these are the people most likely to make it into that day number 3. Volta and Double maintaining their incredible record here at the top of the table, both of them in the 60s. Voltairix definitely guaranteed to make it to the next day.
Pretty much all the 3 players that we see at the top are guaranteed, even if they are gonna go dead last, given the gap between last position, the player on the 9 and just top 3, even top 4. Max Fan is also pretty much guaranteed, I believe, and then there will be fight for the remaining 4 slots.
Yeah, I've been really pleasantly surprised by Max Fun this weekend. Today, of course, having an incredible showing we got to see earlier on his victory. So incredible play so far from him.
Hard agree. And like my favorite narrative of this weekend is Darkest retiring, just casually getting guaranteed advance pretty much before even last game happens. Like I have to also retire. Like I retired once, time to retire again.
You've done it before. It's time to bring it back, Alan. Head back over to Legends of Runeterra for a bit. Come back in.
Yeah, most definitely. In terms of like leaderboard and what players we could see sneak in, perhaps we've seen Kubikson at the bottom of like top sneaking around top 8, Stinky, and perhaps Broyson. Broyson had a really rough day 1. I've seen on the Polish Discord he was very down after day 1 and just saying that okay, I'm just gonna play day 2, whatever. Like he was not a believer, and we see a pretty much miraculous run on the day 2. Let's see if he can actually close it up.
Yeah, a lot on the line, a lot of slim margins. We're going to toss it over to our casters for the final game of day number 2.
Thank you very much, Matt. And gentlemen, I want to regretfully take a moment away from Darkest and their great performance so far to highlight where we are going into this lobby. The current cut-off to make the top 8 is 54 points, and we have 3 players on 53 points in this very lobby. Yellow Tomato, Stinky Abuser, Horo X. This game will send them quite likely into the top 8 or keep them out of day 3.
And all three of these players are not players you would consider to be veterans in the scene. For Horo and Stinky Abusers is their first ever EMEA finals, and yet they are so close to making that day 3. For Yellow Tomato, second finals, but he already finished 9th in set 9 Runeterra Reforged. Hopefully, one spot above that in this tournament maybe, finishes 8th and makes it to day 3.
Could you imagine he just like takes the random stuff, just getting tiebreaker out of everything?
No, Wida, don't do it.
I mean,
one caster curse he can handle. 2 caster curses, it's too much for any mortal.
But to be fair, Kubi had like that, like EO Ramblin kind of curse upon him for a while, then broke through that, right? And see where he is now. We're talking about character building here, David, okay? Because if we give him the right character building, he's going to become the best player in the world. Could you imagine that? That would be crazy, right? But also, like, I would actually be really excited to see if both him and Orc made it to the same championship. The amount of work they would put in would be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see how it all plays out. Remember, gentle friends, this is the last game of day 2 of EMEA's Golden Spatula, our regional event for Magic and Mayhem. Or Magic and Mayhem. We've got 3 champions coming here, so we've got more of a push towards some one-cost rerolls for any of our lucky players who might find, like Jedgesor here, an early 2-star.
Jedgesor, despite being at 51 points, potentially with a first place and a pretty low cutoff in the end, he could still make that day 3 at 59. So gonna have to hope for a pretty high roll game. Maybe that's why he is selling for Egon here, not making the Soraka 2, and just hoping he gets an augment that allows him to play for a win out.
Jedu is also one of the players that do have the ability to play for those qualifier points, making it towards the championship, if I'm not too mistaken on that part, right? So he's just trying to edge out every single position here, but also made a very clear direction of what he wanted to do, made some clear decisions about giving up the Soraka too, and well, that is what you want. That has been, like, just gets rolled past here, just decides to go down the ferry route instead here, has the direction of, with the early Lilia 2 here, potential Callista game on the cards here.
This is so fascinating because, we know that the ferry board, if you can get the 2 emblems in there, is extremely strong. But David, I don't know about, if you're saying Jedgesor needs to get the top 1 finish, do you think the ferries have got enough power behind them to make that happen?
9 fairies, potentially, if he gets 2 emblems and can slot everything in. But it is hard to make it that far. Of course, you have to stay open to the possibility. There are a ton of comps and lines you can decide to play at 2-1 that you pretty much guarantee know already. You are not going to be able to win out. And we're seeing here, full risk. He wants to have carousel priority for any potential, spats or pans. He wants to have a chance to have as much econ as possible. He is playing 1st or 8th.
And you'll love to see it here. Lires going down to the old trusted faithful of the category 5. But Opal and a Yellow Tomato also on those Thunder-centric augments here. It is a contest left, right, and center. Meanwhile, Dark is just, you know what, I'm just going to take some Shiver Scale. I'm just going to farm some gold. Go fast 9, have some fun. You guys do get out over your reroll comps. I'm just going to chill,
Aye. All right, well, we'll see how it works out long term. Certainly, we have got some pretty different starts here in terms of the players starting gold. Jedgesor and Horo, they're both getting up to nearly 40 before the game's even really started. Imagine we may well be seeing some pretty heavy open forting for either or both of them.
Straight up goes back on the cell here. We have seen Horo also go for the open fort strats a lot in this event so far. We can see Clemu going into potentially with the learning to spell here on towards that Soraka Seraphine line that we've seen so much of already as well. So there's so many people with clear direction. Then you have people like Jedusor, like just like, having fun, chilling, trying to like just full on open for it, building our board further down the road, and then play for that heavy scaling.
Yeah, I think not much is going to change on this board. It's going to be open for it. You can pretend you're going to play more units, but then just sell them off in the end regardless. Moving on now, we're seeing the start of the setup for what could be the Jinx board already. Wukong is here. I wonder which players will try instead to play for the Ash category 5, which is always going to be an option with the lower cost multi-striker reroll.
We're seeing a tier here as well. With Spear of Shojin, Runaan's Hurricane. This could be an indication of him wanting to go down the Honeymancy route with the Cockmaw reroll with the category 5 as well. Not necessarily the more sought out version, but with the way that his units actually have been panning out so far here, looking at a very early Nunu 2 potentially, as well as Cockmaw paired, that could be the way out, although he is holding every single option open right now. Wukong on the bench as well.
It's going to be an awkward situation for our players to navigate through here. But Other Pal will take the L there. I think very vital to keep those options open, but coming out of that round into our first carousel, Yellow Tomato with the hunting frenzy. He's the one who's certainly locked into that route the most harshly. Lyris and Other Pal, both with the category 5. All three of our presumptive hunter players in the top 3 coming out of the early game.
And there's Wukong with a cloak looking very appetizing for so many of our players. It can become a Gargoyle, it can become a Runons. Unfortunately for Yellow Tomato, will be Opal picking it up. Yellow Tomato really is not happy to be caught in the crossfire of this 3-way contest, considering he's on 53 points, has a very real chance of finishing strong in this Game 6 and making that Day 3.
Absolutely. Also, something that we need to keep an eye out for here is the fact that Horo and Jedisor are both full on open here, and Horo X is on the double down, so he would probably be the one that takes the biggest hurt from them hitting each other and resetting each other's streaks here, because he's trying to get so much gold from that double down, and if that doesn't happen, well, that is going to be an absolutely huge issue potentially in the making.
And it's very hard to turn things around and start to put together a win streak in that situation again. We'll see. Horo so far, I think we'll see after the end of this round if he's managed to avoid up at the top of the table, though. It's the Yellow Tomato up against Darkest, who, of course, yes, we didn't have enough hunters going on in this lobby, so Darkest thought maybe they bring out another one here, the Gold Collector and the Infinity Edge. That's a combination we saw from Solgasang yesterday, working extremely well.
Already guaranteed to make Day 3, and Darkest is choosing Chaos in this final game.
And right there, very big, yeah, I was about to say, like, a very important thing happened right now. Jedisor and Horo X hit each other, which means that the double down for Horo will not be generating any value. Both of the players are still way above this 50 gold breakpoint, so will be farming the interest. Darkest now, the only person with an uncontested loss streak in the lobby. And Yellow Tomato and Lires, both of them really want to have this win streak continue so they can get easier and quicker access to that level 7.
I just want to reinforce that because of how important that is. We are one round ahead of PvE. For Horo and Jedisor, if they could have kept those streaks intact, the sheer volume of money, particularly for Horo, difference that loss make is absolutely everything. And remember, Horo is one of our players who needs to get out of this lobby with a big win.
Massive streak defense here from Yellow Tomato. It's personal, of course, with Liles contesting his own comp, with the Hunters being contested. Extra bit of gold. Kog'Maw in the shop as a little reward. Namzi as well for Yellow Tomato. Things going his direction, but I'm just wondering, is he going to commit to Kog'Maw considering how many copies he already has? Does he just ignore the Wukong and Jinx line altogether and play the more traditional Kog'Maw Hunter line instead?
Luito, we are getting a little bit of extra intel from our man in the clouds, and letting us know that the double down streak will remain in place despite the reset. So it's not as bad news for Horo X as it could have been. He'll still be getting the money in place. Jedisor, of course, has no such protections. We can see, of course, from Horo's side of things, 73 gold in the bank, so we see the evidence of that lack of reset with our own eyes.
Good news for Yellow Tomato, considering no one else is on a win streak. He's going to have a higher chance of no one really trying to push tempo. Start of stage 3, leveling to 6 early. He's going to just guarantee it by leveling himself. Kalista in the shop, but obviously he's locked into this line. Maybe going to roll a little bit if he wants to commit to the Kog'Maw to try and find those extra copies early and try and maybe hit an early Kog'Maw 3 and just tempo off of that into a big placement.
The Moose items here are in a bit of a interesting position where I could just slap double tank at him if he wanted to, but we'll just go with the Gargoyle Stoneplate for now, putting that tier onto the Seraphine, the belt onto the front line here. Look at the other side of the field here. Double Runans with that Spear of Shojin on the board now for Opal, with a Wukong 2 in the front line.
Damn, that's wild. I can't believe how well our Hunter players are doing when the 3 of them contesting each other, but it's still working. Kalmu takes another hit. We do know long term, Kalmu, much like Bricks before him, will have a board to shake through absolutely everyone, but for now, he's sitting back in the lobby. We'll get another gold augment coming in. We'll see if we get any spicy ones coming through.
Just more gold to work with. Makes sense considering he is just a few copies off Massive upgrades, especially the Seraphine here. Although, like you mentioned, she has no items just yet, so not going to be as impactful as those 3-item carries are in stage 3.
Not necessarily right, and I think that even with this gold injection from the Reigning Gold Plus here, we are still not really hitting any of our critical units, though we are setting up for a massive swing turn. And I do fear that it might be a little bit too late, as it could indicate we're going to be hitting around that 4-1, and kind of sees Clemu here trying to roll down, kind of accepting that I just need to stay above 31, 32 gold, and from there just going to need to rebuild my econ via the interest that he's going to be generating.
Yeah, I suppose that's one way to make up for your lack of items is to have the 3 stars, but it doesn't seem to be forthcoming for Clemu for the time being, so he'll have to sit back and wait for those big ones, big stacks to start coming through. We do see at least this is a board run by Jeddy, so that maybe he can get a few extra trickles of AP in, but you see that outside the ferry board is coming together slowly, and oh, wait a second, Clemu actually is strong enough, and he will wipe the board. That's a bunch of stacks in, and a reset.
I don't think you can call it a ferry board counterfeit, considering there's not a single ferry unit.
It will be a ferry board.
Okay, in the long-term future, it will become a ferry board. But for now, Jedizor is open for game plan. We'll see how it pans out. Obviously, you need to risk a lot in this game 6. We'll see if it's going to be too much, though. There's the Seraphine 3.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Reigning Gold here will offset some of the interest loss, but the reality of the fact is that we're still level 5, 6 gold on free here. We are gonna potentially have to make some sacrifices. Would you hold on to this Vigar and like go for the Vigar free? Do you need to play for this high cap right now, David? Do you think there are other options?
I mean, Clemu's on 37 points. I'm not sure if he can make it through. So I think he's not really playing for full risk unless he is in contention to do qualifier points and needs to really go for a first in this game to try and jump up a few placements.
Yeah, it's not a great tournament situation for Clemu at all, but we saw, Brix, of course, was an even worse tournament situation with a learning to spell board, and still was a massive difference maker, a kingmaker in the lobby. If he goes through and takes the top position here, Clemu, if it all does work out, that keeps points away from our 3 players, Yellow Tomato, Stinky, and Horo, who desperately need every point they can get.
Some defensive components open here. Also another copy of the Wukong. That is also something that we need to keep in mind here. Clemu picks that up here. And it's, again, like, at the top of the stands, like, it's still gonna be, like, the entire story of how, like, this freeway hunter contest between the players is gonna pan out, because that is the biggest story to kind of work with right now.
Oh, okay, so let's take stock of course, the most standout situation here, which is, again, seeing we've got so many people contesting each other up at the top. Opal, of course, is the one ruling the roost with one of the Category 5 boards. Yellow Tomato in 3rd place, the Hunting Prezi. Lyris in 5th place. They're all still doing well enough.
Wait a minute.
I'm still surprised.
I've seen this movie before. Stinky Abuser playing Kassadin to success in Stage 3. Say it isn't so. Once again, 3-item Kassadin absolutely tearing through the opposition, including the 100 boards, it looks like, and pretty close to the upgrade to 3-star as well, just 2 off.
Yeah, and also something I quickly want to highlight here for Opal, for example. This game could be everything. He currently is 8th in the standing in terms of the qualifier points for the Tacticians, crowned with 204, 7 points behind the likes of Sologasang, a little further behind the likes of Gobo, of Volterix, Kubixen, etc. Right? And a lot of these players are in contention for the final lobby already secured here. So every single placement here will matter for the French player, just kind of another little extra storyline, even if he can't make it in towards that final lobby.
Yeah, and that's the first qualification route for the Tacticians crown. It's about those qualifier points, that consistency, the qualifier points representing the players' performance across the season and the regionals themselves, a full accounting of everything they've brought us. If we come close to the end of Stage 3, though, Stinky Abuser up at the top of the standings right now are all going to drop with Yellow Tomato. Jedizor down towards the bottom. Stinky's multi-striker board, the extra Omni Vamp. We can see, as you were pointing out before, David, the Kassadin is an absolute monster to deal with.
And the Kog'Maw is not really coming through for Yellow Tomato. He was on 4 at the start of Stage 3, now only just on 5. having been slow rolling the entirety of the stage. We don't see him to be too relaxed, and I understand why. So much at stake here for the Greek player.
Yeah, it's just kind of like the catch-22 of the way that when you go down into this reroll line, right? And I think that's just kind of the nature of it. You can never really predict to end up in a freeway contest for a Hunter line, even if Jinx has been like one of the most popular rerolls to kind of work with here, now has a big decision to make. Do you want to make this Wukong 2 repivot after spending so much gold on rolling for the entirety of the stage here? That's a massive decision to make.
Wow, okay, he does take the Wukong. I mean, Hunters and Vanguard's perfectly acceptable as a frontline, but I do want to bring our eyes to Darkest. They have got over 100 gold in the bank. We know the Darkest is coming in with 62 points overall, so in the most comfortable position you can be at this point in the competition.
Wait.
But they really want to end up strong.
Why is he buying Jinxes?
No, stop. Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. Just click on your Vanguard units and your blasters and just leave the Jinxes alone. Right? No one wants to have a fourth player holding on to all of these Jinxes, even if it is objectively the correct thing to do for Darkest in this spot here. But it's actually a very impressive turn, trying to just navigate as much as possible before the round starts.
I mean, we know this is the composition if you want to top 4 a game. It didn't win a single game yesterday, but its top 4 stats were absolutely absurd. The setup here, David, is fantastic. We got the Gold Collector, the Infinity Edge. There's a lot of punch. The Ezreal's got such good reach across the board for the Gold Collector as well. And we can see in this round, it will be good enough to get the win and keep Darkest afloat.
Finally breaks that 10 loss streak.
Oh,
for Jedusor, not maybe the case. 9 HP now for the French player. I mean, he's been playing pretty chaotically, but they're not gonna go for Call to Chaos here. Could be Golden Egg though, why not? At 35 HP is not a good play.
I do feel like Blaster Crown here just makes perfect sense, right? You get that Blaster Seraph online on level 7. The items are currently lacking a little bit for the AP carries here in the way, and in that Seraph, though. That's something you can kind of alleviate with the addition of that tier here. As the Arcana Crown is picked up for Horo here alongside the Bastion, right? So we're going to see a very interesting setup right now, requiring to go level 9, get access to that 5 Arcana at some point as well here. So an incredibly high cap that he has to play for, but right now the battle is just staying alive.
Remember again, Horo, one of our players whose result is hugely meaningful in this lobby. I mean, the item setup is pretty darn good. We don't have an Archangels for the Rise to give us that inevitability, but we still do have an enormous amount of tankiness. Stinky on the other side, one of the players in exactly the same situation as Horo. As you can see, the Kassadin is still a monster to deal with and is able to shrug off the Rise damage.
We're seeing why the Kassadin 3 was hit. The Multi-Striker Crown was hit as well, so an extra little bit of a big spike really at the start of this stage 4 to continue the win streak. And again, deja vu. We've seen Stinky do exactly the same exact thing earlier today, yesterday as well. It's a comp that he mentioned when I talked to him before the tournament even started. This is my comfort comp when it comes to rerolls. The more chance I get to play this, the better, and he's been blessed.
He has, and that's just beautiful, right? Just like showcasing that perseverance with a composition and a line is just something that will be rewarded most of the time here as well. Opts away from the combat charm here, just wants to have as much gold to work with here, is pretty confident that his spike is among the biggest in the lobby. And now another test here for Darkest Blaster board.
It might be wrong. We know that the blasters are very strong, but no! The Kassadin, I don't think there's enough single target damage here for the blasters. They're very focused around their AoE, which means Darkest, they'll take the L. Their burgeoning win streak closes down.
And this is a risk that Stinky has to be taking, even if he wants to defend this massive win streak. He has to get maybe second, maybe even first in this game to try and make that day 3. So he needs to start trying to find a way to have a win condition. Usually these multi-striker boards end up bleeding out to a 3rd or 4th unless you try really pumping those levels.
So a Morgana here with a frying pan for Jedusor's fairy line, something that he opened up where he opened up his entire board at the start of this game now, but he's struggling down just 9 HP. He had to risk it all And right now he is kind of trying to make sense of it all. No 2-star Kalista, no 2-star Rakan either. Really just trying to make sense of something. But we see he has Stinky Abuser just building out the other carries on his board for now.
We've got some big upgrades coming through as well. Darkest, they managed to hit the Varus too as well. The power continues to pour into the lobby. So many upgrades coming through. I think Stinky Abuser's streak will be challenged at the top because nobody else is remotely in that level of power. Genusaur, though, he took the risk. I was thinking that Genusaur might have had a Reforger to turn this into a potential second Fairy Emblem, but it's looking like it's not on the cards up against Horror X and the Rise board.
And it's only Kalista 1, as we'd have mentioned, which I'm not sure is going to be enough. The Camille is a beast with the Fairy Emblem, but can she pull her weight? Can she do enough against this Rise as the Rage Blade continues to scale? Not the really BIS itemization for the Rise here, and that will be a win for Genusaur, buying some extra time to get a few more rolls in this stage 4.
Yeah, but Horror also still knows that his spike is yet to come. Just needs to get to the Raptors and then go in towards the level 9, get that board kind of put together, because he does have...
The Count, surely, Camille 2, and Kalista.
Yeah, but where are we getting the money to buy those units once we hit? I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Don't worry about it, Weeda. We'll give him a loan if he needs it.
All right, I'll tell that to my bank lady the next time she asks. You know, don't worry about it, right? I'll just
exactly.
in real life.
That exact tone, you nailed it, Counterfeit.
Genusaur is filled with worry, I suspect, up against Darkest this time round. Again, we've got the situation of Darkest. They've got the massive AoE damage, but we've got one Omega tank here. The big advantage with Darkest, of course, is that their units can reach through and past the front line to potentially cut down the back line of the Kalista 1. Has not been targeted, though, which means Darkest is not going to get any hits into Kalista to the very end of the round, and that's another L. Darkest, they are in trouble.
Genusaur gets to use the count here. Lux finds that Milio pair. He is paired up on all of the important units that Rakan 2 in the front line, buying so much time here, but also the Row Rejuvenation, just keeping that Camille afloat in the backline alongside those items coming through from that Milio here. This game is incredibly intense. Horo has used all that gold, now found his way in towards at level 9 to cap out the board here, opening up for that 8 Bastion angle for the front line.
We mentioned it, loading into this game 6, 3 players were on 53 points. Horo X, Yellow Tomato, and Stinky. Stinky gonna look like the strongest, obviously, with this 11 win streak on the Multi-Striker board. And Yellow Tomato really coming out as the loser in terms of that 3-way contest with both Opal and Lides on the Hunter line. 6 loss streak for the Greek player.
Look at this, by the way, moving the items away from the Rise 2 here, going in towards that Seraph instead. This is a very interesting decision being made here by Horo, saying, you know what, he wasn't dishing out enough damage, now he's gonna have that front line do the work, buy time for that Seraph, but I'm gonna get the items from the Milio for him instead.
It's worth noting, because you don't get to see this on stream a whole lot, the 8 Bastion means that not only are the Bastions getting 200 defensive stats of both kind, but you can see the shimmering effect on the backliners. Those 2 units are completely invincible, functioning like having a permanent edge of night until 4 Bastions or 4 units die, which we can see is maybe not even going to happen in this round.
And Darkest in big trouble. Start of stage 5, a lot of damage coming through. That will be the Turkish player eliminated. They were already qualified, most likely to the day 3, despite the 8th place here.
And also now a big question here is, how deep will Horo be rolling? Will it be rolling all the way down, dunking just to try to get access to those 2 stars that would be ever so critical? And someone else that has found their upgrades is Yellow Tomato here. Has that Kog'Maw free, but the Wukong still eluding him. And you can see the stress on his face, trying to get his positioning completely perfect right now, because every single point of HP will matter.
And this is not the situation you want to be in. Goes up against Lyris, one of the players that has made his game absolutely miserable in such an important moment in the tournament. To be in such an unusual situation that Olaf will get cut down. The Kog'Maw 3 is pulling its weight, but unfortunately it's not quite good enough. Lyris gets the win. Yellow Tomato at least has enough HP to stand up, but we look at the HP on the side there. We are getting very close to another elimination.
This is wild considering that Lides is on Wukong 1 solo frontline halfway through stage 5 and still managed to win that last kind of mirror match with Yellow Tomato.
He knows every single out in this composition, carried by the fact that he has that Olaf too as well, pulling some of the weight in the front line. He's just praying for when Yellow Tomato gets eliminated, because that means that he will be able to access some of those Wukongs that will be put back into the pool, but hopefully for him, even finding that 2-star Wukong that could be ever so critical.
It's absolutely wild. We do get to see again the promise of annihilation here. The Learning to Spell board of Clemu has been building up, and we can see that if your frontline isn't good enough, you're going to get ripped through. The Jinxer stays standing to the tail end, but no backline is safe. While the Learning to Spell board is here, Yellow Tomato is officially out of there. That is not the result he needed.
Devastating fight here. Just 2 more kills could have seen Yellow Tomato survive 1 more round, maybe finding the Wukong 3 in the process. Maybe on the carousel. Really, really unfortunate for the Greek player. Once again, coming so close to making that day 3.
On the carousel here, Portal Emblem, always an interesting proposition, but not necessarily in this game. Frost could be an opening as well for some of the players on those lines. Like, there are some options here, I suppose, but we're just looking at completed items for the most part here, I would assume, being the most enticing ones, but really struggling to figure out something that has decent gold value.
Keeping an eye closely on Horror, of course, one of our players along with Stinky Abuser, trying to get out of this lobby with the top finish. You can see the Bastion board has been pulling its weight, but we actually get the Zerath Charm in to get a massive quantity of forecasts into the board, and of course, we can just sell them to get ourselves a whole lot more punch. The Bloodthirster coming in, I have to assume, yes, it's going to go onto the Diana, making her massively more survivable, along with, of course, the Bastion 200 armor, 200 MR.
Opting away from trying to find a combat charm to really just further build this econ here. Just must have a lot of faith in these Bastions. But now we can see here on the other side of the field now, Opal is on that Jinx free with a Wukong. 2 copies of Wukong 2 even in the front line. These boards are absolutely ridiculous at this point in time. This Seraph hit has to be massive.
So Diana can go into the backline. That could be a deal breaker, but is she going to make it in time? She does get the cast off. Can the Zerath cast 1 more time before the Jinx targets onto him? It might just be the case, but it's not quite enough. And Horo's out 45 gold and can't do much with it. Could have rolled for Zerath 2 potentially. Thought he could save onto the gold, but no.
Risked it for the biscuit, and no reward here for Horo. Sadly, another one of those players we were talking about that needed a strong finish in this game to try to snatch away one of those final spots in the top 8 here. Wanted to go for the win-out angle, was not able to do that. Now, Stinky Abuser still chilling at the top of the standings with that multi-striker setup.
So is Jennifer, though. 9 Fairy now online here. He's on 51 points. If he gets a first, he's on 59. That could be the cutoff for day 3 still.
It absolutely took the words out of my mouth. I think this opens up the conversation because of those players who are close but not across the line getting knocked out. The door is open. Fairy 9. This is exactly what you need for a big finish. Opal's got the regular amazing board, but it's no Fairy 9. Opal will get knocked to the ground. 48 points. And in it to a bottom 4. Lyris is out as well. Our final 3 before you.
And also another thing to keep in mind here, the Radiant Refactor augment here, giving that Radiant Gwynsus over to the Callista alongside those Radiant amenities coming through from the Fairy crowd, from the Fairy 9, right? Just means this Callista is an absolute menace for Khan. It's very close to unkillable. And with Horror out of the pool, David, we know that Milliard 2 is a lot more likely now.
Good news for Stinky is that 2 of his kind of direct opponents for that day 3 are eliminated, Yellow Tomato and Horo X. Bad news is that Jeduswar is coming up from the bottom. Jeduswar at his absolute max winning this game is going to be at 59 points. Stinky, if he gets second, he'll be at 60 points, so still ahead of Jeduswar. Clemu can play spoiler for the French TFT scene, trying to get a second place instead, and having Stinky and Jeduswar face off with the tiebreakers.
Doesn't find a third item for the Camille here, right? I think that's could be a big deal. But now the addition of this Milio will just be dishing out the items that the Camille might have wanted instead.
And that's certainly going to make up for a lot of distance. But as you said, David, Jay's already hoping, and I don't know if it's possible to put Stinky Abuser out 2 places below him to be able to draw equal on points, but they'll go face to face with each other. Both these players be fighting tooth and nail to get out of this lobby. Jay saw the Fairy 9. It's just a step above. This is going to be a massive loss for Stinky. Puts him down to 12 HP, a single life. Clamu down to 10. We are on the final lives of everybody remaining.
One thing is for certain, Denizor is the strongest player in this lobby. I think it's just all about who's facing the Ghost, who's facing Real, and how big of a loss it is. We're seeing it there for the loss that Stinky had. Stinky has capped out his game plan. It was tempo game plan, stage 3 and 4. Not going to do anything against a 9 Fairy board, as he well knows this, but can he face off and win against Clamu? That is the big question.
That is indeed, though, the scaling here from that learning to spell, whether or not that's going to be able to one-shot some of these multi-strikers, that is a massive question now. The fight will be unfolding. Kalista put into the center to try to avoid those Seraphine hits.
Again, the 2 players whose elimination order is so important face-to-face with each other. Stinky Abuser, I'd have to think the Fairies are gonna be stronger, but no, the mages are actually holding the line. We can see the learning to spell. One more cast, but it's not coming. Clamu gets the hit. Stinky knows what that means, that he will be ahead. Clamu is out. Stinky Abuser can no longer overtake Jejusaur.
The Cassidon bought so much time against that Vex, healing, sustaining for so long, allowing the Kalista to slowly ramp up that Rage Blade. Crazy outcome in that last fight.
Absolutely ridiculously close fight here. And again, those small positioning phase we talk so much about. The Kalista being moved into the center so it doesn't get tagged by the Seraphines, etc. Just mean there was so much more damage to be dished out here. And now it is down to the final 1v1 between Stinky Abuser and Jejusaur.
This should be more or less a formality. We've got so much fairy power. Jejusaur played for a most unlikely out, but it looks like he's found it. The board's not even getting that much damage as Cassidon gets knocked around the board. Jejusaur, he's tasted the place in the championship before, and he'll end this one out with a win. 51 points, and the result he was hoping for. You can see it on his face. The hope begins anew. The possibility of a day 3.
And for both players, the moment that game ended, immediately starting to refresh the score sheet, trying to find out if the cutoff will be at 60, if it'll be at 59, where the tiebreakers come into play as well. As always, nail-biting finale after this game 6, trying to see how the math checks out and which players make that day 3, keep their hopes alive in this set, Magic and Mayhem.
Gentle viewers, we have one more break for you while we get our final ducks in order. Then we will reveal who is going to go forward to play tomorrow for the title of EMEA Regional Champion. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few moments' time with our last Analyst Desk of the day.
What a doozy, Alan. That was a hell of a game to end the day with.
Yeah, that was I was at the edge of the seat until the very end of it. There was some ghost div. If Clemu didn't face 9 fairy ghosts, he would have actually locked in for top 2. But then he got a bit unlucky on matchmaking. Then the fight between the Stinky and the Clemu was so close. That was just crazy. And the small inch of positioning of Kalista mattered so much in that match. And I would love to see Stinky making top 8 just of that simple game.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful performance from him, and we'll touch on it again in a little bit, but I kind of want to circle back to the start of the game. You guys at home who've been following along are going to notice something you saw last game as well. There's a hell of a lot of Jinx here, Alan.
Oh, hell yeah. I think Yellow Tomato was very unhappy when he has noticed double category 5, not just 1, but 2, when he picked Hunter Frenzy. Seeing that he's contested 3-way was crazy. However, at Crux he was sitting at solid 4 cogs. After the drops, he had noticed that he's kind of locking bows. However, he had like IE drop, so there was an option to just play a cog carry, not a Jinx carry necessarily, with whatever front lane he hits, which was the case pretty much.
And he tried his best, unfortunately didn't quite work out for him. Meanwhile, at the top of the standings, though, we have Jetasaur with this fairy composition. Just started off with the crest and kept going from there.
I mean, that was such a rough game for Jetasaur because he was not the only one fully open forting. There was also Horror open forting with the double down, and they actually face each other, which was dramatic for his econ. However, it was a full gold opener, which led into dropping pretty much good amount of the gold. They were sitting at a solid level 5, 70 gold at the Crux. The items drops from the Crux didn't hurt them so much. He actually could have played at Kalista. What was pretty much the highlight for Jetasaur winning out was stage 4, Morgana with Pan. However, he did not have Reforge at that point. So he had to pretty much pray for Charm every single round and to make it to 9 on top of that.
And eventually he did able to finish out with the 9 fairy. First time I've gotten to see that in quite some time. And I think it's worth bringing back, we talked a little bit about Stinky starting off at this desk, and he had an incredible game as well. He went on that uncontested multi-striker line, ended up eventually being contested on the Callista, but didn't seem to affect either his or Jetasaur's outcomes. So Stinky Abuser was just able to beautifully navigate this game.
Absolutely. I was a bit surprised that neither of the category 5 players decided to play some sort of Ashe carry. The only reason behind it, I think, that the Ashe carry requires a Rage Blade, and it was one component opener for both players. And if they then did not have an open bow or rod, it was kind of rough to go into carousel and pray you drop the other one from the creeps, because then until the stage 4 you might end up without having a proper itemized carry, and you just might fall behind tempo way too much.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that game, but of course, this is the final standings of the day. We are about to decide who makes it into day number 3. It will only be from these 32 competitors, the top 8. Some of our biggest names falling out in day number 2. Canvas, of course, Etra, who had an incredible middle of the day. Dasik, these names that have been stalwarts of the community, stalwarts of the competitive scene, all not going to make it to the final day of the regionals, because only 8 will make it out, starting with Jetasaur from the bottom, just barely making it in with Stinky Abuser after that incredible last game from the both of them.
Absolutely happy of them. The performance was there and they got rewarded for it, and they have been joined by Elia and Gobostor, having just enough points to make it through and join the guaranteed Darkest, Max Fan Double and Volta. What an incredible performance from all the players.
And I do really want to highlight Volta and Double. Of course, they were pretty secure last round, fully secure in fact, but both of them able to bring out another strong performance. 74 and 68 points respectively, incredibly strong showings, and especially for Volta, who has been here at every single regional final except for one, having this incredible showing on day number 2 is so promising for what we're going to see from him on day number 3. Maybe his first regional championship. It would be a long time coming.
Hey, every beast needs a break every now and then. He just
That's
decided
right.
that was the time.
Sometimes you gotta step back, let the Young Bucks fight it out, and then come back in, and Volta's done just that, coming in with the 74 points.
I think we have initial qualifier points standings, which should allow that Og, Double 61, Kubikson, and Volta should be guaranteed to qualify to the Tactician crown. We'll be triple checking that, but that's basically the first look of that leaderboard.
And that's super exciting for us. I mean, of course, Kubikson, one of our regional champions, Og, an incredibly strong performer, and then Double 61, world champion, regional champion, second place at the world championship again. Probably our best performer consistently internationally. And then Volterix, who I've been talking up all day. And I think, Alan, you've been here, much like me, since the beginning of the scene. I feel like it's justified with Volta.
I mean, some players might hate him, some players might love him, some say that his gameplay might not be comprehensive, but at the end, he's just having the results and they speak for himself.
Yeah, he's here, man. It's the greatest thing. We do also have something incredibly great to end our day with, Alan. We have an interview ready with Stinky Abuser.
Hello.
Hey, Stinky,
Hey,
welcome.
Hello.
So that was a very long day of games and I'm sure, very stressful final game for you. How are you feeling?
I was so stressed. Now I'm so happy because I didn't know I can make it, and now I just can. I'm so happy.
We can tell that you seem to be very relieved.
Yeah.
How were the overall day 1 and day 2 for you? Did you have any very rough series of the games?
I just didn't have good game plans for day 1 because before the games I just wanted to force multi-strikers, and for some reason in day 1 I didn't do it. So that was my mistake, I think. In day 2 I didn't, and
we clearly seen the performance there.
I think I did 6 games today with multi-strikers, and yesterday I did like 2 games, and it was second and third, so that's great for me.
It's fair to assume that the final day we might see a multi-striker a game or 2 then as well, right?
Surely.
Maybe just 1 or 2. What is it about the multi-striker composition that you like so much? Of course, you had a very open line this last game, but it sounds like it is really near and dear to your heart.
I really like this line because you can play it in a lot of ways, because you can reroll Jax Ash or Kassadin, or high roll some Kakarin tree and win lobby then. I didn't win any lobby, but you can. You can really put any items on this carrier, so you can in theory force it every game. And I think you just need 1 champion on 3-star, and it's Kassadin, and it's not really contested, so I just love it.
Absolutely. In terms of qualifier points, did you count already if any of the placement makes it, or you actually need to be top 4 in the finals?
I need to be top 4, I think. I don't think any placements can give me worlds from points.
Got it.
I have a question for you, Stinky. You know, this is your first regionals, and you've made it already into day number 3. You are top 8 in the region. How does that feel, especially after you were saying you weren't even sure you could make it at the start of the last game?
I'm just so happy. I was so stressed for the whole day today, and I'm just happy. I can't say more, I think.
I think it's a very good topping on top of the cake of your overall performance. Starting from the tier C, like you dominated the Polish tier C pretty much, and then you had a very consistent results not only on ladder but the Tacticians Cup as well. So very, very well done on that.
Thank you very much.
Well, Stinky, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on making it into day number 3. Before you go, is there anyone you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out before you hopefully get a restful night's sleep before day number 3?
Yes, thank you, Murdoch, for good rolls, I think.
Good start.
I think we didn't have a more shoutouts yet. Shoutouts.
Of course, we have to fit them in there somewhere. But yeah, Stinky, thank you so much for coming on. Hopefully you enjoy your night off, and I'm looking forward to seeing some multi-striker tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
You can tell he is shell-shocked. Like, completely. He's so happy, and there's nothing else.
But humble player, and he's overall wholesome. He doesn't brag, he doesn't just go over his way when he's having results, and it's just very cool to see, you know?
It's very charming. I'm glad to have him here making his way into day number 3. So it's going to be really exciting to see that. Is there anything or anyone that really stood out to you today that you're looking forward to seeing again tomorrow, Alan?
I mean, again, I was cheering for the Stinky and Kezman. I'm happy that one of them at least made it. And honestly, I hope he's gonna make it to the Worlds. In terms of other players, I think Elia deserves a highlight because he didn't have much results before, and make it straight to the top 8 is very, very impressive from him, given that how much time he was putting up to the TFT.
Yeah, incredible play from all of our players, and of course we will see the top 8 battle it out tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST. But before we go, I've been tasked once more with all of the socials, and none of the links are in the Excel sheet. I'm going to do them off the dome. Are you ready, Alan?
Go ahead.
Okay. Our new Twitter handle that just changed 4 days ago and I didn't know about is @CompeteTFT. On Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, we are PlayTFT. And now it's time for the casters. I'm at Niberia, joined here by the wonderful Alan ZQ at AlanZQTFT. But of course, there's Impetuous Panda at Impetuous Panda, at WedaCasts with an S, and at Counterfeit Cast without an S because he actually hit the character limit.
Hey,
So,
I don't believe that it was off your head. There is no way you.
it was.
Just
I've done this so many times, Alan. I could do this in my sleep. It's bad.
That's actually very impressive. I would never be able to do that.
I'll get to do it one more time, like next set or something, and then I'll never need it for another 6 months. But it's been wonderful having this day. It's been wonderful being on desk with you, Alan. So I'm looking forward to seeing day number 3, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of you in the audience there for the finals of the EMEA Championship. We'll see you there, 4 p.m. CEST. Don't miss it.